Chapter 1599. P.S. Thank you to Wongit for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and One So Handsome for their tips. The performance time of the music bar is basically fixed, which is about 20 minutes. Except for those particularly famous bands who have a slightly longer time, no band can exceed the time limit. Some bands may even have to shorten the time because their performance is too bad. Although the Inferno Band was a new group, they were still a famous independent band in Asia. The quality of their music was very good, so even if they didn't get the overtime discount, they still played for a full 20 minutes before leaving the stage to the others. "Boss, where's the backstage?" At this time, Ito turned his head and asked the bar owner. "Sorry, the backstage is a special area. Without a special reason, outsiders are not allowed to enter." The bar owner simply shook his head and refused. This is also the meaning of the question. If strangers are allowed to enter the backstage so easily, who will be responsible if something happens? What's more, it is easy to cause conflict and chaos, which is not conducive to the bar's environment. It will affect his reputation in the underground band circle, which is not in his interest. "Boss," Ito called again. The bar owner looked up at him with a puzzled look. In an instant, a pair of dark eyes like a black hole reflected in the bar owner's eyes, making him involuntarily focus his attention. In this situation, in the eyes of outsiders, Ito and the bar owner are looking at each other. After about 4 or 5 seconds, Ito suddenly slapped a 1,000 yuan bill on the table, got up, walked around the bar, and entered a small door next to it. Bang! Only then did the bar owner come back to his senses and rubbed his neck with a puzzled look. What the hell? On the other side, Ito entered the backstage passage and turned his hands over. A large bundle of wrapped flowers and a box of clear soup appeared in his hands. Ito walked along the corridor with the two things and finally stopped in front of a door. Ito bent his fingers and gently knocked on the door. Dong, 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 ha! After about 3 or 4 seconds, the door was opened with a soft sound. Then, the burly figure of she appeared in Ito's line of sight. "It's you, 7+ Society," said in surprise before opening the door. She leaned to the side to let the door open. "It's me. I saw your performance just now. It was very good. Congratulations," Ito said with a smile as he walked into the room. "Here, this is for you, my dear Charmy." Ito walked into the room and went to Charmy, who was resting on the sofa. He bent down and handed over the flowers in his hand. "Oomph, oomph." Charmy snorted with a faint smile. She reached out and took the flowers, then put them aside. Ito laughed dryly, turned around, and called out to 7 Society and Chris, Come, try the clear soup I brought for you." Then, he put the plastic bag in his hand on the coffee table in the middle, took out the clear soup, and took the initiative to pick up one of the bowls and handed it to Charmy. "Thank you," Charmy said softly. "Wow, it smells so good," praised Chris, who took a bowl and drank it. "Sorry to trouble you," 7 Society said politely. "It's nothing. It's convenient anyway," Ito said modestly as he sat down beside Charmy. Charmy, who was drinking the soup gently, glanced at Ito, who was sitting next to her. She didn't move and continued to drink the soup silently. "Do you have any other plans after this?" Ito looked at 7 Society and asked. "We have to rush to a show later." "What's wrong? Do you need something?" 7 Society looked at Charmy. Then, he turned to Ito and said, "I see. Then, when will you finish?" Ito nodded and asked, "Well, we have to rush to a nightclub tonight. If everything goes well, we should finish around 10:30. 7 Society lowered his head and thought about today's schedule, then answered, 10:30. Ito frowned slightly, then smiled and asked, "Do you mind having an extra follower?" 7 Society looked at Ito in surprise, shook his head, and said, "If you want to follow us, of course, no problem. As long as you don't want to suffer." "No problem," Ito smiled and said. Then, he casually chatted with 7 Society and Chris, and took the initiative to talk to Charmy. However, the effect wasn't very good. He didn't know if she was really tired, or was it intentional. She didn't pay much attention to him. But from Seito's point of view, it seemed intentional. After all, even though Charmy was a woman, she was still a powerful pugilist who had grasped absolute power. Due to her occasional awakening, her understanding of absolute power was quite profound. How could she not have the strength to speak just because of a mere 20 minutes of bass playing? Chris, who was the lead singer and looked like a child, didn't feel tired at all. But Seito also knew that he was in the wrong. So he had no choice but to shamelessly stick to Charmy and wait for her to finish today's work before teaching her a lesson. Just like that, Ito-sei accompanied the three of them to their pre-booked performance venues, where they played a lot of music until 11 o'clock p.m. Chris teased Ito-sei, who didn't think too much about it, and Shiga pretended not to notice it. Ito-sei accompanied the three of them to their pre-booked performance venues, where they played a lot of music until 11 o'clock p.m. It's finally over. Chris, who left the bar from the back door, raised his arms high, stretched, and said with a look of relief, "Let's go, I'll send you back." Seito said, "No need, you should send Charmy back. Chris and I could take the subway back." Seven Cap Society, who was carrying a guitar bag, shook his head and said, "Who would have thought that he was a guy with good eyesight?" He knew to create an opportunity for Seito and Charmy, who might have had a conflict, to be alone. While Charmy wasn't paying attention, Seito secretly gave Seven Cap Society a thumbs up, meaning, "You're a good friend." Shiga gave Ito Seiji a look that said, "Do as you see fit." Then, he reached out and held Chris's head, half forcibly taking him to the distance. "Goodbye, Charmy sister. Goodbye, Ito-san." Chris turned his head. He waved his arms and said goodbye. Seito and Charmy waved together, responding to Chris' words. "Let's go home." Seito, who was carrying Charmy's bass in his hand, reached out and pulled Charmy's hand and said, "What do you mean go home? That's my house, not yours." Charmy snorted. Then she shook off Seito's hand and strode towards Seito's car. Since she didn't call a taxi, it meant that she wasn't angry and could be fooled. Seeing this, Seito quickly carried his bag to the front of the car, opened the back door, put the bass bag in the back seat, and then closed the door. Opening the front door, he and Charmy sat in the driver's seat. Bang! The two closed the door together. Seito started the car, slowly drove away from the back street of the bar, and moved towards Charmy's apartment. "Dear, did you misunderstand me?" When the car was on the road, Seito took the initiative to break the silence in the car and said, "Misunderstood? I don't think so. Who would believe that you disappeared with a young and beautiful girl for nearly half a month?" Charmy glanced at Seito and said lightly, Hey, what do you mean by disappeared for half a month? Didn't I call back and say that I was helping Athena with her training?" Seito said helplessly, "Training? Doesn't she have a master? What does it have to do with you?" Charmy sneered. She asked back, "That's because her master doesn't have superpowers, but I do." Seito explained, "Superpowers? Ha! Even I, your girlfriend in name, don't know about it." "How did she know?" Charmy snorted. "Did you forget? She and I both participated in this year's King of Fighters tournament. At that tournament, I used my superpowers. That's why she knew." Seito explained. "King of Fighters tournament." Charmy dragged her voice. Then the car was silent again. No one spoke. "What's that? When you're done with this collection, let's go on a trip. Tell me where you want to go, and I'll accompany you." Seito spoke again. "Is this compensation?" Charmy looked at him with a faint smile. "How can this be compensation? I'm sincere, okay?" Seito said angrily. "Let's hope so," Charmy said softly as she turned her head and looked out the window at the colorful lights that slid back one after another. After a while, the car finally arrived at Charmy's rented apartment. Seito parked the car, turned off the engine, took out the key, and got out of the car with Charmy. They walked up the stairs to Charmy's apartment. "Go take a shower. I'll make you something to eat in the kitchen." Seito, who followed Charmy into the apartment, put down the bass bag, took off his shoes, and walked to the kitchen. He didn't look back as he said to Charmy, who was still taking off her sandals at the entrance. Although Charmy didn't say anything, she still went into the bathroom as she was told and started washing herself in the sound of splashing water. Women took a long time to take a shower, not to mention in a country like Japan where soaking was popular. After getting used to the custom of soaking, it took even longer. Therefore, Charmy didn't come out of the bathroom until Seito finished making supper with 2 dishes and a soup. Seito had no choice but to walk to the bathroom door, reach out, and knock on the door. "Honey, dinner is ready. Come out and eat." "Got it." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of water splashing came from behind the closed door. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Charmy, who was wrapped in a white bathrobe, with her hair still wet, came out of the bathroom. She sat down at the dining table in the living room and enjoyed supper with Seito. During this process, Charmy still treated Seito in a silent way. "No, this is too passive. I must change the method, otherwise I will be even more passive in the future." Seito, who was silently eating the hot meal, thought to himself. A moment later, the two of them ended the silent dinner and left the table. One of them took the dishes into the kitchen to wash, while the other went straight to the bedroom and locked the door from the inside. The meaning was obvious: "Don't come to my bed today." "Hiss." Seito, who was washing the dishes in the kitchen, took a deep breath. "Oomph, aren't you forcing me to attack again? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite." Seito snorted in his heart. After washing the dishes, Seito left the kitchen and went to the bathroom to wash up before bed. "Oomph, you want to stop me with a small door? Dream on." After a while, Seito, who was also wearing a bathrobe, walked out of the bathroom and stood in front of Charmy's bedroom door with a strange smile on his face. Then, with a thought, he instantly disappeared from where he was standing. In the next second, he appeared in Charmy's bedroom, blocking Charmy's path in a parallel line. Charmy, who felt something was wrong, immediately opened her eyes. Then, Seito's face with a strange smile appeared in her eyes. Then, without waiting for Charmy to react, Seito suddenly lowered his body and kissed Charmy's lips. Using skillful techniques, he opened her white jade gate and entered the Heaven Lake, chasing the fishes inside. However, at this moment, a violent aura exploded from Charmy's body, bringing with it traces of destructive dark lightning that shot out in all directions. Boom! The wooden bed, which couldn't withstand the attack, was immediately destroyed by the lightning, causing Charmy and Seito to fall to the ground. Then, Seito's figure flashed and appeared on the ground at the side of the room. He frowned and stared at Charmy, who stood up from the collapsed bed. Her clothes were torn and destroyed by the lightning, revealing her skin and sexy figure. However, her eyes were filled with strong, killing intent. Awakened, Seito thought to himself with uncertainty. The reason why he wasn't sure was because the aura on Charmy's body was very unstable at this moment. She had a high comprehension of absolute power. Some of it was similar to the dark power of storm gauntlets, and a small amount of ultimate power. It made it impossible to determine what she would become. But soon, the result was revealed. Charmy, who had been glaring at him with eyes filled with killing intent, suddenly froze. The aura around her body was the same as when it had first appeared. Then all of a sudden, it completely disappeared. After that, her eyes turned white and she fell limply to the ground. Seeing this, Seito didn't hesitate. He reached out and grabbed Charmy's body in front of him. He reached out and hugged her in his arms. Not enough strength? Or is it that her physical fitness can't support the awakening of the lightning fury attribute? Or is she still lacking the last bit of opportunity? Looking at Charmy's naked body in his arms, Seito thought subconsciously. But then, he put these thoughts aside for the time being. His feet slightly shook, shooting out small electric light toward the collapsed bed. He used alchemy to restore it to its original state. Chapter 1600. Okay, the next morning, Charmy, who had slept for an entire night, finally woke up with a lazy moan accompanied by the warm sunlight shining through the bed. Charmy raised her hand to block the sunlight and gently opened her eyes. Charmy, who opened her eyes, didn't immediately wake up. Instead, her eyes were still empty, and she looked at the white ceiling in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. It's a dream. After a short while, Charmy, whose eyes were completely focused, whispered softly. But soon, a strange feeling from her body caught her attention. This guy, he's getting more and more insatiable. Lowering her head, she looked at the big hand on her chest and the man connected to it. Charmy was a little angry, but also a little embarrassed. "You're awake?" Ito-say gently clenched his hand twice, feeling the soft touch coming from his palm as he looked at Charmy and chuckled. "Where are my clothes?" Charmy looked at Ito expressionlessly and asked, "Don't you know?" Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. It was at this moment that a scene suddenly appeared in Charmy's mind, causing her to involuntarily frown. This scene was none other than the short scene of her awakening last night. Ito reached out and touched Charmy's face, stared into her eyes, and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Charmy opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. "Nothing." Then, she shook her head. Was that really a dream? If it was a dream, why did it feel so real? But if it wasn't a dream, then what's going on with the bed under me? According to the memory that suddenly popped up just now, it should have been destroyed. And the 7+ society and Chris, Charmy, who didn't care about why she was naked, couldn't help but fall into a daze again. It wasn't until her lips were blocked by a soft object and her tongue was tangled that she came back to her senses. Who cares? I'm Charmy now. I'm not Wild Thunder and Lightning, or the so-called 4 heavenly kings of the Orochi clan. Thinking of this, Charmy reached out and wrapped her arms around Ito's neck, and took the initiative to respond passionately. But then again, this feeling is great. It's so fresh, and it makes me understand that I'm a human, and not a monster. You're really passionate today. After a while, Ito, who was temporarily separated from Charmy, looked at Charmy under him and smiled. "You don't like it?" Charmy asked with a charming face. Of course, Charmy's hand Charmy. Ito's his breast, Charmy's. Of course, at this time, they were the last night. Then he kissed Charmy's and kissed her tender kiss, delicate tenders. SSS kissed again. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Ito aloud. Creak. Then, with a soft sound, a young, short-haired woman in a professional suit with black stockings on her legs pushed the door open and walked in. "Boss, here's a letter for you." The woman walked to the desk and put an envelope on the table. Ito reached out and took the envelope, flipping through it casually. After finding that there was no special mark on it, he tore open the envelope and took out the letter inside. However, what he saw was not a letter, but a very gorgeous invitation letter. Ito twitched the corner of his mouth and flipped open the invitation letter with his thumb. Inviting the previous champion of the King of Fighters tournament, Mr. Ito, to participate in the King of Fighters tournament held on X month of 1996. Inviters, King of Fighters Tournament Management Committee. The invitation letter said so. "Oh, it's finally here." After reading the invitation letter, Ito chuckled. "Okay, you can leave now." Then, Ito closed the invitation letter. He looked up and said to the female secretary who was still standing in the office, "Yes." The female secretary responded, turned around, and left the office, closing the door behind her. "But unfortunately, I'm no longer interested in being a fighter in this year's tournament." Ito, who threw the invitation letter on the table, muttered softly to himself, then turned his head and looked at the computer screen in front of him again. After half a year of brewing, he gradually stirred up the discussion about the legend of the 3 artifacts. It gathered the thoughts of the people of the world. That's right, it has been half a year since he first posted, and it was 96. In the past half a year, Ito's life could be said to be very comfortable. Every day, he either went to accompany her when he had nothing to do, or since his sudden awakening that day. His relationship with her had once again advanced by leaps and bounds. Except for the last step, he basically did everything for her. Every now and then, when she was busy, he went to my Shiranui's dojo to communicate with my Shiranui, who still didn't know about Andy's death and was alone in her room, and to strengthen his impression in her heart. In addition, he called Mary in his spare time and flirted with her on the phone across the ocean. As for his relationship with Athena, he continued to do it secretly. Every time he went out for publicity, he used the cheating method of teleportation or flying thunder god to look after each other, so as to keep her favorability from dropping and continue to rise. But unfortunately, because they couldn't stay together all the time, Athena's progress in mental strength was always a little slow. Until now, she had not been able to complete the transformation and evolve psychokinesis. On the contrary, her understanding of absolute power had improved a lot. When they last met some time ago, it had reached an astonishing 65%, which was 5% higher than my Shiranui's at the same time. In addition, it was worth mentioning that his relationship with King was still not that great. Although there was still no big progress, they could be considered friends, and they could call each other when they had nothing to do. But most of the time, he still used the excuse of, "I only believe in fighters," to arrange some bodyguard jobs for King that were short hours, light work, and good pay. For example, at the end of 1995, King made a lot of money by working as a bodyguard for Athena when she held a concert tour all over Japan. He paid off the money he owed Itazaki Yoshi because of his brother's serious illness in 1994. At the same time, it was precisely because of that opportunity that the Inferno Band, Athena's accompaniment band and guest band, also became popular. This made Charmy a lot busier, and Seito had more free time. When he was bored, he could go to Lockelia Zola's witch's house in the Rubik's Cube world to tease Manchuri Kagura, who had completely recovered. At this moment, a melodious ringtone suddenly sounded, attracting Seito's attention. It was the ringtone of a mobile phone. Seito took out his mobile phone, casually glanced at the caller ID, then pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. "Kaori?" Seito asked with a smile. "It's me, Ito-san." Tungtong Kaori's voice came from the phone. "Long time no see. Why did you call me today?" "Yes, long time no see. I wonder if you have received the invitation letter, Ito-san." After a polite response, Tungtong Kaori went straight to the point. Then, as if to avoid any misunderstandings, she quickly added, "It's an invitation letter sent by the organizer of this year's King of Fighters tournament." "I received it." "Why?" Seito was surprised. "Oh, I received it too. So I want to ask if you want to participate in this year's tournament." Tungtong Kaori said. "If it's me, I might not be able to." Seito leaned back in his chair and said softly, "Eh." Tungtong Kaori's surprised voice came from the phone. She probably didn't expect that Seito would refuse to participate in this year's tournament. "It's a little boring. Let's talk about it when I'm interested again," Seito explained. "Oh." Tungtong Kaori couldn't help but recall Seito's performance in the last King of Fighters tournament. She was a little surprised. The gap was too big. If she stood in front of Seito, she would also lose interest in this kind of tournament and decide to give up participating. "But if that's the case, what should I do?" "What about you?" Seito asked. "Me? I want to participate. But if you're not here, Ito-san, I really don't know who to team up with," Tungtong Kaori said with a distressed tone. "How about this? I'll ask Mary first. If she doesn't have any problems, I'll help you find another person. The three of you can team up to participate in this year's tournament." Seito thought for a while and said, "Then, okay, I'll have to trouble you, Ito-san." Tungtong Kaori said, "It's nothing, but if I can get a kiss from you, I'll be more motivated." Seito joked. "Seito, you're talking nonsense again. Be careful of Mary." Tungtong Kaori, who was used to Seito's jokes, retorted, "Whatever. After Mary ignores me, I'll harass you every day. You can replace Mary as my girlfriend." Seito also retorted without hesitation. I don't want a guy like you even if you give him to me." After that, Tungtong Kaori immediately hung up the phone. Listening to the silent tone of the phone, Seito chuckled and dialed Mary's phone number. "Hello, I'm Mary." Soon, Mary's familiar voice came from the phone. Chapter 1601. If that's the case, then forget it. I'll think of another way, Seito said into the phone. "MHM goodbye. I'll visit you in France later." After that, Seito hung up the phone. Although I knew that Mary would join Interpol, I didn't expect her to join now. But forget it. I'll let Kaori join the female Grandmaster of Martial Arts team according to her fate. Seito sighed softly. In the phone call, just now, Seito learned that Mary had joined Interpol and was currently undergoing about a year of professional training in the training department of the French headquarters. Therefore, it was impossible for her to come out of the training camp before the King of Fighters tournament began. This made his original plan of having Mary, Tungtong Kaori, and Vape as a team to participate in the tournament go down the drain. As for why there was news about Vape, the reason was very simple. She was a clone of Sound Nest and had a control chip installed in her head. Therefore, after Seito took over Sound Nest, Vape's chip management authority fell into his hands, and she became his subordinate. In order to let Vape have a smooth transition so that she would not betray him, Seito even took the time to visit her in Brazil and help her remove the small bomb buried in her body. With this combination of kindness and authority, Vape finally became a member of Seito's team. In the absence of any new missions, she continued to mingle with the Brazilian mercenaries to gain experience. Yes, gain experience. As a newcomer, this was the only way for her to enter the Brazilian mercenary system and find the right opportunity to show off in front of Hardy, Clark, Ralph, or Loanna. She wanted to attract their attention and stand out from the many new recruits every year to become an officer like a squad leader. After that, Seito pulled up King's phone number from his phone's contact list and dialed it. "Oh, hello." King's voice came from the phone. "It's me, Seito." Seito said. "What's the matter?" King asked. "MHM, it's just that there's a problem. I wonder if your team is lacking people?" Although he knew that Itazaki Yuri would stay in the Dragon Tiger Fist team after this year, because of Itazaki Ponder, he didn't know if Itazaki Yuri had talked to King and my Shiranui about Seito, so he had to ask to confirm. "Lack of manpower? What do you need?" King, who hadn't reacted for a moment, asked in return. "Naturally, it's the people who will be participating in the King of Fighters tournament with you," Seito said with a smile. "No," King answered straightforwardly. "If that's the case, then forget it. I'll ask the other teams." Seito pretended to be disappointed. "What's going on? You still haven't found the members for the family tournament? What about the two from last year?" King asked with concern as a friend. "That's not it. Actually, it was because I wasn't in the mood. I decided not to participate in this tournament, and the other team member is participating in the pre-employment training of Interpol. Tungtong Kaori is alone in our team, so I want to find a suitable team for her. After all, compared to teaming up with strangers, it feels better to be with people like you," Seito explained. "You're quite concerned about her," King said with a smile. "After all, she's my teammate," Seito replied casually, then changed the topic. He continued, "Actually, if it were you, I'd be concerned about you as well, maybe even more than I care about her." King, who was well aware of Seito's attitude towards her, fell silent. "I'll keep an eye on Tungtong Kaori. If I find a suitable team, I'll recommend her." Then, King's voice sounded again, and the topic returned to Tungtong Kaori. "Then I'll leave it to you, King," Seito said. Then, the two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries before they both hung up. Then, Seito moved his fingers lightly and pulled up Tungtong Kaori's contact information again. He called her and told her about Mary and the team, and asked her to wait for some time to hear from him. Seito, Tungtong Kaori, trusted him very much, so after receiving the news, she immediately agreed and began to practice martial arts in the dojo at home with peace of mind. However, Seito did not stop there. He put away his phone and took out a futuristic communicator. Then, he sent out a message to the group. "Mobilize all resources to report on the King of Fighters Conference." With this order, dozens of large media companies established in various countries under various names in the past 6 months began to act, using all kinds of methods to create momentum for the King of Fighters Conference. They also reported on all kinds of trivial matters and interesting stories about martial artists related to the King of Fighters Conference, increasing the attention of ordinary people to the King of Fighters Conference. Therefore, for a time, people talking about the King of Fighters Conference could be seen in almost every corner of the world. That night, in the bedroom of Charmy's apartment, I heard from a news that the new King of Fighters Conference is about to start again. Charmy, who was curled up in Seito's arms, suddenly said, "Why, You want to participate? Seito asked with a smile as he placed his palm on Charmy's exposed shoulder and gently stroked it. I'm busy enough with just the band. I'm not interested in participating in that kind of fighting and killing, Charmy said, curling her lips. Then, she changed the topic and looked up at Seito's side profile. She said meaningfully, You're not participating? No. Seito shook his head slightly. Why? Charmy asked curiously. I'm not interested. This is a rare opportunity. Are you sure you're not going? Charmy's lips curled up slightly as she asked with a double meaning. What opportunity? Seito, who didn't understand for a moment, asked back in surprise. A chance to have a rendezvous with your little Athena, Charmy said in a low voice with a faint smile. It seems that you want me to spank your ass again, Seito said fiercely as he looked at Charmy in his arms with a fierce face. Humph. Charmy looked back at him without showing any weakness and snorted softly. Humph. It seems that I really need to re-establish my position as a husband. As soon as his voice fell, Seito sat up abruptly. He removed the quilt and exposed the pink satin spaghetti strap nightgown wrapped around her body. Then, he turned her body around so that she was lying on the bed with her back facing him. He lifted the messy skirt to reveal her perky butt and sexy red underwear. Then he slapped her. Slap. The crisp sound immediately echoed in the room. You're guilty, aren't you? Charmy smiled foolishly. Only a guilty person would use this kind of method to gain a psychological advantage and gain the initiative. Ghosts are guilty. Seito curled his lips and casually replied. At the same time, he slapped Charmy's butt again. Slap. A dizzying throbbing appeared on Charmy's perky butt. Actually, if you really want to be with Athena, then fine. Just don't let me see it, Charmy said softly as she moved her body and turned her head to look at Seito's face. What are you talking about? Seito said with a frown as he felt that something was wrong with Charmy's mood. Charmy quietly looked at Seito for a while. Then, she lay down again and laughed softly. Nothing. Seito frowned and looked at Charmy's side profile without saying anything. Did something happen? Seito asked. Charmy's eyes, which were hidden under her bangs, paused for a moment. Then, she returned to her previous charming state and laughed softly. Nothing. I just wanted to tease you and see your reaction. Then, Charmy turned around and lay down on her side. She reached out and grabbed Seito's arm and pulled him onto the bed. Then, she put her head in front of his face and said softly, You did well. This is my reward for you. Then, Charmy kissed Seito. Okay, I'm very tired today. Let's go to sleep. After a moment, Charmy, who separated from Seito, reached out and hugged Seito's body. She buried her head in his chest, closed her eyes, and whispered softly. Seito, who faintly felt it, didn't say anything. He also reached out and hugged Charmy's body. Then, he lowered his head and kissed her head. Good night. Good night. Then, Seito closed his eyes and fell asleep together with Charmy. The days that followed quickly passed by as the entire world paid attention to the King of Fighters tournament. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the preliminaries. This year's King of Fighters tournament was different from the previous two. It didn't rely on invitations to select the participating teams. Instead, it was like a talent show where there was a preliminary selection among the people. Only after passing through various obstacles from various fighting teams in various countries, and finally standing at the top of that country, would they be qualified to enter the semi-finals, which would be held in each country's capital, and the finals, which would be held in Japan. Of course, it didn't mean that the invitations were useless. Instead, they became even more precious. In this year's tournament, any team that received an invitation would be recognized as a seeded team by the tournament organizers. They could directly skip the sea of preliminaries and become one of the teams in the semifinals. For a team like Seito's, if he were to participate, he would be directly arranged to enter the finals and compete with several other teams for the final champion, the King of Fighters. And this process would also be broadcasted to the world with the help of the local media of each country, allowing everyone to watch the many heroic fighters in battle. Storm, you have to perform well. I need you to let the world know the existence of the Orochi clan and place their hopes on the three divine artifacts. Say Ito, who was standing on a roof of a large building and looking down at the street below, muttered softly to himself. Chapter 1602. P.S. Thank you to Metering Million Lion, Book on Mighty Fantasy, and Nickfany for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and One So Handsome for their tips. There was nothing much to say about the process of the preliminaries. After a total of 20 days of fighting, a total of 8 teams that could represent the top combat power of a country emerged from the shadows and obtained the qualification to enter the semifinals. Why was it a qualification? Because if they really wanted to participate in the semifinals, they still had to fight against the semi-seeded teams that had received invitations, which were the teams of fighters in the original work. Only then could the winners officially enter the semi-finals of the global parade. Needless to say, 7 out of the 8 teams were directly eliminated by the King of Fighters, who had cultivated for more than a year and had an average understanding of more than 60% of their absolute strength. As for the remaining team, they were supposed to compete with Hungry Wolf Legend. However, due to the absence of Terry, Andy, and the others, they were knocked out by another team who had gotten an invitation letter from God knows where. Hence, they were unable to participate in the semifinals. After that, in order to appease them, the organizers even took the initiative to take out some money as a reward for winning the championship of each country. Then, 3 days later, the 8 teams gathered in Tokyo, Japan, to participate in the lottery for the semifinals. They were the Japanese team, led by Kyo Kusanagi, who had obtained the qualification to participate in the Japanese team in the original work. The female team that had obtained the qualification to participate in the UK was composed of King, Mai Shiranui, and Kaori Fujita. The Ultimate Style team, led by Yoshi Itazaki, had obtained the qualification to participate in the American team. The Brazilian mercenary team, led by Loana, had obtained the special qualification to participate in the Brazilian team. The Superpower team, led by Jinyuan Jai, had obtained the qualification to participate in the China team. The Korean team, led by Kim Japan, had won the victory in Korea with almost no effort. The 8 Gods team, led by Iori Yagami, had obtained the qualification to participate in the European team with a great advantage. And the I team that had obtained the special qualification to participate through the French officials. Under the gaze of a live audience and the tracking of the cameras set up around them, the 8 teams walked out of the stadium through a special passage and entered the stadium. TSK. I didn't expect the I team to be them. Sei Ito, who was hidden in the crowd, couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw the unfamiliar faces in the team. That team was made up of 2 men and 1 woman. 2 of the men were tall and well-built. They wore camouflage military uniforms like American soldiers, pitch-black trousers, and tight-fitting short-sleeve t-shirts. They both had short blonde hair, deep-set facial features that were more pronounced than Asians, and blue eyes. His face was solemn, and his whole body faintly exuded a temperament similar to that of a regular soldier. On the other hand, the woman in the team was completely different from them. Not only was she tall and slender, but she was also wearing a very unique sky blue Chinese qipao with some strange patterns on the surface. It had a high sideline and a long hem, and it was also very unique. Her long legs wrapped in thick brown silk stockings were faintly revealed. His skin was white and his hair was black. His long black hair was wrapped up by 2 small white cloths on his head like 2 buns. Almost as soon as he saw her outfit, Sei Ito's mind instinctively came up with her name, Chun-Li. By analogy, Ito-sei also recognized the other person in her team. He was also a street bully and had also entered the Interpol. Just like Chun-Li, he was also responsible for tracking down Vega. He was the former American soldier, Guri. However, Sei Ito couldn't find the last person's memory. He should be a fighting master randomly pulled out from the Interpol to make up the numbers. Shouldn't the Interpol be looking for trouble with the drug lord Vega? Why did they come to participate in the King of Fighters tournament? Could it be because of the boss team? Ito-sei, who was thinking about the future, secretly guessed. In fact, that was the truth. As members of the boss team, No matter if it was Guise, Clauser, or Piccolo, they were all well-known bosses in the European underground world. They were heavily monitored by the Interpol, FBI, MI5, and the Lynn Valley Agency. Therefore, whenever they were up to something, they would immediately be alerted. It was enough to send these organizations into a state of chaos, let alone when the three of them gathered together to do something together. Therefore, in order to find out the reason why they gathered together, the Interpol urgently gathered Chun-Li, Guret, and another guy who was a fighting instructor in the organization together. They used the government's authority to send them to the King of Fighters tournament to investigate the truth up close. As for the people from the other organizations, because they were all special agents, it was still okay to send one person. If they were exposed, they could just give up. However, sending 3 people at once was enough to challenge the world. It would be painful to put them in any organization for a while, not to mention that they would be exposed in front of the world. They would become public chess pieces from then on. It was very difficult for them to cultivate talents, so the price was too high. Therefore, they still maintained their organization's basic style of investigating in the dark instead of getting involved in the conspicuous show. However, what made Chun-Li and the other 2 more regretful was that until now, they had not been able to enter the boss team in the venue. Obviously, the invitations they received should be of the same level as Seito's. They were all invitations that qualified them to enter the finals directly. Therefore, they did not come to participate in the semi-finals drawing ceremony. Thank you to the Inferno Band for your passionate performance. The drawing ceremony will now officially begin. After another 3 to 4 minutes, the music in the stadium stopped and a male voice was heard from the broadcast. That's right, it was the Inferno Band. In order to increase their popularity, Seito directly used his connections to send the Inferno Band to the King of Fighters Conference, letting them perform on the stage and sing before the semifinals. Of course, not only the Inferno Band, but before the finals for the championship, Athena, who had been faintly known as Asia's Little Jade Queen, would also perform on the stage to warm up the audience. Let's welcome the Japanese team. As soon as he finished his words, Aridani Akamaru, who had debuted as a model and loved to show off, walked out of the crowd and onto the stage. Amidst the screams of the audience, especially the female fans who had specially come to see him, he waved at the crowd in a very smug manner before reaching into the lottery box. He pulled out a small ball. Number 6, a very sexy woman, who looked like a beauty in a traffic jam, walked to the side of the big whiteboard with a line drawn on it and wrote the team name of the Japanese team under the corresponding black line. Let's welcome the female fighter team, the host shouted again. Then, King, who was dressed in a red women's suit and looked very androgynous, walked out of the team and came to the platform. He simply reached out and pulled out a number from a box. Number 3, a female staff member who exposed her waist, legs, and arms wrote the name of the female fighter team on the whiteboard. Let's welcome the Ultimate Style team. Itazaki Yoshi walked out of the team and stepped on a platform. Speaking of the name of the Ultimate Style team, in fact, it would attract a lot of hatred. After all, in this world, not only did the King of Fighters exist, there were also Street Fighter characters. For example, Grand Ghost, Ken, Dan, and so on were all legit Ultimate Style disciples. Itazaki Yoshi's decision to use the name of the Ultimate Style as the team's name would certainly boost the reputation of the Ultimate Style to the outside world, but would also attract the attention of Ken, Dan, and Grand Ghost because of the Battle of Orthodoxy. It would be a very lively thing to play a challenge. But speaking of Ken and Dan, they were part of the team with Honda and participated in the last King of Fighters competition. Seito remembered that they were directly coded by Kyo Kusanagi during the preliminaries. As for why they did not qualify this time, it was unknown. After all, there were too many reasons. Just like that, one after another. All the teams had chosen their numbers. They were number 1, Korean team. Number 2, Ultimate Style team. Number 3, Female Fighter team. Number 4, Superpower team. Number 5, I team. Number 6, Japanese team. Number 7, Brazilian mercenary team. Number 8, Yagami team. Now let's pick the venue. Just when everyone thought that this was the end of the draw, the host spoke again. The rules are simple. Between the two teams, you will choose the capital of the country represented by one of the team members as the home ground. The method is a coin toss. The host briefly introduced the method of picking the venue. Now, let's invite the captain of Korean team and the captain of the ultimate style team onto the stage. Jin Jiapon and Itazaki Ryo adjusted their belts and walked onto the stage. There are two sides. The one who guesses correctly will be able to choose a venue that he is familiar with as the competition venue. The two of them stood on the platform. When the two of them stood on the stage, the host explained the rules again. Please make your choice. Heads, Jin Jiapon said without hesitation. Then I'll choose tails, Itazaki Ryo said nonchalantly. The host nodded and took out a brass coin with a value of 50 from his pocket. After the two of them confirmed that there was no problem with it, he raised his hand and tossed it. He tossed the coin into the sky. As it flew, the coin quickly reached the highest point and then quickly fell down. The host reached out and caught the coin on the back of his hand. That miraculous speed instantly revealed that he also had decent skills. Then, the host moved his right hand away from the coin. In an instant, a picture with the number 50 appeared in front of Jin Jiapon and Itazaki Ryo. At the same time, it was conveyed to the audience and the audience in front of the TV through the live camera. It's heads. Captain Jin Jiapon, please choose, the host said. I choose Seoul, Jin Jiapon said without hesitation. Once she finished speaking, the female staff member pasted a sign on the blank whiteboard between the names of the Korean team and the ultimate style team. It represented that they had chosen the venue for the competition. Next, let's invite the captain of the female fighting team and the captain of the superpower team onto the stage. After Jin Jiapon and Itazaki Ryo left the stage, the host shouted again. Then, King was too lazy to show his face, so Athena, who had obtained the right to represent the team, went onto the stage. Athena, I love you. Athena, look. Athena. When they saw Athena, there was a loud commotion in the venue. The host ignored the audience's shouts. After briefly explaining the rules again, he raised his hand and tossed the coin. This time, Athena guessed the coin correctly and set the venue at Mount Lu in China. Next were the AI team, represented by Chun-Li, the Japanese team, represented by Hankamaru, the Brazilian mercenary team, represented by Loana, and the 8 gods, represented by the blonde beauty Maijua, who was wearing a black and white secretary uniform. Hankamaru beat Chun-Li and set the venue at Roppongi in Japan. Well, it was Hankamaru who chose it at his own discretion. Loana beat Maijua and set the venue in Brazil. Then, the host briefly explained the rules of the competition and announced the end of the whole drawing ceremony. 3 days later, the Korean team, the ultimate style team, and the I team and the Japanese team would compete. The time was in the morning and afternoon of that day. Let's go, Mai. King patted Mai Shiranui's shoulder, who had been absent-minded these days. He sighed secretly and said softly. Of course, he knew why Mai Shiranui was like this. It was all because she hadn't seen Andy. But there was nothing King could do about it. He couldn't just tell her, Mai, I have bad news for you. A year ago, your Andy died, and the murderer was his old enemy, guys. He couldn't bring himself to say it. Hence, until now, King had been holding back from telling Mai Shiranui the truth as long as he could. Oh, Mai Shiranui looked up and glanced at the members of the teams who were scattered out of the stadium. After confirming that Andy was not there, she responded in a low voice with a sad face and left the stadium with King and Tungtang Kaori, who didn't know what was going on. 10 minutes later, near the stadium, in a hotel specially set up for the martial artists. I'm going out for a while. Iori Yagami, who was wearing red trousers, a white long-sleeve shirt, and a jacket with a white crescent moon on the back, stood up from the chair and walked to the door while speaking to Maijua, who had blonde hair, and Wei Si, who was also wearing a long-sleeve secretary uniform like Maijua, but the color of her shirt had changed from white to red. Remember to come back early, Maijua said. Iori Yagami, who had walked to the door, didn't reply. He opened the door and walked out. Bang! The door was closed again. This guy, Wei Si said with a slight frown and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across her face. However, at this moment, Mai Zhua and Wei Si's expressions changed at the same time. They looked warily at the empty space in the room. Chapter 1603. Seito's figure abruptly appeared in the room, along with an obscure spatial fluctuation. "Good afternoon, beautiful ladies," Seito said, softly with a perfect smile on his face. "It's you." Mai Zhua's eyes narrowed slightly as she said in a low voice. "May I know what business the King of Fighters from the Upper Realm has here?" Then, Mai Zhua's lips curled up slightly as she pretended to be kind and asked in return. Mai Zhua's words were very sophisticated. While she was asking, she also pointed out Seito's identity, so that way C could be mentally prepared. After all, during the last meeting, Wei Si did not see Seito in action with her own eyes, as she had to manage Lucad's family business. She only knew a little about Seito from her description, so she did not know who Seito was. "If I say that I'm here to meet you, would you believe me?" Seito spread out his hands in front of him and asked in return. Mai Zhua's eyes flickered twice, but she did not say anything. Obviously, she did not believe Seito's words. "All right then, I'm here to ask about the whereabouts of the two children from Lucad's family." Seito shrugged and then changed the topic. To be honest, Seito was not interested in the two brats from Lucad's family at all. Although they inherited the huge business that controlled 1/3 of Europe's economy after Lucad's death, it was really not a much help to Seito who wanted to conquer the world. However, since he could not get familiar with them, he did not mind finding a random reason to brush them off. At the same time, he could also earn some world energy from them. After all, the two brats not only supported Soundness human cloning experiments in the original work, but they also participated in the future King of Fighters tournament. They were considered to be important characters. Since when did the King of Fighters become involved in human trafficking? Mai Zhua sneered. "When it comes to human trafficking, compared to the two brats who haven't grown up yet, I still prefer to sell you two. You have the body and the ability. Everything is smooth and shiny. It can definitely be sold at a high price on the black market." Seito chuckled as his eyes wandered over Mai Zhua and Wei Si's bodies, especially their chests, waists, buttocks, and thighs. As soon as they finished speaking, two waves of killing intent erupted from Mai Zhua and Wei Si. Then, Mai Zhua rushed to the front of Ito Sei. He waved his arm, and a dark blue crescent-shaped energy blade appeared in his hand. He slashed at Seito's abdomen. Seito retreated and dodged the light blade. However, at this moment, Wei Si suddenly jumped in front of Seito with a powerful dark aura. She grabbed Seito's waist with both hands as if she was lifting a rock to smash something. He raised it high and smashed it down. Wei Si's ultimate skill, ring attack. However, just as Seito was about to hit the ground, a burst of energy erupted from his body and interrupted Wei Si's attack. Then, he flashed and appeared behind Mai Zhua. He reached out his hands and hugged her. Of course, the hug was just an illusion. The real effect was the psychokinesis that instantly enveloped her body, binding her tightly. Seito's hands were holding her throat and protruding chest. "Don't move. Even if you're a hero of 8, the death of your body can still send you into the cycle of reincarnation." Seito stuck out his tongue and licked Mai Zhua's exposed neck with a strange smile. Mai Zhua and Wei Si's hearts skipped a beat when they heard the title Hero of 8. Their bodies emitted a biting, cold, murderous intent. "Who are you?" Mai Zhua ignored Seito's wretched actions and asked coldly. "Let's not talk about this. Let's leave this place first. What do you think?" Seito chuckled and asked back. This was a room specially used for the participants of the tournament. Even though the organizers had purposely separated each team from each other by a certain distance, it wasn't that far. Even some of the sounds of intense movements could be heard by the pugilists with their sharp senses, not to mention the powerful aura explosion that was obviously about to unleash a killing move just now. It was as obvious as a signal flare in the night sky. It would definitely attract the attention of others. And with the righteous grandmasters of combat's temperament, they would definitely rush over to take a look. This would easily expose their situation. It would cause unnecessary trouble for the plan. As one of the awakened members of the Hero of 8, Wei Si and Mai Jue, who had thousands of years of combat experience, looked at each other and instantly understood their current situation. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Seeing the change in their expressions, Sei Ito knew that they had understood what was going on. He chuckled and mocked them, mimicking magician Lu's words. Then, with a thought, he activated teleportation and disappeared from the room with Wei Si and Mai Jue. The moment they left, the superpower team led by Jianyin Zhai, King, who had come alone, the entire Ultimate-style team, and Chun-Li, who had also come alone, appeared outside the room. The next moment, on the rooftop of a tall building far away from the hotel, Sei Ito, Mai Jue, and Wei Si appeared. Nice touch. Let's talk more when we have time. Ito Sei rubbed Mai Jue's chest with great force and teased him in a frivolous tone. Then, he gently pushed Mai Jue towards Wei Si. Mai Jue, who staggered a few steps forward, steadied himself, turned around, and stared at Sei Ito's face with an uncontrollable murderous aura. "Who are you?" Mai Jue asked coldly. "Didn't Gaunitz tell you?" Sei Ito asked softly. Wei Si and Mai Jue looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. "Looks like he didn't tell you." He's pretty good at keeping secrets. Seeing the actions and expressions of the two women, Ito Sei knew that Gaunitz didn't mention him at all, so he said with some ridicule, "Forget it. Let's get down to business." Sei Ito's expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice. Wei Si and Mai Jue didn't say anything. They continued to stare at him with cold eyes. "I can help you get rid of the fate of the 8 heroes and jump out of this endless cycle," Sei Ito, who didn't care about their attitude, said calmly. As soon as he said that, Wei Si and Mai Jue's aura became unstable. It raged like waves, stirring up the air around them and stirring up a chaotic whirlwind. It was obvious that they were very excited at this moment. However, thinking about it, it made sense. After being in the endless cycle of reincarnation, battles, and killing for as long as 1,800 years, they were already mentally exhausted. They wanted to escape from this fate. But unfortunately, this was impossible. As the 8 heroes whose souls were given by God, unless God gave them permission, they would never be able to escape from this fate. They could only continue to complete their mission mechanically, hoping that God will be happy one day and let them sleep peacefully. But now, someone who knew about the existence of the 8 heroes and might even know the leader of the 4 heavenly kings, Gaunitz, suddenly said that he could help them escape from this fate. Although they knew that it might be fake, how could they not be excited after praying in their hearts? However, Wei Si and Mai Jue quickly calmed their emotions with their strong willpower. "What are you daydreaming about? How can a mere human like you understand the power of our master?" Wei Si sneered disdainfully. "You don't have to care about that. I only want to ask if you are willing to accept my help and jump out of this cycle." Sei Ito shook his head slightly and ignored Wei Si's mockery. "What do you want from us?" Mai Jue asked coldly. "Of course, it's the two of you." Sei Ito's expression changed. The hateful smile that made Mai Jue and Wei Si want to tear it apart reappeared on his face. His gaze wandered over them wantonly. "Ha ha ha ha!" Wei Si covered her forehead with her hand and laughed hysterically as if she had heard a funny joke. Mai Jue didn't say anything, but she also sneered. Sei Ito didn't get angry when he saw all this. He just looked at them with a smile and waited for Wei Si to continue. Sure enough, after a moment, Wei Si's expression suddenly changed. She stuck out her tongue with a wild look on her face and licked her index fingers seductively. She looked at Sei Ito with disdain and said coquettishly, "All right, as long as you can break Mai Jue and I out of this cycle, we sisters will give ourselves to you." "That's right." Mai Jue crossed her arms and used her arms to accentuate the fullness of her chest. She sneered and agreed. "Then it's settled." Sei Ito chuckled. Wei Si and Mai Jue sneered at him and didn't say anything. "I'm looking forward to the moment when you two take off all your clothes and appear in front of me together. And I believe that it won't take long. So I'll see you in the future, two beauties." Ito Sei smiled softly and said in a loud voice. After that, his figure flashed and disappeared, leaving only Wei Si and Mai Jue behind. "Idiot," Wei Si said with disdain. Ignore this guy. Let's go back first. Don't lose our baby. Maijua reached out and hugged Wei Si's slender waist and chuckled. Yeah, there's still a big baby waiting for us to take care of. Wei Si laughed strangely. Then, the two of them went downstairs and hailed 2 taxis on the street downstairs. They took a taxi back to their hotel. When it was dusk, Iori Yagami returned to the hotel and met up with Maijua and Wei Si. After a few simple and stiff words, they returned to their rooms and rested. Chapter 1604. The next day, the Korean team led by Kim Jiapan and the Ultimate Style team led by Itazuki Yoshi flew to Hancheon, South Korea. After resting for a night in the Four Seasons Hotel in Seoul, the first semi-finals of the King of Fighters competition began on the morning of the 3rd day. Seito was naturally not interested in these two teams. However, after learning that the Korean team lost, he went to Roppongi to see the real Chun Li's heroic fighting style. After all, no matter what, Chun-Li was a character who left a deep impression on Seito's childhood. After some trouble, Seito arrived at Roppongi. Although it was not the peak hour of the night, Roppongi was already filled with a large number of female students and young women holding large posters of Nihotang's Hongru. They did not care about the strange gazes of the people around them and gathered near the street that was chosen for the competition. It must be known that Roppongi was the most famous red light district in Japan. It was filled with a large number of nightclubs and traditional shops. Therefore, other than princesses and waitresses, there were very few ordinary women who came here, let alone in groups like this. They were almost blocking the traffic. Of course, it was not only because of the fans of Nihotang's Hamaru that they could do this. It was also because of the appreciation of Daimon Goro, the judo champion, and the contributions of the young men and women who admired Kyokusanagi. Other than that, it was purely for the people who came here to watch the show and the semi-professionals and enthusiasts who really appreciated the fighting competition. Seeing the situation, Seito could only take advantage of the situation. He squeezed into the crowd like a fish. While taking advantage of the women around him, he swam forward until he finally stood in front of the boundary around the ring. Then, he waited for more than 10 minutes. The Japanese team, represented by Kyo Kusanagi, Daimon Goro, and Nihotang's Hongru, as well as the I team represented by Chun-Li, Gulai, and the walk-on man, entered the scene through a specially reserved passage. They stood on the left and right sides of the empty street. The host went forward and began to talk a lot. It was nothing more than paying attention and not taking the initiative to kill. Those who violated the rules would be disqualified from the competition. There were also some other rules and precautions for the competition. Let's invite the contestants from both sides onto the stage, the host said after explaining the rules. As soon as he finished speaking, the Japanese team sent out their second-order Halls Akamaru. Red ball, red ball, red ball. Hongmaru, I love you. I want to give birth to your child. Red pill. Let's go get a room. Red ball. Following that, second-order Halls Akamaru went on stage. The women at the side immediately screamed fiercely. As a response, Hanamaru turned his back to the audience and stroked his long blonde hair with his electrified hands. He lifted them up high like a broom. The female fans who were stimulated by this action once again let out intense screams. At the same time, Team I sent out their contestant, a walk-on man that Seito had never seen before. However, compared to the appearance of second-order Hall's Red Maru, who was like a celebrity, the side character was much more miserable. Not only did he not receive any screams, but he also did not receive much attention, which made his expression somewhat ugly. Kid, just you wait. See how I'll teach you a lesson later, the side character said fiercely in his heart. Seeing that the side character was on the stage, second-order Hall's Red Maru also stopped showing off and looked at the side character with interest. Then, he said, "Hey, you're not my opponent. Hurry up and admit defeat before you lose too badly later." Kid, that's what I wanted to say too. Later, I'll definitely beat you until you're looking for your teeth all over the floor. Let's see who's the one who will lose in the end. The side character said fiercely with blue veins popping out on his forehead. Seeing the side character's performance, Second Order Hall's Red Maru's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a faint smile. Kyle seems to have fallen into a trap. Chun-Li, who was standing at the edge of the stage, said softly in a blue Cheongsam with a high slit. This kid is very cunning. He knows how to use the surrounding environment and words to provoke Kyle. I just don't know how good his fists are. Next to Chun-Li, Gulai, who was wearing military camouflage pants, a military green vest, and a metal nameplate around his neck, agreed. From this conversation, it wasn't hard to see that Second Order Hall's Red Maru's performance from the beginning was designed to provoke the side character and make him lose his cool. Match begin. The host turned his head to look at the two of them and announced loudly. As soon as the host finished speaking, the side character whose mental state was disturbed glared and roared like a tiger. He quickly rushed towards Second Order Hall's Red Maru. Absolute strength 30%, lightning fist. Accompanied by this low shout, a strong aura instantly erupted from Second Order Hall's Red Maru's body. Then, along with his right fist, a huge blue and white lightning bolt was formed and blasted toward the side character. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the side character Kyle suddenly stopped and took a step back while brushing against the edge of the lightning bolt that erupted from the lightning fist, dodging it calmly. Sure enough, a guy who could become an Interpol fighting instructor wasn't someone who could be easily tricked. Then, after the light of the lightning light fist faded, Kyle quickly ran in front of Kisurjimaru and used the military's grappling jutsu to grab Kisurjimaru's right wrist. He lifted his leg and kicked Kisurjimaru's abdomen, who was still in a state of paralysis. Bang! Second Order Hall's Red Maru's body immediately bent down, but then he was lifted up by Kyle's raised knee. Then, Kyle used grappling jutsu to press him to the ground. Bang! Second Order Hall's Red Maru's face heavily hit the ground. It was a solid slap to his face. Then, Kyle swung his fist and hit Second Order Hall's Red Maru's face. He wanted to knock him out just like that and end the match. However, the moment his fist was about to land, a stronger force than before erupted from Second Order Hall's Red Maru's body and pushed Kyle to the side. Then, Second Order Hall's Red Maru's hands supported himself on the ground, and his whole body rotated at high speed. Under this reactionary three-step attack, Kyle fell to the ground with his head raised. Then, Second Order Hall's Red Maru jumped up and landed on the ground. He reached out and touched his cheek that was in close contact with the ground. His face was ugly. At the same time, Kyle got up from the ground. Seeing this, Second Order Hall's Red Maru's eyes flashed. He directly jumped up, put his feet together, and his body was like a rotating drill that shot toward Kyle. Kyle jumped to the side and quickly dodged. Second Order Hall's Red Maru, who fell to the ground, didn't stop moving. He immediately used Super Lightning Jump. Kyle, who was completely unprepared, was immediately hit by the lightning that fell from midair. His body stiffened from the electric shock. Although this stiffening period was very short, it was enough for Second Order Hall's Red Maru to seize the opportunity to win. He stepped in front of Kyle and hugged Kyle's body tightly. His whole body's aura exploded. He looked up at the sky and used another sure kill skill, Great Electricity Generator. In an instant, several electric arcs exploded from Second Order Hall's Red Maru's body. Through his body's conductivity, it flowed to Kyle's body, making him twitch violently like an electrocuted criminal. 3 seconds later, the sure kill skill ended. Second Order Hall's Red Maru let go of Kyle. Plop! Kyle, who was hit by 50% of the Great Electricity Generator's Red Maru's Red Maru, lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Oh, the winner is Second Order Hall's Red Maru from the Japanese team. The host announced with an excited voice. Red Maru, Red Maru, Red Maru. Intense shouts once again reverberated through the arena. Under such shouts, the unconscious Kyle was carried out of the arena by the medical staff of the tournament's organizers on a stretcher. Next, there was a 5-minute break. Although it wasn't a long time, it was enough for a Grandmaster of Combat to recover some energy and even have the stamina to use a sure kill skill. Time's up. The second round begins. When the last second of time passed, the host's voice immediately sounded in the arena and announced, Second Order Hall's Red Maru, who enjoyed the adoration, protection, and service of beautiful women for 5 minutes, walked out of the crowd and came to the center of the arena. At the same time, Chun-Li also appeared in the arena. It's actually a beauty. Second Order Hall's Red Maru's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Chun-Li opposite him. He said frivolously, Beauty, after this match, can I treat you to a drink? Not interested, Chun-Li said coldly. Then, she took the lead in China boxing. Hey, don't be so cold. Second Order Hall's Red Maru said, with a pitiful expression that he thought could attract the motherly radiance of women. Referee, you can give the order. Chun-Li frowned. A hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. She turned her head and said to the referee beside her, Second Order Hall's contestant, please get ready. The referee, who was also annoyed by Second Order Hall's Red Maru's performance, reminded in a stiff tone, TSK, Second Order Hall's Red Maru lightly sked. He still followed the instructions and took the small defensive stance. Match begin. The host looked at the two and announced loudly. As soon as the voice fell, Chun-Li immediately put her hands together and retracted them back to her waist. In the next second, she quickly pushed forward. A pale white energy ball immediately flew out from her hand and quickly flew towards Second Order Hall's Red Maru. Second Order Hall's Red Maru's eyes moved slightly. He waved his hand and threw out a small lightning fist. Crackle! The lightning and the energy ball collided and both of them disappeared. At this moment, Chun-Li quickly rushed in front of Second Order Hall's Red Maru and kicked him. Bang! Second Order Hall's Red Maru raised his arm to block. But immediately after, Chun-Li's body spun and changed to another kick. It transformed into a dense white energy kick and kicked Second Order Hall's Red Maru's body. Chapter 16:05. Pong, 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 pong. A series of muffled sounds immediately rang out from Nitsudo Hanamaru's body. The attack speed of Chun-Li's 100 splits kick was very fast, far exceeding the defensive reaction of Nitsudo Hanamaru. So, without any accident, Nitsudo Hanamaru, who was only able to resist the first two kicks, was kicked solidly by Chun-Li's follow-up attack. And humph! With a muffled groan, Nitsudo Hanamaru, who was in great pain, subconsciously retreated 2 steps. However, at this moment, Chun-Li, who had just finished her 100 splits kick, turned her body, and with her back facing Nitsudo Hanamaru, she launched a soaring kick. Pong! Nitsudo Hanamaru, who was completely unable to react, was immediately kicked in the chin, and his body uncontrollably flew into the air. Immediately afterward, Chun-Li retracted her leg, turned around, and raised her other leg, bringing out a cold aura, and chopped down like a blade. Pong! Nitsudo Hanamaru, who had just been raised, was immediately hit back to the ground and bounced twice under the huge counterforce. Chun-Li, who had completed her attack, turned around, stood up from the ground, and slowly retreated 2 steps. Probably because they didn't expect this female player's attack to be so sharp, the surrounding fans of Nitsudo Hanamaru were all dumbfounded, blankly looking at Nitsudo Hanamaru, who was lying on the ground, struggling to get up, and couldn't make sound. Good. On the contrary, the other non-fans of Nitsudo Hanamaru issued a loud cheer. Bastard! With his hand covering his chest, Nitsudo Hanamaru stood up with a somewhat painful expression, and with a gloomy expression, he cursed in a low voice. No one knew who he was cursing. Was it Chun-Li, who made him so embarrassed? Or himself, who was performing so unbearably? Opposite Nitsudo Hanamaru, Chun-Li frowned, clasped her hands, and once again shot a Qigong punch towards Nitsudo Hanamaru. The pale white Qigong wave quickly flew towards Nitsudo Hanamaru. Seeing this, Nitsudo Hanamaru's complexion congealed, and he endured the great pain in his ribs, which should be caused by the bone fracture, and immediately jumped. He jumped sideways to dodge. But at this moment, Chun-Li's figure once again appeared in front of him, and she threw out a high kick. Nitaito Akamaru raised his hand and blocked Chun-Li's kick. However, The huge impact from above still made Nitaito Akamaru, whose ribs were injured, show a painful expression. Then, Hanamaru's right leg half bent to Hanamaru, fiercely. Vacuum film horse. Hanamaru. Chun-Li, who was hit by the attack, involuntarily retreated. Hanamaru. Reactionary three-stage kick. Pa! When the electric light hit Chun-Li's body, it produced an electric current, causing Chun-Li's body to suddenly tighten and stiffen. Absolute power, 55%. 2. Hanamaru, who turned over and stood up again, shouted and punched forward. In an instant, only a fierce crackling sound was heard, and a large group of Hanamaru's fist suddenly bloomed from Hanamaru's fist, spread, and bombarded Hanamaru, who was in front of the fist and was still stiff due to the previous lightning attack. In the electric shock, Hanamaru couldn't help but scream in pain. 3 seconds later, the light of Hanamaru disappeared, and Hanamaru, who was emitting a wisp of smoke, reappeared. However, at this moment, Chun-Li suddenly let out a low roar and fiercely stretched out her hands in front of her body. The aura of her entire body burst forth as she released a 1-meter-wide whirlpool of energy towards erudite Oromaru, who was in a state of paralysis due to using his sure-kill skill. The huge energy wave was like a meteor protected by several ring-shaped belts. Killing move, Qigong Palm. Also 3 seconds later, the huge ball of light formed by Qigong Palm disappeared. Hanamaru's body softly fell to the ground, one hand covering his chest and abdomen, and his face was full of pain. Obviously, taking this blow head-on was very bad for him. Coupled with the previous injury, he immediately lost the ability to fight again. Moreover, judging from the situation of the injury, it was very likely that it would affect the following performance and drag down the whole team. 10, 9, 8. At this time, the host began to count down. Hanamaru, who was slightly panting, took 2 steps back, silently recovering her physical strength and Qigong. 3, 2, 1, 0. KO. The winner is I-Team's Hanamaru. After the countdown ended, the host announced in a loud voice like a DJ in a nightclub bar. Hearing the result, Hanamaru cupped her fist like an audience, left the field, and returned to Gu Lai's place, sat down cross-legged, and used breathing technique to speed up her recovery. In this case, the 5 minutes of rest time passed in a flash, and it was time for the start of the game again. Time's up. The third game begins. The host's voice sounded in a timely manner. Hearing the announcement, Hanamaru pressed her hands in front of her, slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid chi, opened her eyes, stood up from the ground, and stepped back into the field. On the other hand, a square-faced man wearing only a pair of white judo pants, a pair of wooden clogs on his feet, and a white cloth band on his forehead, walked into the arena. His eyes were small and looked like they were squinting. Needless to say, this person was Daimon Goro. Daimon Goro and Hanamaru were not people who liked to talk nonsense. So after the two of them greeted each other in their own way, they got ready for the start of the battle. Game start. Seeing that the two of them were ready, the host announced loudly. Daimon Goro did not move, but his whole body exuded a mountain-like aura, pressing down on Hanamaru. Hanamaru frowned slightly and carefully moved her feet, approaching Daimon Goro. In this stalemate, the distance between the two was shortened. At this time, Hanamaru stretched out one hand and sent out an energy wave towards Daimon Goro. Daimon Goro's feet did not move, but the muscles of his whole body suddenly tightened in a visible state. At the same time, his upper body was in a judo's quick recover stance, and he slightly rotated his chi, forcibly blocking Hanamaru's energy wave. Upon seeing this, Hanamaru narrowed her eyes, and a dignified expression appeared on her face. However, despite this, Hanamaru still did not hesitate to attack. She stepped forward and lowered her body. With one hand supporting her body, she kicked Daimon Goro's calf with both feet. Daimon Goro raised his leg to dodge Hanamaru's attack, and then quickly took a step forward and came to Hanamaru's side. He pressed his palm on Hanamaru's body. He vigorously pressed her to the ground, and then quickly grabbed and lifted her up. Like throwing a bag, he turned around and threw her to the concrete ground. She was hit. Bang! Hanamaru's body heavily hit the ground. After the great pain, Hanamaru quickly got up from the ground. However, at this moment, Daimon Goro's body lowered, and his palms fiercely slammed on the ground under the support of strong force. The ground shook. Bang! Hanamaru, who did not notice at all, immediately fell down again in the vibration. Daimon Goro got up. He quickly rushed to Hanamaru's side and reached out to grab Hanamaru's body again. Hanamaru, who came back to her senses, was shocked and quickly rolled away. Then she got up and squatted and punched Daimon Goro's head. Daimon Goro rolled and used the super quick recover technique to roll behind Hanamaru and got up. He grabbed her shoulders, twisted her body like cutting beads, and smashed her to the ground. Then, while she was still in a daze from the shock, he threw her into the sky. Heaven and earth return. In midair, Hanamaru's body spun and fell back to the ground. Bang! Under the huge recoil, Hanamaru's body uncontrollably bounced up twice. Daimon Goro stepped forward and slowly walked toward Hanamaru. That leisurely and calm look, as if the victory of this game was already in his bag. In the process of Daimon Goro approaching, Hanamaru turned over and half knelt on the ground. She shook her head slightly to recover from the dizziness of the shock. Then she stood up, waved her hands in front of her, and sent out an energy wave toward Daimon Goro. Daimon Goro rolled and avoided the attack with a super quick recover technique and approached Hanamaru one step closer. Hanamaru did not dare to hesitate and exploded her energy without hesitation. She used her ultimate skill, Energy Palm. In an instant, a huge oval energy ball appeared on Hanamaru's body and bombarded Daimon Goro, who had just got up. Boom! But at this moment, Daimon Goro's body shook. A golden light flashed from his body, forcibly scattering the Qigong ball sent out by Chun Li's Qigong palm. Then, taking advantage of the moment when Chun Li stiffened, he rushed to her side and hugged her waist. Twisting her body, he fiercely hugged her and smashed her to the ground. Lido! Bang! Daimon Goro, who had a strong body, was the first to stand up from the ground, but he did not leave Hanamaru's side. Instead, he once again erupted with absolute power, grabbed Hanamaru's body, who was still lying on the ground, and smashed her to the ground again. Bang! Ultimate skill, uprooting. However, Daimon Goro's attack still did not stop here. The absolute power on his body once again erupted, and he immediately used his ultimate skill to grab Hanamaru's body and threw her to the ground on the other side. Bang! Under these three consecutive powerful attacks, Hanamaru's body could be said to be very injured. Her whole body was in great pain, as if as long as she moved, her bones would be shattered. Her face was full of pain. Daimon Goro straightened up and slowly walked to the front of Hanamaru, who was struggling to move. He squatted down and waved his hand to chop her neck, knocking her out. Referee, you can announce it. Daimon Goro, who straightened up again, turned his head to look at the referee on the sidelines and said, "Oh, the winner is Daimon Goro from the Japanese team." The host, who got the signal from the referee, announced loudly, good job, Daimon Goro. Daimon Goro. The Japanese audience on the sidelines let out enthusiastic cheers. As expected, one of the strongest people in the entire King of Fighters world who has maintained his strength under the artifact protagonist all year round. Whether it is skill or defense, they're all so close to the current limit. On the sidelines, Sei Ito narrowed his eyes as he looked at Daimon Goro, who raised his arms and enjoyed the cheers of the audience. Then, he quickly squeezed out of the crowd and left the competition venue. After all, he had seen what he wanted to see. There was no point in staying here. He might as well go home and hug Charmy's soft-bodied sleep. About 10 minutes after he left, the competition at Roppongi ended. As expected, Kyo Kusanagi, who had the protagonist's aura, won and eliminated Team I completely. Then, on the second day, another two competitions were held. Among them, the competition in the morning was between the female fighter team and the superpower team. During this period, the female fighter team's Mei Shiranui was a little out of shape and did not burst out with her full strength. On the superpower team's side, Athena suddenly appeared and displayed strength that was beyond her standard. However, under the burden of Shikuni and Jin Yuanzhen, who did not care much about winning and losing and only wanted to accompany his disciple to train and investigate the recent evil aura that he had sensed recently, the female fighter team, led by King, still won the final round and obtained the qualification to enter the next round. In the afternoon's competition between the Brazilian mercenary team and the Eight Gods, Maijua, who had nowhere to vent his anger because of his relationship with Sei Ito, broke out with a strong burst of strength and eliminated the Brazilian mercenary team in a 1v3 manner, winning the competition. In this way, the four teams that could enter the next round were all selected. They were the Ultimate Style team composed of Ryo Itazuki, Yuri Itazaki, and Robert, the female fighter team composed of King, Mei Shiranui, and Kaori Fujita, the Japanese team composed of Kyo Kusanagi, Goro Daimon, and Hanamaru, and the Eight Gods team composed of Maijua, Weiss, and Iori Yagami. 3 days later, they would compete for the qualification to the finals in the Japanese stadium where the lot-drawing ceremony was held. 3 days was not a long time. Amidst the enthusiasm and anticipation of the public, the day of the competition soon arrived. In the same large stadium that could accommodate more than 10,000 people, the audience who had bought tickets arrived early and waited for the competition to begin. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the semi-finals of this year's King of Fighters competition. Amidst the audience's waiting, the host's voice slowly sounded. Okay, let's not waste any more time. Let's welcome our opening guest singer, Miss Athena Asamiya. After a long speech, the host finally got to the point. Upon hearing Athena's name, the young audience immediately cheered like a pack of wolves. Hello, everyone. I'm Athena. Amidst the audience's cheers, Athena, who was wearing a red short skirt like a student's uniform, stepped onto the stage with a pure smile on her face and waved to the audience. Chapter 1606. They still haven't arrived? While Athena was singing in the gymnasium, Chizuru Kagura was sitting in a room in the gymnasium. She was wearing tight black trousers and a beige shirt. Her long black hair was tied up with a white headband. Her hair was flowing down her back like a waterfall. She was Chizuru Kagura, and she said softly, "Yes, Chizuru-sama." Across from Chizuru Kagura, a short-haired young man in a black business suit answered respectfully. "What about the other special team?" Chizuru Kagura frowned slightly and asked again. "They're here, and they're resting in the exclusive lounge." "But," the man in black said with a strange expression. "But what?" Chizuru Kagura asked faintly. "But the atmosphere between the three of them is bad, and it looks like they're going to fight at any time." The man in black reported what he saw. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Come in," Chizuru Kagura said faintly. Creak. The door was opened. A young man in a black business suit walked in. He bowed and reported, "Chizuru-sama, Athena-san's performance is over. Can we start now?" "Then let's start." Chizuru Kagura frowned and ordered. "Yes." The man nodded and left the room. "Take me to the special team." Then Chizuru Kagura stood up from the chair and said to the other man who was still in the room, "Yes." The man turned around and walked out of the room quickly, leading Chizuru Kagura, who was following behind him. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium, Itazaki Ryo's Ultimate Style, King's female combat team, Kyo Kusunagi's Japanese team, and Iori Yagami's Eight Gods team walked into the gymnasium one after another. Among them, Itazaki Ryo and Itazaki Yuri greeted King with familiarity. Iori Yagami stared at Kyo Kusanagi, who was wearing black trousers, a white hooded shirt, and a black short-sleeved jacket with a picture of a burning sun on it like a solar eclipse, with his cold eyes that could kill people. The two of them emitted a strong hostility that could be felt by bystanders. In addition, in a special passage in the stadium, as well as the edge of the stands closest to the center of the venue. The eliminated team, I and Athena's superpower team, appeared there. As for the other two teams that were eliminated, they stayed in their own countries and gathered in front of the TV to watch the live broadcast by the media of various countries. There are 4 teams that have qualified for the semifinals. They are the Ultimate Style team, formed by the Ultimate Style of Karate, Yoshi Itazaki, his sister, Yuri Itazaki, and the Playboy, Robert, by the world's only female Muay Thai champion, King. The female combat team, formed by Shinobi Ryu, the successor of Mai Shiranui, the sexy Miss Mai Shiranui, and the successor of Tung Tong Ryu's ancient martial arts, Tung Tong Kori. According to the recent rumors on the internet, it's said that the successor of the legendary Kusanagi sword, the young man from the Kusanagi clan, the champion of the competition 2 years ago, Demon Goro, the champion of Japan's judo, and the runner-up of the special combat competition. The Japanese team, formed by the famous model and the successor of the Midokado financial group, Midokado Akamaru. Hearing this, Kyo Kusanagi's cool expression immediately froze, and he frowned. Similarly, in a lounge in the gymnasium, Chizuru Kagura, who was talking to the 3 members of Boss Team, also stopped talking, and her expression turned ugly. But then again, she was the organizer. Moreover, she was the representative with the decision-making power in the organizer. Now that such a serious disclosure was made about her, no one would feel good about it. After all, rumors on the internet were rumors, and the live broadcast was the live broadcast. They were 2 completely different things. Also, the successor of the legendary Yasukani no Magatama, Iori Yagami from the Yagami clan, and the recently obtained uncertain information. It's the Yagami team, formed by Mai Jua and Weiss, 2 of the 8 members of the legendary Orochi clan. But before Chizuru Kagura could ask someone to replace the host, even more shocking information was revealed. What? Chizuru Kagura's expression changed when she heard that the Yagami team had appeared, and she stood up from her seat with a murderous aura. Seeing Chizuru Kagura's reaction, Clauser frowned. Piccolo and Geese frowned at the same time, and looked at Chizuru Kagura unhappily. Sorry, there's a change in the plan. I think we should go out. Chizuru Kagura, who noticed the change in the 3's expression, took a deep breath and suppressed her desire to go and cause trouble for the Yagami team, and said seriously to Clauser and the other 2. Clauser and the other 2 looked at each other and smiled at the same time. They sat down calmly and ignored Chizuru Kagura's words. Obviously, these 3 black-hearted guys want to take advantage of them. At this time, Mai Jua and Weiss frowned and looked at the other people in the field with an unfriendly expression. Because the moment their identities as members of the Yagami team were exposed, Kyo Kusanagi immediately looked at them with vigilance. At the same time, as his teammates, Daimon Goro and Hanaru, also faintly prepared to attack and suppress the 2 with their auras. And under the influence of the 3, even Itazaki Yoshi, Robert, King, Mai Shiranui, and Kaori Tungtong also showed vigilant expressions and isolated the 2. Affected by them, the audience in the field was in an uproar. Of course, under the live broadcast, the audience all over the world was also stirred up by the changes here. Is the post on the internet true? An audience member who had seen the post said loudly. What post? An audience member who hadn't seen the post quickly asked. The other audience members also pricked up their ears to listen. In the past few months, there's been a lot of discussion about a post. It said that the 3 legendary artifacts of our country actually have other real bodies, and they are respectively used by the Kusanagi family, the Yagami family, and the Kagura family. Their purpose is to fight against the Orochi clan that wanted to destroy our human race since 1,800 years ago. The audience member explained with a heavy expression. Yes. After he finished speaking, the nearby audience members immediately let out a soft gasp. Then the Yagami team is... Another audience member asked. According to the post, they're the emissaries of the resurrection of Orochi, the Vanguard. The audience member explained. Similar situations were happening all over the stadium. It didn't take long for all the audience in the stadium to understand everything through word of mouth. Naturally, as a media person, all of this was transmitted to all the audience through the convenient internet, through TV, radio, and computer. Sensei. At this moment, Athena, who was standing in the special passage, turned her head to look at Jinyuan Zaizai, who was staring at Wei Si and Mai Zhua, and greeted him. Athena, do you sense an evil aura from them? Jinyuan Zaizai asked mildly. A little, but it's not obvious. Athena closed her eyes and sensed carefully. Then, she opened her eyes again and shook her head slightly. If that's the case, let's wait a little longer. I believe the truth will be revealed soon. Jinyuan Zaizai nodded slightly and said softly. The scene once again switched back to the venue. Iori Yagami, who are the two women beside you? Although he wasn't interested in the mission of his family, he couldn't let his enemies go since they had come to him. Moreover, they were with Iori Yagami, who is also a descendant of a legendary artifact, which made him even more suspicious of them. Therefore, he questioned in a deep voice. You don't need to know. Iori Yagami didn't even look at the vigilant Wei Si and Mai Zhua behind him as if their identities had nothing to do with him. Instead, he looked at Kyo Kusanagi coldly and answered in a cold voice. Iori, you should know the situation now. It's not the time for us to quarrel, Kyo Kusanagi said with a frown. Hearing his words, Itazaki Yoshi and the others immediately understood the truth of the matter. They regarded Hiro Yagami, who planned to revive Orochi and destroy all humans, as a great enemy. At the same time, somehow, Kyo Kusanagi's voice was picked up by a loudspeaker, and it was transmitted to the stadium, the TV, and the radio through electronic signals. All the humans who were paying attention to this place heard it clearly. Whether it's Hiro Yagami or Orochi, they have nothing to do with me. I only have one goal, and that is to kill you, Iori Yagami said coldly without being moved. Of course, his words were also picked up by a strange loudspeaker and transmitted to the whole world through electronic signals. Iori Yagami, Kyo Kusanagi said furiously. Humph. It seems like we can't fight this competition. Since that's the case, let's fight here. Iori Yagami glanced around the stadium coldly, and then looked at Kyo Kusanagi again. Then, Iori Yagami lowered his body and dashed toward Kyo Kusanagi with ghostly steps. Kyo Kusanagi spun his body, and a stream of reddish-yellow flames jumped up, ghostly burn. Iori Yagami raised his arm and blocked Kyo Kusanagi's ghostly burn. Then, he raised his leg and kicked toward Kyo Kusanagi. Stop! Seeing this, Daimon Goro immediately stepped forward and stopped him. Unrelated people don't interfere. Almost at the same time, Wei Si and Mai Zhua unleashed their dark power and dashed into the crowd, blocking Daimon Goro and Hanamaru, who were about to attack. Chapter 1607. The melee uncontrollably broke out between Itazaki Yoshi, Itazaki Yuri, Robert King, Mai Shiranui, Kori Fujito, Daimon Goro, Naito Onamaru, Kyokusaku, Iori Yagami, and Weiss and Mai Zhua. The sound of fierce fighting, the eruption of powerful strength, and the sound and light effects produced by various sure-kill skills and special skills appeared in the entire stadium. Strong aftershocks of the battle spread out in all directions. Run. Help! After the initial shock, the audience, who had recovered from their shock, immediately put away their original intention of watching the show and screamed with urgency mixed with panic as they rushed out of the stadium in disorder. Chaos instantly spread throughout the stadium. In this situation, trampling accidents, bruises, and other injuries could be seen everywhere. Everyone, please calm down and move out in an orderly manner. Seeing this situation, the kind-hearted Athena immediately rushed out of a special passage and used teleportation to transmit to a high platform that was not affected by the battle. She picked up a microphone that was still working and persuaded loudly. However, the audience, who was filled with panic at this time, would not listen to her nonsense. They were still scrambling to get in front, using the ugliest posture to squeeze their way out. Sing, Use your voice to appease them. Just when Athena did not know what to do, Seito's familiar voice sounded in her mind, softly comforting her. Sing? Is this useful? In the past, she had seen Seito use this situation, so Athena, who was a little used to this situation, did not feel anything, but asked hesitantly. Of course, the ordinary singing method won't work. You have to use your mental power. Calm down. Use your voice to guide your mental power and convey your calm thoughts. Only in this way can they be appeased, Seito explained. I understand. Athena, who understood the method, said firmly. Then, Athena took a deep breath to calm herself down completely, closed her eyes, and softly sang her favorite song. In an instant, there was a soft and slow singing. It rang throughout the stadium, and then, along with the cameras and sound equipment that were still working, it turned into a signal and transmitted it to the audience around the world who were watching all of this. At first, the effect of the song wasn't obvious. The audience, who were controlled by their fear, rushed out anxiously. But as time passed, the effect of Athena's singing, which had already penetrated the hearts of every audience member, finally appeared. It turned into a clear torrent, washing away the anxiety and panic in their hearts, making them calm down involuntarily. Apart from the audience, Ryo Itazaki, Kyo Kusanagi, Iori Yagami, Weiss, and Maijua were fighting. Along with Athena's appearance, Zhen Yuanzhai, Gue Kuinchong, and Chun-Li, who had a strong sense of justice, had also entered the fray. Their actions couldn't help but pause. However, Wei Si and Maijua quickly regained their senses and attacked while the others were still immersed in the song. In just a short moment, Shiba-kin Takashi and the originally injured Hanamaru were seriously injured and fell to the ground. They lost their ability to fight. Ryo Itazaki was kicked away, and Kaori Tendo had bleeding wounds on her body from Maijua. Athena, who was affected by the explosion of energy from their fierce battle, immediately paled and couldn't help but stop singing. But at this moment, a gentle, tender, and loving psychic power suddenly flowed into Athena's body, calming her psychic power that had been damaged by the shockwave. It helped her to continue singing. Done. Athena, who was singing but felt warm in her heart, softly called out in her mind. Come on, I'm right beside you. Seito's thoughts sounded in Athena's mind. Uh-huh. Athena softly replied. Below, the people who recovered from the influence of Athena's singing fell into a fierce battle again. Stop. But not long after, a clear voice suddenly rang out in the stadium, attracting everyone's attention. Then, a heroic-looking woman with long black hair walked out of the special passage. She was dressed in black trousers and a beige hunting outfit, and she had long black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. She was one of the organizers of this competition, Chizuru Kagura. Behind her, one of the most powerful bosses in the entire underground world, Clauser, Geese, and Bald Piccolo, followed. Seeing Geese, King's expression changed, and he glanced at Mai Shiranui, who was bleeding from the corner of her mouth. On the other hand, Itazaki Ryo and Robert stared at Bald Piccolo with gloomy faces. They couldn't help it. This guy kidnapped Itazaki Yuri, and now that they met their enemy, they were naturally enraged. As for the fiercer Clauser, none of the people present seemed to have a grudge against him. At most, Chun-Li needed to monitor him. You are? Kyo Kusanagi frowned and asked as he vaguely sensed an aura similar to his from Chizuru Kagura. My name is Chizuru Kagura, and I'm from the Kagura family. Like you and Noonan, I'm the heir of this generation. Chizuru Kagura looked at Kyo Kusanagi and introduced herself. You're indeed a stinky woman from the Kagura family, Maijua said with disgust. Hearing this, Chizuru Kagura turned her head and looked at Maijua with cold, murderous intent on her face. What? You want to fight? Come on, I don't care if you join in, Maijua provoked with disdain. I'll see what you can do later, Chizuru Kagura said coldly. Then, she turned her head to Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami and said seriously, Iori Yagami, let go of your prejudice. The seal has been loosened, and the other members of the Orochi clan will awaken at any time. I need your strength. Needless to say, Sei Ito, who was hiding in the dark, used a special method to record her words, convert them into signals, and send them to the world for everyone to see. Although the mission of the family is annoying, I can promise you that I'll help you complete the seal. But this guy doesn't look like he's willing to cooperate, Kyo Kusanagi said as he looked at Iori Yagami, who was standing not far away from him. Iori. Chizuru Kagura turned her head and greeted Iori Yagami. I told you that I'm not interested in the mission. I only have one goal, and that is to kill him. Iori Yagami glanced at Chizuru Kagura indifferently, and then looked back at Kyo Kusanagi as he said coldly, Iori. Chizuru Kagura raised her voice and shouted. Stinky woman from the Kagura family. Iori said that he's not interested. Don't waste your energy there, Maijua said with a gloating expression. Young man from the Yagami family, you have to choose the right time to fight. We're facing the great crisis of the world's destruction, and it's not the time for you to act on impulse, Zhen Yuan Zai, who was emitting a heavy pressure, advised with a serious expression. Old man, you have no right to speak here. Wei Si turned her head to Zhen Yuan Zai and said with a fierce look in her eyes, Little girl, don't be so hot-tempered. It'll affect your skin. Zhen Yuan Zai's expression changed, and he teased with a smile, not at all frightened by Wei Si's threat. Old man, you're courting death. Wei Si released her dark power and got into an attacking posture. However, at this moment, Iori Yagami frowned slightly as he thought about Zhen Yuan Zai's suggestion. Iori, Master Zhen is right. If you want to fight, you can wait until this matter is over. It's not the time for us to act on impulse, Kyo Kusanagi said in a righteous manner. Yeah, Iori, I can promise you that after this matter is over, I'll take Iori to find you and let you finish the duel, Chizuru Kagura said while the iron was hot. Iori Yagami's expression changed slightly, as if he was going to agree. Well, after thinking for a moment, Iori Yagami opened his mouth and was about to say something. However, at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew from the horizon and landed in the stadium, blowing and wreaking havoc in the huge stadium. Then, the gust of wind dispersed, and Gao Nitz, who was wearing a blue priest outfit that looked like a long windbreaker and had a black shoulder patch, appeared in the stadium with a Bible whose cover was torn. It's you. Seeing Gao Nitz, Kyo Kusanagi immediately yelled with a gloomy expression. This was because Gao Nitz had attacked Kyo Kusanagi before the start of this conference and casually blocked Kirito Orochimaru's sure kill technique, which he had been practicing for a long time, giving him a heavier blow than when Sei Ito defeated him. After all, Kyo Kusanagi was defeated by Sei Ito before he could use his sure kill technique, so he didn't think that his sure kill technique would lose to Sei Ito's. In addition, Gao Nitz had said after defeating him, You're so weak that you're not even worthy of being killed by me. Your godly artifact clan is getting weaker and weaker. Such words of extreme contempt, even if it was spoken by an ordinary person, would incite boundless anger, not to mention that he was from a prestigious family. He had always had a smooth sailing life, so he was even more furious. He couldn't wait to find Gao Nitz and ruthlessly teach him a lesson. On the other hand, the others all looked at Gao Nitz, who had suddenly appeared with a grim expression. Obviously, he felt a heavy pressure from him. Gao Nitz. Maijua and Wei Si's expressions changed as they greeted him formally. After all, although they were all part of the Elite Eight, Gao Nitz was the leader of the Elite Eight and could communicate with my master at any time. He was much more honorable than ordinary people like them. In addition, he possessed great strength and had some tricks up his sleeve. Apart from Yuzong, the two of them could not treat him with a perfunctory attitude. Iori Yagami, do you really think that you're the descendant of a godly artifact? Ignoring Wei Si and Maijua's greetings, Gao Nitz turned his head and looked at Iori Yagami, who had a cool expression on his face. Chapter 1608. P.S. Thank you to Love's Instant for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato and NXCX for their tips. What do you want to say? Iori Yagami stared at Gao Nitz coldly and asked, Since you believe that you're the descendant of a godly artifact, Why is your surname Yagami instead of your original surname, Yakata? Gaunitz looked back at Iori Yagami with an unfathomable smile and asked with a question. Iori Yagami frowned, and a grim look flashed across his face. If this question was asked by someone who wasn't one of the 8 heroes, Iori Yagami wouldn't have paid much attention to it. After all, which family didn't have a history of changing their surname? Even the Yagami family changed their surname to Kagura because they wanted to live in seclusion. However, the person who asked this question was none other than Gaunitz, the leader of the 8 heroes, which made Iori Yagami hesitate about the broken chapters in his family history that he had read when he was young. In those broken chapters, the reason why his family changed their surname was vaguely omitted. By the way, do you remember what happened in the last King of Fighters tournament 1 year ago? Gaunitz asked with a smile on his face. The moment he said that, Iori Yagami didn't say anything, but the fighters who had participated in the last King of Fighters tournament and witnessed Iori Yagami's blood rampage changed their expressions and looked at Iori Yagami, who was confronting Kyo Kusanagi in the middle with suspicion. Yagami, Kyo Kusanagi, who had also recalled that scene, yelled with a frown. Chizuru Kagura's face fell, and a bad feeling arose in her heart. That power, it was given to you by our Lord, your father, Gaunitz said in a low voice. Iori Yagami's eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. So, Iori Yagami, you're not the descendant of a godly artifact. Instead, you're one of our people, the son of our Lord, the prince of the 8 heroes, and a glorious son of God. Gaunitz reached out his hand and said in an inviting manner, That's right. That's why Vivian and I came to you. At this moment, Maijua's voice sounded. Mai agreed. Iori Yagami, you're our prince, Vivian said without turning her head with a wild smile on her face. Nunnery, don't listen to their nonsense. Have you forgotten about the divine weapon in your body? If you're the so-called prince that they speak of, why would the artifact choose you to be its host? Seeing that everyone was getting more and more suspicious of Iori Yagami asked. Even Iori Yagami himself, Chizuru Kagura, who had doubts about his identity, immediately retorted from the perspective of a divine artifact. You should know that the power of the divine weapon and the serpent are always relative. Since the artifact chose you, you can't be that prince. My lord's mighty power is not something that you descendants of traitors can understand. Gaunitz sneered with disdain. All of a sudden, everyone's attention was focused on the silent Iori Yagami. I've said it before, whether it's the family mission or the prince that you're talking about, it has nothing to do with me. I only have one goal, and that is to complete the mission with the Kusanagi family. After a while, Iori Yagami looked around with a cold and arrogant expression and said in an indifferent and prideful tone. In this way, the topic returned to the initial stage. No matter what you choose, you still have the blood of my lord in your body, and you have the power of the serpent family. You're our prince, and this will never change. Gaunitz lowered his arm and said lightly. Then, he turned to look at the others and continued. However, we can talk about this later. For now, let's get rid of these annoying flies and offer sacrifices for the resurrection of my lord. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful dark power spread out from Gaunitz's body, stirring up the surrounding air and forming tornadoes that were as thick as a human body. The tornadoes swirled wantonly in the dilapidated stadium, sweeping away the dust and the surrounding ordinary spectators who were unable to escape in time, or who were injured due to the chaos from before. They were either tossed into the air or torn into pieces on the spot. Stop him! Chizuru Kagura yelled. Almost as soon as she said that, Itazaki Ryo, Robert, King, Maishiranui, and Zinjinzai and Chunli, who could still move, rushed toward Gaunitz. Gaunitz didn't move. He raised his right hand, and a tornado suddenly appeared in the middle of Itazaki Ryo and the others, sending them flying with a powerful suction force. Wrist electricity, vacuum wave. Then, Wei-Si and Maijua followed up and launched a surprise attack while they were still unsteady. With just one surprise attack, Maishiranui and Robert were seriously injured one after another and fell heavily to the ground beside them. Then, Wei-Si and Maizhui turned around and found Itazaki, Ryo, and King, who were closest to them. Kyo, leave this to me. You go and deal with that guy. At this moment, Daimon Goro walked to Kyo Kusanagi, who was confronting Iori Yagami, and said to him with narrowed eyes. Kyo Kusanagi looked at Daimon Goro and then at Iori Yagami before nodding. I'll leave it to you. Then, Kyo Kusanagi turned around and dashed toward Gaunitz. Stop! Seeing that Kyo Kusanagi was about to run, Iori Yagami yelled in a low voice and chased after him. I told you that I'm your opponent. Daimon Goro pushed Iori Yagami with his palm and yelled in a deep voice. Kuroke's. Iori Yagami, who was stopped, spun around and jumped up, creating a weird blue flame that burned toward Daimon Goro. Daimon Goro tensed up and used his quick body technique. Then, when Iori Yagami finished casting his skill, he grabbed Iori Yagami's legs and slammed him to the ground. Bam! Iori Yagami hit the ground hard. Seizing this opportunity, Kyo Kusanagi, Chizuru Kagura, Zenjinzai, and Chunli got rid of Iori Yagami. In addition, Klaus and Piccolo, who thought they were the best in the world, and the cunning guys surrounded Gaunitz. A worthless heir of a godly artifact, an annoying witch, a mysterious old man, a pretty girl, a loser, and two small fries. What a strange combination. Gaunitz glanced at the people around him and said, Is this the helper you chose, witch? Finally, Gaunitz's gaze fell on Chizuru Kagura's face. Chizuru Kagura didn't answer. Gaunitz, who are you calling a loser? Klaus asked with a gloomy face. In fact, Klaus was the most powerful person in Team Boss, and even guys knew that. After all, when he had just achieved great success in his martial arts, he had challenged Klaus arrogantly. However, he was defeated by Klaus in 2 moves. However, in the end, he was easily defeated in 2 moves. Therefore, even though he didn't get along with Klaus on the surface, Guys wasn't confident that he could win if he were to clash with Klaus. However, even though Klaus was so powerful, when he went out to cultivate, he was easily defeated by Gaunitz, who he met along the way. Although it didn't leave him with any psychological trauma, he still couldn't improve his level. As a result, he couldn't improve his combat skills, but he had always treated it as a humiliation in his heart. He always wanted to find an opportunity to get back at Gaunitz. Isn't that the case? Gaunitz asked calmly. Then, I'll show you. Is it true or not? While speaking, Klaus raised his hands and straightened his body, releasing a powerful energy aura. In the next second, he clasped his hands in front of his body and released a huge energy wave with a diameter of 5 meters. Caesar wave. Gaunitz's figure flickered, and a gust of wind blew as he disappeared from where he stood. Then, he reappeared in front of Klaus. His hand was like a hook as he grabbed Klaus' skull. Darkness energy erupted from his body as he unleashed a sure kill skill. Sure kill skill, Dark Cry. In an instant, a thick tornado rose from the ground and engulfed Klaus' body. A large amount of dark energy and wind turned into sharp wind blades that cut into Klaus's body, creating many bone-deep gashes on his body that were corroded by the dark energy. 3 seconds later, the tornado dissipated, revealing Klaus, who was covered in blood. Plop! Gaunitz threw the seriously injured Klaus aside, as if he was throwing garbage. Looking at Klaus' injuries, a strong sense of déjà vu surged in her heart, making Chizuru Kagura's expression instantly become gloomy. Then, she turned her head to look at Gaunitz, who seemed to have done something insignificant, and asked in a suppressed voice, "Did you kill my sister?" Hearing this, Gaunitz looked at Liu Qianhe strangely, but he didn't intend to hide this matter, so he simply nodded and admitted, "Yes. It's just that I didn't expect the Yamagata family to have a witch in this era. If I had known about your existence, I would have killed you as well. I'm going to kill you." After receiving confirmation, Chizuru Kagura's aura exploded, and her face was full of murderous intent. "It seems that you and your sister have a deep relationship. Just in time, I can send you to see her," Gaunitz said lightly. "Connect them together." Speaking of this, Gaunitz turned his eyes to the others. Everyone attacked together. Don't give him a chance to kill us one by one. The experienced Jin Yuanzai said with a serious face. Yes, Chun-Li responded. Kyo Kusanagi nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. In addition to the two of them, Guys and Bald Piccolo had their own plans, and Chizuru Kagura was filled with anger, so they ignored Jun Yuanzai's words. Forget it, let's go. Jun Yuanzai, who knew that he didn't have enough face, shook his head slightly and shouted. Then, Jin Yuanzai rolled on the ground and used a move from the Drunken Fist to roll in front of Gao Nitz, then raised his fist and punched at Gao Nitz's lower body. Well, although Gao Nitz was the leader of the four heavenly kings that referred to the soul, his body was still the same as a human's. So if this hit really hit him, as a man, he wouldn't feel good. So Gao Nitz slightly leaned his body and blocked Jun Yuanzai's drunken fist with his thigh. But at this moment, Jun Yuanzai's aura exploded, and he suddenly opened his mouth and spat a thick pillar of fire at Gao Nitz's face. Gao Nitz turned his face away to prevent himself from getting injured, but this way, his vision was obstructed. At this time, the sky darkened, and a meteor-like fireball quickly rushed toward Gao Nitz's body. It was Athena's ultimate skill, Phoenix Arrow. Since calming down the chaotic crowd, Athena, who had not participated in the melee, cleverly cooperated with her master Jun Yuanzai's attack rhythm and launched a siege on Gao Nitz when most people ignored her existence. In an instant, the fireball fell rapidly and bombarded Gao Nitz's body, and the moment it landed, it kicked his abdomen, causing Gao Nitz to stagger backward. Immediately after, however, another powerful aura erupted. Then, Chun-Li, who had appeared behind Gao Nitz at an unknown time, raised her right leg. Bringing about an afterimage, she kicked Gao Nitz's body. 100 violent kick. For a time, a rapid muffled sound echoed throughout the stadium. After 3 seconds, Chun-Li's 100 splits kick was cast. But this time, Chun-Li's attack still didn't stop. She retracted her leg, turned around, and kicked Gao Nitz's body away. Then, Chun-Li's aura burst out again. She flipped over and jumped up head first. Her legs opened and closed, spinning at high speed like a helicopter's propeller. Spinning Dance Circle. It's just that this time, Spinning Dance Circle is different from the previous Spinning Dance Circle, but it's an improved Rising Heaven kick. Under Chun-Li's high-speed spinning kick, Gao Nitz's body was kicked into the air, and under Chun-Li's last kick, Gao Nitz flew a short distance again. Until then, Chun-Li's attack was completed, and she turned over and fell to the ground. It's now, Jin Yuanzai shouted. Under Jun Yuanzai's instructions, Kyo Kusanagi quickly burst out his power and released Orochimaru in advance, and controlled it to not burst out for the time being. In addition, Geese also rushed to the side for some reason, and he was ready to use his big move at any time. In the preparation of the two, Gao Nitz finally fell from the sky. Orochimaru, Battle Energy Storm. Just at the moment when Gao Nitz fell between Kyo Kusanagi and Giz, the two of them shouted in unison and released the Do-Chi storm that they had prepared earlier. A red-hot flame and battle energy formed into a chaotic blade instantly gushed out, bombarding Gao Nitz's body together. Boom! Hearing this explosion in the stadium, whether it was Itazaki Ryo, King, or the others who were struggling to fight Wei Si and Maijua, or Daimon Goro who was desperately blocking Iori Yagami, or those who were seriously injured and had lost their combat power, all of them focused their attention on Gao Nitz, who was wrapped in flames, looking forward to the result they wanted. Chapter 1609. Did it work? This question surged in everyone's mind. Fortunately, the flame didn't last long, and soon, the answer everyone was looking forward to was revealed. At this time, a whirlwind rose from the foot of the fireball, blowing away the flame, revealing Gao Nitz, who had not changed at all except for some tattered clothes and some dirty black ash marks on his face. How was that possible? That's a 5-person attack. Seeing Gao Nitz, who was almost in perfect condition, everyone's hearts were filled with disbelief. That's right, a sure kill attack from 5 people. If this happened to any one of them, Even if they didn't die on the spot, they would at least die for a moment. However, the other party was fine. Other than his clothes being torn and his face turning black, he didn't seem to have any injuries at all. Is the gap between them and the 8 heroes so big? Are they destined to be wiped out? Very good cooperation. To be honest, you guys surprised me a little. Gaunitz patted the dust on his clothes and said lightly, "Surprised? What's more surprising is here." Just as Gaunitz's voice fell, an arrogant voice suddenly came from behind him. Then, bald Piccolo, wearing a black coat with a fur collar, sunglasses, and holding 2 short sticks, quickly rushed to Gaunitz's back. The 2 sticks were like beating drums as they quickly hit Gaunitz's body. Gaunitz's figure flashed and appeared behind bald Piccolo. He stretched his hand forward, and a series of rapidly flashing energy blades quickly appeared and slashed the defenseless bald Piccolo's back. Wrist attack, obliterate. Under the impact of the obliterate attack, bald Piccolo, whose back was cut open, immediately staggered and took a few steps forward. However, before he could stand firm, a tornado instantly rose from under bald Piccolo's feet and swept him into the sky. Wrist attack, vacuum wave. Plop. The tornado only lasted for a second before it was extinguished, causing bald Piccolo to fall heavily to the ground. It seems that you don't want to communicate with me. Well then, let us fight for each other's beliefs. Gaunitz's eyes were full of strong killing intent that could not be hidden, and his voice was cold and emotionless. With that, Gaunitz raised his wrist. Several tornadoes rose from beneath Zenjinzai, Chun-Li, Athena, Jis, Piccolo, Kyo Kusanagi, and Chizuru Kagura. It swept towards them. Fortunately, everyone was somewhat familiar with his movements, so they instinctively took precautions. Therefore, other than the fine wounds on their bodies that were blown by the tornado, they were fine. It didn't cause them much harm. But in the next moment, Gaunitz's figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhen Yuanzhai. His palm was like a hook, and from the bottom to the top of Zhen Yuanzhai's body, he made 5 deep, finger-sized wounds. Then he grabbed Zhen Yuanzhai's neck and lifted him up high. He used his power to suppress the blood circulation in Zhen Yuanzhai's body, causing more blood to gush out from the wound he created. Then, seeing that the others were about to surround him, Gaunitz threw the Zhen Yuan house to Athena, who was the closest to him. Dark cast. Athena stretched her arm forward, turned her spiritual power into an invisible support wall, caught Zhen Yuanzhai's body, and gently put him on the ground. Master! Athena looked at Zhen Yuanzhai, whose chest was bleeding, and shouted anxiously, "I'm fine. You go help the others." Zhen Yuanzhai, who struggled to sit up from the ground, ordered Athena weakly while using the blood-severing technique. Hearing this, Athena showed a hesitant look on her face. "Go, your master won't die so easily." Zhen Yuanzhai picked up the wine gourd at his waist, raised his head, and took a sip and smiled. "All right then. Master, please be careful." Seeing that Zhen Yuanzhai's attitude was determined, Athena didn't say anything else and rushed to Gaunitz. However, at this time, Gaunitz had already severely injured Chun-Li and bald Piccolo while she was talking to Zhen Yuanzhai. He was using the Shin Hachi Nado to deal with guys. Under Gaunitz's attacks, blood spurted out from Gaunitz's chest, making him look like a bloody person. Bang! Finally, Gaunitz threw Guys, who was bleeding heavily, to the ground. Now, only Athena, Kyo Kusanagi, Chizuru Kagura, and Iori Yagami were left fighting in the stadium. As for Itazaki Yoshi and King, they were already heavily injured under the tacit cooperation of Weiss and Maijua. If they weren't careful, they would be in danger of dying. Gaunitz glanced at Kyo Kusanagi and Chizuru Kagura, then looked at Athena. Athena's expression changed when she saw Gaunitz looking at her. She didn't even think about it before sending a mental force ball towards Gaunitz. Gaunitz used Glacier and appeared in front of Athena, as if he had teleported. He turned around and launched Wrist Lightning, Annihilation. Athena crossed her arms in front of her and was ready to receive the attack. Bang, 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 bang. Then a series of muffled noises sounded in front of Athena. Gaunitz, who felt a little strange, raised his eyebrows and let out a soft groan. The reason was simple. Athena, who crossed her arms, used the spiritual power barrier skill that she had trained in Ito Waterfall to block Gaunitz's attack. Although the dark energy contained in the attack didn't make her feel good, and her face was a little pale, then Athena separated her arms and used her sure kill skill, Flash Crystal Wave. 2 blue spiritual power balls that were revolving around her like small satellites kept bombarding Gaunitz. Gaunitz bent one arm and used the dark energy wrapped around his body to block the attack. Then, when Athena's sure kill skill ended, he grabbed her head and used his sure kill skill, Dark Cry. A huge tornado filled with the power of darkness rose from beneath Athena's feet, bringing with it a large number of sharp wind blades that cut into her body. Puff, 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 puff. Wounds appeared on Athena's body one after another. 3 seconds later, the sure kill skill ended. Gaunitz tossed Athena, whose face was pale, her clothes torn, and her body covered in blood, away like a piece of trash. Plop. Now it's your turn. Gaunitz, who took care of all the small fries, turned around and looked at Kyo Kusanagi and Chizuru Kagura, who he deliberately left behind. Kyo Kusanagi and Chizuru Kagura looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Gaunitz walked toward the two of them step by step. Fight! Seeing Gaunitz getting closer and closer, Kyo Kusanagi, who was under more and more pressure, roared and ran quickly. When he was close to Gaunitz, he rolled to Gaunitz's feet and kicked him. Gaunitz jumped back and dodged the attack. But at this time, a shadow rushed out of Chizuru Kagura's body and quickly came in front of Gaunitz. She opened her arms and swept Gaunitz as if he was sweeping a table. 200 styles, blessings of lightning speed. Bang! Gaunitz, who was hit in the leg, fell to the ground. Kyo Kusanagi waved his hand, and a flame rushed along the ground toward Gaunitz. Kodo Yiyang. Gaunitz rolled to the side to avoid the flames. She then stood up and used Vacuum Wave to block Chizuru Kagura's and Kyo Kusanagi's attacks. She then stood up and activated Burst, appearing in front of Kyo Kusanagi in an instant. Her hands formed into claws as she waved them around, creating wounds on Kyo Kusanagi's body that were spurting blood. Kyo! Chizuru Kagura shouted as she hurriedly turned around. Then, without any explanation, she sent another shadow clone towards Gaunitz. Gaunitz retracted his hand and dodged the attack of Kyo Kusanagi and Chizuru Kagura, who were heavily injured. Then he waved his hand and used Annihilation on them. In an instant, blades of light formed from dark power cut toward Kyo Kusanagi and Chizuru Kagura. Both of them used Chi to block the attack. After Gaunitz finished casting Annihilation, he waved his hands and clawed at Chizuru Kagura. Chizuru Kagura still maintained her defensive posture and took the attack. On the other hand, Kyo Kusanagi saw an opportunity and quickly attacked with Sho Kagura. However, he was immediately sent flying by Gaunitz's sudden somersault kick. 100 lives, Kagura's law. Taking this opportunity, Chizuru Kagura created another shadow and jumped with open arms as if she was dancing. Gaunitz was knocked back, but right after that, a tornado rose from below Chizuru Kagura, who was still in midair, and swept her even higher into the sky. After that, Gaunitz ignored Chizuru Kagura and used Ice Age to appear in front of Kyo Kusanagi. She waved her claws and scratched 5 new wounds on Kyo Kusanagi's chest. Then, she grabbed Kyo Kusanagi's neck and used the power of darkness to force Kyo Kusanagi's blood to flow. 2 seconds later, she threw Kyo Kusanagi to the ground. Dark cast. Bang! Kyo Kusanagi and Chizuru Kagura rolled into a ball and rolled toward Iori Yagami. At this moment, Iori Yagami finally knocked Daimon Goro to the ground and got rid of him. Seeing that Kyo Kusanagi was covered in wounds and looked like he would die at any moment, Iori Yagami frowned. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the fact that his sworn enemy had turned into such a state. Iori. Chizuru Kagura got up and turned to look at Iori Yagami with a pleading expression. Chapter 16:11. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany and Infernal Aristocrat for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and One So Handsome for their tips. Boom! After Yagami's brutal attack, Orakimi's flame light once again bombarded Gaunitz's body. Gaunitz spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward under the influence of the divine artifact's power in his body. He didn't know if it was because he was stimulated by the divine artifact's power in Kira's attack, or because of some other reason. Bam! Gaunitz's body fell heavily to the ground. Plop! After completing Kira Kusunagi's attack, Kyo Kusanagi couldn't resist the double consumption of stamina and blood. He closed his eyes and fainted on the ground, leaving Iori Yagami and Chizuru Kagura panting to face Gaunitz. "Gaunitz!" Waisamai Zhuo exclaimed. However, as this cry rang out, an obvious flaw instantly appeared in their attacking movements. Jinyuan Zaizai and Daimon Goro, who wanted to stop them even though they were covered in wounds, seized the opportunity and counterattacked with drunken punches and judo skills. Bam! Bam! As expected, Waisamai Zhuo were knocked to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Gaunitz covered his chest with one hand and half-knelt on the ground, coughing in a low voice. After catching his breath, Gaunitz looked at Iori Yagami and Chizuru Kagura coldly and said indifferently, "I didn't expect that I would be defeated by you weaklings who I thought weren't worth my time." "You deserve it," Chizuru Kagura retorted coldly. "Do you think he deserved it? Then, as the descendants of the rebellion, how are you going to prove your crimes?" Gaunitz stood up slowly. He sneered. "Don't confuse us with you," Chizuru Kagura said with disdain. Gaunitz smiled and didn't say anything. Then, he looked at Iori Yagami and said indifferently, "Iori Yagami, no matter what, the fact that you're the prince of my clan can't be changed. So, in the end, let me give you the last gift with my life." After saying that, Gaunitz ignored his injuries and raised his hands above his head to suppress the divine artifact in his body. Resistance. What little dark energy he had left in his body was completely unleashed as he unleashed his ultimate skill. True Hachi Girl. Target. In an instant, Gaunitz's figure flashed, under the cover of a whirlwind that disappeared in a flash. He appeared in front of Iori Yagami, as if he had teleported. He waved his arms. Iori Yagami's pupils contracted, and he also unleashed the power of Yagami maidens. He began to attack Gaunitz. In an instant, two beasts that seemed to have lost their rationality appeared in front of Chizuru Kagura's eyes. However, she didn't notice that when the two of them were fighting, a faint but increasingly obvious essence of power spread out from Gaunitz's body. Part of it was blown away by the wind, and the other part was injected into Iori Yagami's body, along with his attacks. Under the influence of this essence power, Iori Yagami's Yagami maidens became more and more powerful, and his eyes became crazier and crazier. At the same time, an evil aura was released from his body. Boom! A few seconds later, with the explosion of a mysterious purple flame, Gaunitz's battered body was sent flying backward again. Huff! 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 After finishing his attack, Iori Yagami lowered his head and panted rapidly like a wild beast. "Iori?" At this moment, Chizuru Kagura, who finally sensed the strange change in Iori Yagami, frowned and called out cautiously, "Huff!" Iori Yagami turned his head abruptly and looked at Chizuru Kagura with his crazed scarlet eyes. Chizuru Kagura's expression changed, and she instinctively got into a defensive posture. However, before she could react, under the buff of the blood of madness, Iori Yagami, whose agility had increased by leaps and bounds, flashed behind her and grabbed her waist with his hook-like fingers. Reverse peel. Puff. In the splashing blood, Chizuru Kagura fell to the ground. Then, Iori Yagami turned his head again and searched for living creatures with his scarlet eyes. Soon, he saw Wei Si, Maijua, Athena, Chun-Li, Jinyuan Zaizai, and Daimon Goro who were fighting with them. Then, Iori Yagami dashed into the battle circle of the 6 people and attacked them with absolute power. It was worth mentioning that the power that Iori Yagami used in his frenzied state was no longer the absolute power that he had comprehended before. Instead, it was the dark power that only the members of the Orochi clan could use. However, unlike the dark power of the real Orochi clan, Iori Yagami's dark power had a mysterious attribute. Although it reduced the power of the dark power, it was still many times more powerful than these grandmasters of combat, who hadn't even comprehended the ultimate power. Naturally, Jinyuan Zaizai and Daimon Goro, who had been severely injured, were knocked to the ground by him and were on the verge of death. Although Chun-Li wasn't on the verge of death, her body was also badly burned by the dark purple flames. Her body was covered in scorch marks, and she couldn't move at all. Athena, on the other hand, was the least injured because she was protected by the mental barrier, other than her pale face, which indicated that she had overexerted her mental strength. Her external injuries were much better than before. Bastard! Wei Si, who had been knocked to the ground by Iori Yagami's sneak attack, stood up and cursed in fury. Then, she attacked Iori Yagami without hesitation. Seeing this, Maijua had no choice but to slide behind Iori Yagami and cooperate with Wei Si to attack Iori Yagami. However, at this moment, Iori Yagami's actions were all based on his beast instincts, and his reflexes were extremely fast. With the help of the blood of madness and the dark power, the ancient martial arts of the Yagami school were much more powerful than those of Wei Si and Maijua. Wei Si found it very difficult to deal with him. With such an obvious gap in strength, wounds appeared on Wei Si and Maijua's bodies uncontrollably. Damned witch, are you still alive? Maijua, who had been knocked back by Iori Yagami's hook attack, asked loudly without looking back. Even if you, vicious woman, die, I won't die. The pale-faced Chizuru Kagura stood up and replied coldly. It's good that you're not dead. Later, Wei Si and I will find a chance to restrict Iori Yagami's movements, and then you can seal him with your despicable sure-kill technique. Do you hear me? Maijua suggested. Puff! However, the moment she said that, Iori Yagami, who had suddenly appeared before her using ghostly steps, grabbed her neck and pressed her to the ground. Boom! Then, a ball of purple flames burst out and bombarded Maijua's body. Maijua! Wei Si yelled anxiously. Then, she tilted her body and viciously bumped into Iori Yagami's back with her shoulder. Bam! Iori Yagami staggered 2 steps forward from the impact. Then, Iori Yagami turned around. A crazy aura erupted from his body. He quickly slid back to Wei Si and released his sure-kill technique, Yagami Maidens. Instantly, Wei Si was pressed to the ground like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered before Iori Yagami, who was squatting beside her. Then, Iori Yagami, who looked like a psychopathic murderer, cut her open with his hands. Then, he seemed to have lost interest in her. He smashed his fist down viciously and instilled balls of violent flame energy into Wei Si's body. Boom! With only 1 round of attacks, Wei Si was severely injured. Her internal organs were full of cracks, and if she didn't end the battle and receive emergency treatment, she would probably die in this battle. However, Iori Yagami was too focused on the battle, and he ignored Maijua, who was beside him when he was destroying Wei Si. Therefore, the moment he was about to release his sure-kill technique, Maijua hugged his body tightly and restrained him to the ground. Damned witch! Now! Maijua yelled loudly. The basics of Yagami Maiden skills. With a low yell, Chizuru Kagami quickly appeared behind Iori Yagami. She waved her hand and injected the power of the godly artifact into Iori Yagami's body. Bo! With a soft sound, Iori Yagami's expression froze and turned dull. In the next moment, a chaotic force erupted from Iori Yagami's body, forming a powerful shockwave that sent Chizuru Kagura and Maijua flying away. They didn't fall to the ground until they were 4 to 5 meters away, and they rolled back. However, to everyone's surprise, Iori Yagami, who had unleashed the chaotic force, swayed and fell to the ground on his back. Plop! 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the entire arena was silent. Not a single Grandmaster of Combat stood up. In this silence, half a minute passed in the blink of an eye. Walala. However, at this moment, Guys, who was also covered in wounds, stood up from the ground with a series of cracking sounds, attracting the attention of Chizuru Kagami, Maijua, King, Maishui, Tingtan Kagami, Robert, and Daimon Goro, who were still conscious. Under their gaze, Ge stepped forward and went straight to Mai Shiranui. Seeing Guys walking toward her, Mai Shiranui frowned and struggled to get up from the ground. However, after 2 or 3 attempts, she failed because she couldn't exert her strength. She could only watch as Guys approached her. "Guys, what are you doing?" With a grim look in his eyes, King staggered to his feet and yelled at Guys while glaring at him. "You should know what I'm doing." Guys glanced at King and grinned viciously. "Guys, you don't have to involve my Shiranui in your conflict with them," King said with a frown. "I don't like threats." Although she doesn't know about the situation, in order to avoid having another enemy in the future, I can only feel at ease if I kill her, Guys said quietly. In addition, if you don't want anything to happen to your brother, I advise you not to act rashly. Hearing Guys' words, King, who had wanted to fight, immediately paused and stood still with an ugly look on his face. "What did you do to Jane?" King asked coldly. "Nothing yet, but if you do something, Billy will take him somewhere to play," Guy said with a sly smile on his face. King fell silent upon hearing this. "King, what are you talking about?" Mai Shiranui, who had a bad feeling in her heart, asked hesitantly. "Woo," King called softly. "Let me tell you." At this time, Guys, who had walked to Mai Shiranui's side and looked down at her with a grim smile. "Your lover, Andy, and his brother, Terry, are dead. One night a year ago, I killed them with my own hands." "What?" Mai Shiranui was shocked when she heard this, and her expression became dull. "Do you understand? Now, let me send you to see your man," Guys said, then bent down and punched Mai Shiranui's chest, whose eyes were blank. However, just as Guys' fist was about to hit Mai Shiranui's chest, and even the wind of his fist had pressed down the skin on her chest, a powerful force burst out of Mai Shiranui's body, turning into a strong wind and blowing Guys away from her. Then, the power outside Mai Shiranui's body turned into flames, wrapped around her, and evaporated the air. "I'm going to kill you." Mai Shiranui, who slowly stood up from the ground, looked at Guys, who also got up from the ground, with a ferocious face and growled, 90% of my absolute strength. Ninja Bee. As soon as she finished speaking, Mai Shiranui stamped her feet and rushed to Guys at high speed. Her elbow hit Guys hard, who raised his arms in front of him in a hurry. Crack! Then, with a crisp sound, Mai Shiranui had a comprehension of 90% and was 10% away from the ultimate power. At the moment of contact, Guys' arm bones broke from the middle, allowing Mai Shiranui's attack to hit him directly in the chest. Crack! Then there was another crisp sound, and Guys' sternum caved in. Whoosh! Then, in the next moment, red fox fire surged and wrapped Guys' body, burning fiercely. Ah! Under the burning of the high-temperature flame, Guys screamed in pain. Mai Shiranui, who had cast her ultimate skill, was unmoved. She stared coldly at Guys, who was burned by the high-temperature fox fire created by the secret ninjutsu of Mai Shiranui, and watched him roll on the ground. "Damn it!" Guys roared, and his aura burst out, dissipating some of the flames on his body. But the next moment, Mai Shiranui, who was wrapped in flames, descended again. Like a high-speed wheel of wind and fire, she fell from the air and landed on Guys' body. Finally, she slammed one knee into Guys' sunken chest. Crack! Explode! With another crisp sound, Guys opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then his eyes widened, and he stared at Mai Shiranui, who was kneeling on his chest. His mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't say a word. Whoosh! The flame burned Guys' body in a surge. Chapter 16:12. The flames burned fiercely, But Guy's, who was wrapped in flames, didn't make a sound. His body lay motionless in place, letting the flames burn him into a piece of black charcoal. Plop! Watching Guy's die, Mai Shiranui closed her eyes and fell to the ground. Obviously, the sudden outburst just now exhausted her last bit of energy. Woo! Seeing Mai Shiranui fall, King cried out anxiously and staggered toward Mai Shiranui. Dead witch, this isn't over between us. At some point, Maijua had run to Wei Si's side and picked up the dying Wei Si. She glanced coldly at Chizuru Kagura, who had also stood up at some point, and spoke in a cold voice. Don't let me catch you, or I will seal you completely. Chizuru Kagura didn't want to be outdone and coldly retorted. Humph! Maijua snorted and immediately burst out with dark power and disappeared in front of Chizuru Kagura's eyes. However, at this time, no one noticed that the person who disappeared with them was Chun-Li, whose body was charred black and looked like she was severely burned. It would be impossible for her to recover without skin grafting. Come, send everyone to the hospital, Chizuru Kagura ordered. Yes. With that, dozens of men in black quickly ran out of the stadium through a special passage, came to the Grandmasters of Combat, and carried them out of the stadium in groups of 2. They put them in the ambulance, started it, and rushed to the hospital controlled by Kagura's family. At the same time, in another place, Wei Si, Maijua frowned and whispered, "Do you need my help?" At this moment, a voice that she felt was somewhat familiar suddenly rang out and asked. Maijua turned her head and looked in the direction of the voice. The person standing there was none other than Seito. "Can you save her?" Maijua asked in a deep voice. "In her state, you can only trust me." Seito chuckled. "Okay, as long as you can save her, I will be yours." Maijua secretly gritted her teeth. He said straightforwardly, "You sure are straightforward." Seito looked at Maijua in surprise. Said, "Humph, aren't we your target?" Maijua sneered disdainfully. Seito shrugged, neither admitting nor disagreeing. Then, with a flip of his hand, he created a ball of dark green energy that emitted a strong aura of life. He threw it into Wei Si's body. Almost instantly, Wei Si's wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Look at this." Maijua's eyes flickered, his heart filled with shock. But other than that, there were more sighs of relief. However, good times did not last long. Not long after the life force entered Wei Si's body, a force full of the death attribute erupted from her body, clashing with the life force that Ito-sei had injected into her body, forming a shockwave that tore open the wound that had just been healed. "What's going on?" Maijua turned her head abruptly and growled with a murderous aura. "I forgot that her element is death." "It conflicts with pure life," Ito, who did not care about Maijua's attitude, said calmly. "But it doesn't matter. This won't be a problem for me." With that, Ito opened his mouth and chanted a line of words. "I'm the lord of the underworld. Wherever my feet step, it is the underworld." As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of death energy that was purer than the one that erupted from Wei Si's body spread out from Seito's body. It transformed into a strange spatial domain that encompassed everything within a radius of 10 meters. Maijua's expression changed completely when she sensed the abnormality around her. This was because she sensed a power of the same nature as the one she was in. "Quiet," Seito growled. Instantly, the death energy in Wei Si's body paused. Although she was unwilling to give up, she had no choice but to quiet down. She no longer resisted the pure life energy. Then, Ito pointed with his finger. Another wave of life energy entered Wei Si's body and accelerated her recovery. Who are you?" Seeing that Wei Si's condition had stabilized, Maijua looked at Ito with a complicated expression. She could not figure out who he was. "From now on, you and Wei Si's master, and if there are no accidents, I might even be your man." Ito's gaze wandered around Maijua's chest, butt, and slender legs before he said frivolously. Maijua was speechless. She did not know how to treat Ito. For a moment, the two of them fell silent. After a while, a low moan came from the unconscious Wei Si, breaking the silence between the two of them. Maijua, have we already returned? Wei-Si asked Maijua softly as she slowly opened her eyes and sensed the changes in the space around her. No, you're still alive. You were saved by that guy. Maijua turned her head and indicated Sei Ito's existence. Wei-Si raised her head slightly and saw Sei Ito standing at the side. She frowned slightly and turned away from Maijua's embrace. She looked at the space around her and asked doubtfully, "Then this place it was created by that guy?" Maijua sighed. Wei-Si turned her head back to look at Sei Ito with a face full of disbelief. Sei Ito smiled and put away the underworld space created by the authority of the Lord of the Underworld. Wei-Si finally believed Maijua's words when she sensed the changes in the space around her. Tell us about your arrangements. After all, from today onward, we're your people. Maijua looked at Sei Ito and asked. Wei-Si looked at Maijua in surprise when she heard this, but she did not say anything. She quietly watched Maijua and Sei Ito converse. Arrangements? I really don't have any. However, I will send you to a place later. From today onward, that will be the world you live in. Sei Ito shook his head and smiled. You want to keep your mistress in a golden house. Maijua mocked. However, before Sei Ito could reply, she continued, That's fine too. We'll be eating and drinking for free anyway, so Wei-Si and I can have a good rest. Sei Ito shrugged helplessly and did not say anything. Then, with a thought, he brought Maijua and Wei-Si into the Rubik's Cube world and settled them in the spirit-eating continent. This era was relatively close to the current era of the King of Fighters world. However, due to the widespread construction of the Rubik's Cube world, the various technological standards on this continent were many years ahead of the King of Fighters world. More than an hour later, Sei Ito returned to the King of Fighters world after settling the two people down. There's still one more year. By this time next year, I can start harvesting. Ito-sei looked up at the sky, using the unique perspective given by the power of Alea to observe the human will power that is gradually gathering somewhere in the sky, and said in his heart. Then, he withdrew his gaze and activated instant transmission, disappearing from where he was. The next moment, he appeared in a well-equipped medical hospital. Sei Ito reached out and grabbed a young female nurse wearing a white miniskirt-style nurse uniform with white stockings wrapped around her legs. He used hypnosis to control her and asked her about the situation he wanted. Do you know which room the pugilists who were sent here are in? On the top floor? Then Sei Ito let go of the female nurse, took the elevator not far away, and set off to the top floor. Using the convenience provided by the illusion domain, he flashed into the ward where Athena was in. This was an independent ward with an area of about 40 square meters. There was only one bed inside, showing the care that Chizuru Kagura gave to the fighters. After gently closing the door, Ito-sei walked through the hallway and entered the ward. Athena was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. She was wearing a white hospital gown. Her face was pale, and she was resting on the bed with her eyes closed. Sei Ito walked to Athena's bedside and reached out to hold her hand. While transferring a stream of life force into Athena's body, he used his spiritual power to drive Athena's spiritual power into a meditative state, helping her recover from her mental injuries. Done? Athena's voice sounded in his mind. Yes, it's me, Sei Ito said softly. What time is it? How are the others? Athena asked in a hurried tone, and none of the things she asked were about herself. They were all about unrelated people, which showed how kind she was. It's already over. Other than some of the spectators who were killed by Gauntlet's attack, most of them were trampled on by the chaos at the beginning, so there's no problem. As for the others, they're all fine. Just like you, they're receiving treatment in the other wards of this hospital, Sei Ito explained. That's good. Athena and his mind sighed in relief. So recover well. I'm still waiting for you to earn more money for me in the future, Sei Ito said in a joking tone. How can you talk to a wounded person like that? Athena pretended to be unhappy. Sei Ito smiled and did not speak. Well, you should rest. I'll go see the others, Sei Ito said through his mind after staying with Athena for a while. Then he leaned over and kissed her on the lips, then turned and left the room. After this rest, Athena, who had recovered some of her senses, immediately blushed and her spiritual power became active. Next, Sei Ito went to Tung Tong Xianqing's room. He looked at Tung Tong Xianqing, who only had superficial wounds, and used his life force to help her recover. Then he turned and left the ward again, heading to Mai Shiranui's room. But here, Sei Ito met King, who was wrapped in bandages. King was sitting beside Mai Shiranui's bed, looking at Mai Shiranui, who was still unconscious, with a worried expression. Chapter 16:13. You're here. Hearing the door open, King turned to look at the entrance, forced a smile, and said softly, "Uh-huh." Sei Ito responded softly and walked quietly to King's side. "How are you?" Sei Ito asked with concern. "I'm fine, just some superficial wounds." King shook her head and said, "Let me have a look." Ito-sei reached out and grabbed King's arm without hesitation. "Hey, don't do this." King lowered her voice, a little embarrassed. "Don't move." Sei Ito put on a dignified expression and said in a deep voice. Sei Ito, who was once a tyrant, a president, and the lord of the world, immediately shocked King on the spot. She stared blankly at Sei Ito, removing the bandage on her arm and gently touching her skin with his fingers. Feeling the soft touch on his skin, King instinctively felt itchy and instinctively wanted to pull his arm back. "You hurt the bone, and you still have some superficial wounds," Sei Ito said with a little force, not letting King pull her arm back. King, who had never been in such close contact with a man, blushed slightly and turned her head to the side. Out of sight, out of mind. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't waste any time and immediately used medical ninjutsu. He pressed his palms on King's arm, gently massaging it to help promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, while treating the injury on her arm. Feeling the changes in her arm, King sighed almost imperceptibly. After a moment, Sei Ito, who had healed King's arm, reached out to her and said, "Give me your other arm." King was speechless and put her other arm into his palm. Sei Ito removed the bandage wrapped around it and used medical ninjutsu to treat her again. Under the treatment of medical ninjutsu, King's other arm soon returned to normal. At this time, Sei Ito waved his hand and a chair flew in front of him and then landed lightly on the ground under the control of an invisible force. It was for Sei Ito to sit. Then Sei Ito let go of King's arm. He leaned over and lifted King's left leg. "What are you doing?" King whispered in a panic. "Treating you." Ito-sei glanced at King. Without hesitation, he rolled up the trousers of her hospital gown, revealing her slender and beautiful legs that were wrapped in bandages. He removed the bandages on her legs. "That's enough." King hurriedly stopped him. "I'm a doctor. I have the final say here," Ito-sei said seriously, under the pressure of his aura. King, who had always been strong, was once again stunned by Sei Ito. She could only watch as Sei Ito remove the bandage and put her leg on his thigh. Then, just like when he treated her arm, Sei Ito stroked and pressed her leg with both hands. It looked like he was taking advantage of her. Feeling the touch on her leg, King could no longer suppress the blush on her face. She turned her head shyly and did not dare to look at Sei Ito's actions. Calf, thigh, foot. Under the treatment of medical ninjutsu, King's entire left leg was quickly healed. Sei Ito playfully played with King's big toe with his index finger. Then he put King's left leg down, leaned over, and grabbed her right leg. Using the same steps, Sei Ito finished treating her right leg. Then, Sei Ito looked at King. "Okay, you don't have to do it here." Feeling Sei Ito's gaze, King panicked and covered her chest with her hands. She quickly shook her head and said, "All right then." Ito-sei nodded and agreed with a regretful look. "You're a regretful ghost." Noticing Ito-sei's expression, King was annoyed and wanted to ridicule him. But that would be too embarrassing, so King glared at Sei Ito and ignored him. "But you should take this medicine. It will help with your recovery." At this time, Sei Ito reached out and handed a black, soybean-sized pill to King. "What is this?" King asked with a puzzled expression. According to China's traditional Chinese medicine theory, This pill is made with various precious herbs. It can help warriors recover from internal injuries and improve their skills. Seito explained. Really? King asked in disbelief as she reached out to take the pill. Of course, this is for you. I wouldn't give this to anyone else. Seito pursed his lips. King looked at Seito and did not say anything. She raised her head and swallowed the pill. Almost as soon as the pill entered her mouth, it softened into a liquid under the effect of the saliva. It flowed down her throat and into her body. Then, it emitted a strange, faintly discernible force and healed King's internal injuries. That's amazing. Feeling the changes in her body, King exclaimed in disbelief. Then, her expression changed, and she looked up at Seito again. Her eyes were filled with anticipation and fear as she asked, "Well, Ito?" Seito frowned and looked unhappy. Well, okay. Do you have any more of these pills?" Knowing the reason for Seito's reaction, King paused and changed the way she addressed him. "Yes, what about it?" Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. "Well, no, I'm not talking about this kind of medicine for injuries. I'm talking about the medicine that can treat diseases. Do you have any?" King looked at Seito's face nervously and expectantly as she asked. "Yes, I do. But you can't eat this kind of thing carelessly. You have to prescribe the right medicine." Seito, who instantly understood King's intention, frowned and explained. "Does that mean that as long as it's the right medicine, can this medicine cure the disease?" King stood up abruptly and asked. "That's right." Seito nodded and admitted. Is there a cure for this disease?" King immediately described the disease with an excited look on his face. With Ito-sei's understanding of her, he didn't need a guess to know that she was talking about her brother Jane's illness. It's useless to just talk about it. According to the theory of Chinese medicine, the cause of disease is very complicated. So if you want to confirm it, you have to let me see the patient. Only then can I confirm whether the medicine is effective. Also, I have to prescribe the right medicine. Under King's nervous gaze, Seito, who pretended to ponder for a few seconds, frowned and said, "You want to see the patient? That's not a problem." King said straightforwardly. Ito-sei's face showed a confused look. "The patient is my brother." King said, a little embarrassed. "Hey, you should have said so earlier. Your brother is my brother. Let's see when it's convenient. Let's go see him." Seito laughed shamelessly. "What do you mean your brother? Don't talk nonsense." King, who fully understood Seito's meaning, blushed and pretended to be dissatisfied. But with Seito's assurance, King, who was not so worried about his brother Jane's disease, breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down again. "By the way, take a look at Mai and see how she is." Suddenly, King thought of something and turned to Seito. Seito nodded, took Mai Shiranui's arm, and pretended to feel her pulse. Next to him, King looked at him with concern, waiting for his answer. "It's nothing. She just consumed too much of her potential and hurt her foundation. It's a simple problem." With that, Seito stood up and took out a black pill. He pinched Mai Shiranui's cheeks, opened her mouth, and put the pill into her mouth. "Okay, Mai Shiranui will wake up in half an hour at most, and 10 minutes at least," Seito said softly, sitting down again. King nodded and waited patiently. As the two of them chatted, more than 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Just then, a low moan suddenly came from Mai Shiranui's mouth. "Woo!" Hearing the moan, King quickly stood up, walked to the bed, and whispered to Mai Shiranui. Mai Shiranui moved her eyelids and gently opened her eyes. "Sister King, it's done." Mai Shiranui, who turned her head slightly and saw the faces of King and Ito Mori, called out softly. But then, tears appeared in Mai Shiranui's eyes, accumulated into a stream at a very fast speed, and flowed down the corners of her eyes. "Xiao Wu." King, who was holding Mai Shiranui's hand tightly, whispered with heartache in her eyes. "Sister King, is Andy really dead?" Mai Shiranui looked straight into King's eyes and asked softly. Hearing this, King's eyes flickered and she turned her head. "Well, why? Why did this happen?" Mai Shiranui, who knew the truth from King's movement, turned her head, stared blankly at the ceiling of the ward, and cried in a low voice. Woo! King cried with heartache. Woo! Saito said softly, reaching out his hand and gently wiping the tears on my Shiranui's cheeks. But at this time, my Shiranui, who was so immersed in grief that she ignored everyone else and just cried there. Seeing this, Saito patted King on the shoulder and motioned for my Shiranui to be alone for a while. King glanced at Saito beside him, nodded, released my Shiranui's hand, and turned to walk out of the room with Saito. Bang! The door was gently closed. Alas! King sighed in a low voice. Let's go there for a while, Saito suggested, pointing to the windowsill not far away. King, who looked in the direction of the finger, nodded and followed Saito to the windowsill. There, they chatted casually about my Shiranui or other useless topics while enjoying the warm summer wind that occasionally blew through the window. But during this process, both King and Saito kept their eyes fixed on my Shiranui's ward, in case anything happened to her. Chapter 16-14. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany for your precious monthly votes, and thank you to NXCX for your tips. With the help of Saito's elixir, my Shiranui's condition was much better than the doctor had expected. Therefore, after lying in the hospital for more than an hour, my Shiranui went through the discharge procedures and returned to my Shiranui's dojo with King and Saito, who were worried about her. Sister King, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Kneeling on the tatami, my Shiranui, who looked a little haggard, forced a smile. Woo! King called softly, but before she could speak, Saito quickly winked at King and interrupted. You've seen King's condition. She's injured and can't fly for a while. So, it should be okay for her to stay with you to recuperate, right? My Shiranui looked at King and nodded. Of course. Then I'll have to trouble you, Wu. King, who understood Saito's arrangement, said politely. Sister King, do we need to be so polite? My Shiranui said helplessly. I'm too polite, King said embarrassedly. Then the three of them stayed together for a while. Saito said goodbye to King and my Shiranui. They saw him off and left the dojo, driving back to the villa he had bought. Dozens of minutes later, Saito returned to the villa. He locked the car, pushed the door open, and walked into the room. He went straight to the bedroom. In an instant, a body was tied up with a lot of bandages. The body, which looked like an ancient Egyptian pharaoh's mummy, appeared in front of Saito's eyes. At this time, the body was staring straight at Saito, who pushed the door open and walked into the room with a pair of clear black and white eyes. You're awake. Seeing the person's gaze, Saito smiled. Are you the one who saved me? A slightly hoarse but clear female voice came from the human body. Yes. Saito walked to the side of the bed and sat down. Then, he reached out and grabbed her arm, placing 3 fingers on her wrist. He nodded and admitted. Thank you. You're welcome. Saito smiled. Then, the two of them fell silent. You're recovering well. The aura in your body has calmed down. Although there's still some external evil fires, with your cultivation, you should be able to get rid of them all in a few days. A minute later, Ito-sei finished feeling the pulse and said, You're also a grandmaster of combat? You could say that. Saito removed a portion of the bandages wrapped around the man's body. He looked at the charred skin below and casually replied. At this time, although the figure did not speak, his eyes were fixed on Saito's face. Clearly, he was concerned about his own condition. She paid a lot of attention. You've finally stabilized. Saito sighed softly. Then, he turned to look into the figure's eyes and smiled. Don't worry. As long as there are no accidents, it'll take at most a month. I'll be able to heal the burns on your body and restore your skin to its original condition. I guarantee that you'll be as beautiful as before. Although it was impossible to see her expression because of the bandages on her face, one could still clearly feel the shyness and joy in her heart from her evasive gaze. This was normal because as long as she was a woman, she would be very concerned about her own body. Even if she was like Sister Fong, right, my clothes. At this time, The figure's expression froze. She quickly turned to look at Sei Ito and asked softly, "I helped you take them off. Don't worry, my hands and feet are very clean. I didn't touch anything that I shouldn't have," Sei Ito said without hiding anything. Instantly, the figure's eyes became slightly flustered. Can I use your house phone?" The figure's eyes wandered and asked. "Of course. Wait a moment." Sei Ito stood up, walked to the side, and brought the landline phone to the figure's side. "Tell me the number, and I'll call it for you." Sei Ito sat back down on the chair and picked up the phone. 0. The figure hesitated for a moment, but considering his current state, he could only compromise and say a set of numbers. Following the figure's description, Sei Ito quickly dialed the number and placed the phone with a beeping sound next to the figure's ear. Then, in the next moment, the call was connected with a soft click. "Hello." A man's voice came from the phone. "Is this Gu Lai?" "I'm Chun-Li," the figure said softly. "That's right." The person who was tied up like a mummy was none other than Chun-Li, the fighter who had been severely burned by Iori Yagami's purple flame and suffered severe internal injuries. Itsunari had secretly taken her away from the gymnasium with his teleportation ability. "Chun-Li, where are you? Are you okay?" Gu Lai asked in pleasant surprise. "I'm at a..." Chun-Li glanced at Ito, Sei, and continued. "I'm at a friend's house. I'm injured and may need to recuperate for a while, so I'd like to trouble you to ask Miss Maddie for a leave of absence for me." As part of Interpol's precautionary measures, Chun-Li didn't directly reveal Miss McGrady's position. Even the phone number she called this time was only the phone number of the hotel where Gu Lai and the others were staying, not Gu Lai's private phone number. All of this was to prevent their identities and other information from being leaked. After all, she had just met Sei Ito, and she didn't know what kind of person he was. It would be bad if he had ulterior motives. She chose to stay here instead of asking Gu Lai to pick her up because she was tempted by Sei Ito's ability to heal her skin in 1 month. Even Sister Phoenix knew how to become beautiful through plastic surgery, let alone Chun-Li, who had the ability to do so. Moreover, she believed that with her vigilance, she wouldn't be easily fooled by Sei Ito. "Are you injured? Is it serious?" "It's okay," Chun-Li replied. "Okay, I'll help you ask Miss My D for leave," Gu Lai promised. "By the way, how long do you need?" A month," Chun-Li said after thinking for a while. "It seems like your situation isn't as simple as you said." Gu Lai's words were full of concern. "It's nothing. My friend is a doctor, and he'll take good care of me." Chun-Li glanced at Sei Ito again and replied, "I see. Okay, I'll tell Miss My D later." "Sorry to trouble you." "You're welcome." The two exchanged a few more words before hanging up the phone. "Thank you." Chun-Li thanked Sei Ito, who put the phone aside. "It's nothing. You must be thirsty. I'll get you some water." When Sei Ito saw Chun-Li licking her lips, he immediately understood Chun-Li's needs. Chun-Li didn't say anything. She moved her head slightly, and her eyes followed Sei Ito's movements. 2 minutes later, Sei Ito returned to the room with a glass and a plastic straw. He sat beside Chun-Li's bed, leaned forward, and brought the glass and straw to Chun-Li's mouth. "Thank you," Chun-Li said politely. She opened her mouth and bit the straw, gently sucking the warm water in the glass. Soon, half of the water was drunk by Chun-Li. "It's done," Chun-Li said after releasing the straw. Sei Ito nodded and put the glass aside. "By the way, I still don't know your name." Chun-Li turned her eyes and asked Sei Ito. "I'm Sei Ito," Sei Ito said with a smile. "I'm Chun-Li. Nice to meet you. I know you. You're that amazing martial artist. To be honest, when I saw you on TV, I was amazed by you," Ito said with an expression that he had already known it. With the initial consensus, Chun-Li and Sei Ito chatted casually until dinner time. Needless to say, dinner was naturally a Chinese feast made by Sei Ito, who was able-bodied. "I didn't expect that other than being proficient in Chinese medicine, you're also proficient in cooking." Chun-Li sat up on the bed with the help of Sei Ito. She leaned her upper body against the headboard and looked at the exquisite Chinese food on the table. Her eyes were full of amazement. "It's probably because I'm Chinese." Sei Ito turned around and picked up a bowl full of white rice and a pair of chopsticks. He picked up some vegetables from the plates and put them into the bowl. He turned around and handed them to Chun-Li. He carefully fed her the food and chuckled. "Sorry to trouble you," Chun-Li said politely with hesitation in her eyes. She opened her mouth and swallowed the food that was sent to her mouth. "I see." After swallowing the food in her mouth, Chun-Li suddenly understood. "For this, I also have a Chinese name, Chun Shiqing. If you're not used to calling me by my Japanese name, you can call me by my Chinese name, say Ito," who picked up some food again and sent it to Chun-Li's mouth, deliberately said in fluent Chinese. Hearing the familiar Chinese, Chun-Li's eyes lit up, and she agreed with a smile. "Okay, Shiqing." Naturally, this was also said in Chinese. Then, surrounded by an old friend in a foreign land, Chun-Li comfortably enjoyed the pure Chinese food with color, fragrance, and taste. She couldn't help but show a satisfied expression on her face. After feeding Chun-Li, Sei Ito began to eat by himself. About 20 minutes later, Sei Ito finished his dinner. He got up and cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Then, he cooked Chinese medicine for Chun-Li in the kitchen. Soon, the pungent smell of Chinese medicine filled the room. After a long while, Sei Ito returned to the bedroom with a thick black Chinese medicine decoction. He fed it to Chun-Li, who didn't suspect anything and was very obedient. Just when Sei Ito was about to say something to Chun-Li, a melodious ringtone suddenly rang. Chapter 16:15. P.S. Thank you to Yi_G for your precious monthly votes. Ito-sei took out the phone from his pocket, pressed the answer button in front of Chun-Li, and put it to his ear. "Hello. Okay, do you have time now?" Charmy's familiar voice came from the phone. "Of course." Sei Ito smiled. "Then come over." Charmy chuckled. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Charmy's voice was full of seduction. After saying that, she chuckled and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Sei Ito put the phone back into his pocket and looked at Chun-Li, who was lying on the bed, and said, "The medicine just now can not only replenish your vitality and speed up your body's recovery, but it can also help you practice to a certain extent. So, you should practice for a while later. Maybe it can help you get rid of the fire of evil in your body in advance." "Okay." Chun-Li nodded and agreed. "Okay, I have something to do, so I'll go out first. You have a good rest at home." Sei Ito helped Chun-Li lie down again and said softly, "Okay." Chun-Li replied in a low voice. Then Sei Ito said goodbye to Chun-Li and left the room under her gaze. He went to the garage attached to the villa, opened the door, and got in the car. He started the car and drove to Charmy's apartment at high speed. Half an hour later, Sei Ito arrived at Charmy's apartment building and stopped the car. After getting out of the car and locking it, Sei Ito stepped into the apartment building. Soon, he arrived in front of Charmy's apartment door. Ding dong. Sei Ito, who was standing outside Charmy's door, reached out and pressed the doorbell. Then, after about 7 or 8 seconds, the door opened with a creak. With a few clattering sounds, the door was opened from the inside. Looking at Charmy in front of him, a stunned expression appeared on Ito-sei's face. At this time, Charmy wasn't wearing the sexy short skirt she usually wore when she went out. Instead, she changed into a spaghetti-strap pajamas that she usually wore at home. However, it was much more transparent. You could directly see half of her blood-white skin underneath the pajamas. Her pair of slender legs and arms were directly exposed to the air, tempting the desires in the bottom of his heart. "Hurry up and come in," Charmy said angrily. "Oh," Sei Ito responded and quickly entered the apartment, closing the door behind him. "Bang! What are you doing today?" Sei Ito, who was taking off his shoes at the entrance, looked at the oddly dressed Charmy in confusion. "Asked Zhang Han, do you like it?" Charmy swayed her waist and walked to the front of Ito-sei. She stretched out her arms and put them on both sides of his neck. She moved her upper body, making her full breasts more majestic, and said softly, "Of course." Sei Ito, who had his arms around Charmy's waist, said softly, "However, I keep feeling that your behavior today is a bit strange. It's different from your usual self." Strange. I don't think so. Charmy looked down at herself, then shook her head and said, Forget it. Seito also shook his head and said, All right. Why did you ask me to come over? Can't I ask you to come over if there's nothing? Charmy pouted and asked with dissatisfaction. Of course you can. It's just that I was a bit surprised when I received your call today and took the initiative to invite me over. I thought you had something to do here. Seito explained with a smile. I miss you. Can I come over? Charmy smiled charmingly. Of course, of course. Seito laughed. Then the two of them walked into the living room with their arms around each other. They sat side by side on the long sofa and watched the entertainment program that was playing on the TV. In the process, they chatted casually. It's a bit boring. After a while, Charmy, who was leaning her head on Seito's shoulder, said in a low voice, Then let's watch something else? Seito, who had reached out to take the air oscillator, asked. Forget it. Everything is the same. Why don't we drink some wine? Charmy, who was sitting up, suggested. Up to you. Seito smiled indifferently. Charmy smiled gently, got up from the sofa, and walked into the kitchen not far away with sexy steps. It wasn't until 5 or 6 minutes later that she came out of the kitchen with a bottle of champagne in one hand and 2 wine glasses in the other. Open the wine and pour it out. I'll go to the kitchen and take out the side dishes. Charmy walked to the coffee table, bent down, and put down the things in her hands. She completely ignored the side of her chest that was exposed to Seito because of this action. Seito nodded and reached out to take the wine bottle. Then, he waved his hand and slapped the bottom of the bottle. The cork at the top of the champagne flew out like a small cannonball and fell into Seito's palm. Then, Seito set up the wine glasses and poured some light yellow wine into the 2 glasses. At the same time, Charmy, who was holding a few small plates and chopsticks, returned to the living room again. She put the things in her hands on the coffee table and then sat down next to Seito. Come, dear, let's have a toast. Charmy, who reached out to hold Seito's arm, picked up a wine glass and said softly. Seito smiled gently and picked up his glass as well. He clinked his glass with Charmy's. Ding! A crisp sound immediately reverberated in the room. Seito and Charmy took back their wine glasses and raised their heads to take a big gulp. Then, Charmy picked up the wine bottle and poured wine into her and Seito's glasses again. Just like that, the two of them watched the messy programs on TV while chatting, drinking wine, and eating all kinds of snacks on the coffee table. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. At this time, the two of them had finished the entire bottle of champagne. Seito didn't feel anything. After all, with his constitution, unless it was divine wine brewed by a god, he really couldn't get drunk on such ordinary things. Charmy, on the other hand, was a little tipsy. Her eyes were blurred, her cheeks were slightly red, and her breath was filled with the smell of champagne. Ah Chung, carry me back to the room. Charmy, who was leaning her whole body in Seito's arms, said coquettishly. Yes, my dear miss. Seito lowered his head and kissed Charmy's lips. Then, he used his strength to carry her up from the sofa, turned around, and walked into the bedroom. A moment later, Seito walked into the bedroom and put Charmy back on the bed. Hurry up and take a shower. Otherwise, don't even think about getting on my bed. Charmy said, as if she was drunk. Got it. Seito chuckled. Then, he straightened up and turned around to leave the bedroom. Seeing Seito leave, Charmy's blurred eyes flashed with a touch of light. Then, she sat up and took off her clothes. Because she didn't have 2 pieces of clothing, Charmy took off all her clothes in a few seconds, making herself naked. She grabbed the blanket to cover her body, lowered her body, and lay back down. Her face continued to show a blurred expression as if she had drunk too much. After more than 10 minutes, Seito returned to the bedroom wrapped in a bathrobe. Looking at Charmy on the bed, Seito smiled. He took off the bathrobe, lowered his body, and crawled under the blanket. He reached out and pulled Charmy into his arms. But soon, Seito's expression changed. He looked at Charmy in his arms with some surprise. Because just a moment ago, Ito suddenly felt a warm hand grab his private part. Charmy raised her head and looked at Ito's face with a silly smile. Okay, let's complete the last step today. Have you thought about it? Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. What do you think? Charmy asked back. For a moment, the two quietly looked at each other. About a minute later, Ito let out a strange cry, turned over, and pressed Charmy under him. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. During the kiss, Charmy's eyes flashed with a hint of clarity, but was immediately replaced by blurriness. She reached out and hugged Ito's neck, passionately responding. It didn't take long for Ito's and Charmy's life chapter to reverberate in the room. After an unknown amount of time, Charmy suddenly let out a long cry, and the performance of the life chapter came to an end. But at this moment, an unexpected situation occurred. An aura suddenly erupted from Charmy's crimson body, emitting a powerful dark energy. It supported her body as she slowly floated up from the shattered bed. At the same time, bolts of lightning filled with destructive aura appeared in the void around her from time to time, flashing across and destroying all the decorations in the room. Fortunately, Ito quickly used psychokinesis to envelop the entire room, preventing the destructive power of Charmy's awakening from spreading and affecting others. But even so, Ito's expression was still not good. It couldn't be helped. Who told him to ignore the powerful power contained in his essence for a moment? Fortunately, Charmy's awakening didn't last for long. After about 10 minutes, the lightning power around her disappeared, and her aura began to calm down. She slowly landed on the ground. Charmy raised her head and looked at Ito, who was frowning. I originally wanted to wait until after tonight to fully awaken, but I didn't expect that thing of yours to contain so much power, forcing me to awaken ahead of time. You really are a surprising person. Charmy's expression changed from killing intent to complicated, then complicated to calm, and finally changed back to a gentle and complicated look as she looked at Ito. So everything you did tonight was to prepare for your awakening? Ito asked in a deep voice. Yes, I wanted to experience the last thing as a human with you, as an ordinary Charmy. Charmy replied indifferently. Chapter 16:16. After a moment of silence, Ito asked again, What about now? What's your plan? Let's end it. Charmy replied without any hesitation. Why? Ito raised his eyebrows. Because of this. As she spoke, she raised her hands and brought them to her mouth. Then, as if there's something on them, she gently blew at them. In an instant, a blue ball of lightning flew out from her hands and appeared in front of Ito as if it had traveled through space. It expanded and turned into a ball of lightning the size of a basketball, releasing a powerful electric shock towards Ito. Ito sneered and reached out to grab the ball of lightning that Charmy blew at him. Bang! His 5 fingers closed, and the ball of lightning immediately exploded, turning into countless sparks that shot out in all directions. Charmy's face showed a hint of surprise. You're really surprising me more and more. Charmy chuckled. If that's all, then let me tell you I don't agree. Ito casually retracted his hand and looked at Charmy. Originally, I didn't want to hurt you too much for the sake of our relationship over the past 2 years, but it seems that won't do. Charmy's left index finger touched her lips. Her eyes, which were covered by her bangs, flickered with a dangerous light as she chuckled. Come on, I'll see if you have the ability to end our relationship. Ito chuckled. Oomph. Charmy, who felt that she was being underestimated, coldly snorted and suddenly jumped up from the ground. Just as she was about to hit the ceiling above her head, she turned around and opened her hands and feet at the same time. The friction created a lightning mirror that was thick in the middle and thin on both sides. It looked like a crescent moon and attacked Ito. Lightning God's weapon. Ito didn't move his feet. His right hand held a long blade and thrust forward, piercing through Charmy's lightning mirror. Ignoring the lightning damage, he extended his hand toward Charmy. Then he closed his fingers and grabbed Charmy's neck, pulling back his arm. He pulled it in front of him. He looked at Ito's hateful face, which was looking at him with a faint smile. Charmy frowned. He immediately unleashed the dark force that had been converted from absolute power and punched at Ito. In an instant, a large ball of lightning similar to the lightning light fist released by Second Order Hall bloomed from her hand. Ultimate skill, Dark Shadow Lightning Fist. Ito dodged. Appearing behind Charmy, he stretched out his arms and wrapped them around her body, leaving behind an afterimage to take on Charmy's Shadow Lightning Fist. Do you have any other methods? Ito chuckled as he mischievously kneaded Charmy's breasts with his hands. Humph! With a cold snort, a large ball of lightning full of destructive aura bloomed from Charmy's body and surged towards Ito behind her. Ito's mind moved slightly, and his body also released a large amount of lightning, neutralizing the lightning surging from Charmy's body. You lost, Ito said softly. Who are you? Charmy, who no longer resisted, asked coldly. Who else could I be? Ito said unhappily as he pinched Charmy's breasts and then let go of her. I don't remember you being so strong. Charmy turned around and looked at Ito with a serious expression. I also don't remember my Charmy being able to release lightning, Ito retorted in the same tone. After that, the two of them didn't say anything and just stared at each other in a deadlock. After a moment, Charmy pretended to sigh helplessly and said, Sigh, I didn't expect that the boyfriend I had before awakening would be such a troublesome guy like you. But this is also good. She changed the topic and said again. Ito stepped forward and reached out to hug Charmy's smooth waist. Charmy glanced at him and didn't resist. When did you start this state? Ito Kanari asked as he carried Charmy out of the bedroom and walked into another empty room. After lying down on the bed, Ito Kanari asked, About half a year ago, when you were fooling around with that little girl called Athena, Charmy said calmly. Charmy said indifferently. But when she mentioned Athena, her eyes flashed with killing intent, causing the temperature in the room to drop. How long has it been? Why are you still talking about it? Ito said helplessly. Ignoring Ito's complaints, Charmy coldly snorted and said domineeringly, You should be more careful in the future. If I see you fooling around with another woman, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at Charmy, who was in his arms, and said, Hey, you're still angry, aren't you? What? Charmy's eyes flashed, and a gentle smile appeared on her face as she asked. It's just that her seemingly good expression gave people a dangerous feeling for some reason. It seems that I have to re-establish my position as the husband and let you know who is the master of the house. After saying that, Ito pressed Charmy under his body again and continued to play the life movement with her. It didn't take long for the rhythmic female moans and male panting sounds to resound in the room, as well as the background music of certain items. This time, it wasn't until the sky outside the window brightened that the performance that lasted for the whole night finally ended. Monster, Charmy, whose whole body was sore and panting, said hatefully, Now you know how powerful I am. Ito said proudly. Humph. Charmy coldly snorted and closed her eyes to rest. Seeing this, Ito smiled and didn't say anything. He pulled Charmy's body into his arms and also closed his eyes to rest. A few hours later, at noon, Ito got up and washed up. After putting on his clothes, he said goodbye to Charmy, who was still lying on the bed, and drove back to his villa. What's the situation? As soon as he entered the house, Ito saw the bloodstains on the bandages wrapped around Chunli's body and asked with a frown. That. Chunli turned her head to the side and stammered with an embarrassed look. Don't hide it. This is the key to whether your body can recover to normal. You don't want to become an ugly monster in the end, do you? Ito went straight to Chunli's side and sat down. He reached out to grab her arm and began to remove the bandages on it. That last night, I want to go to the toilet, and then... Chunli hesitated for a moment and finally opened her mouth to explain. And then because you moved too much, the wound burst open. Ito continued. Yes. Chunli softly replied. Sai, this is my fault. I didn't rush back immediately after I finished. Seito apologized. Then, without waiting for Chunli to comfort him, he continued, "But don't worry, it won't happen again. When you need to go to the toilet again, I will help you." Ah! Chunli heard this and subconsciously exclaimed, "No, no need, I can do it myself." Chunli hurriedly said, "What do you mean you can do it? Can't you see that the wound has burst open?" Seito lifted Chunli's arm and pointed at the charred skin that faintly seeped with blood. He said with dissatisfaction, "Also, I'm a doctor, listen to me. And then again, I've even seen your naked body. What's there to be shy about? How can it be the same?" Chunli felt wronged. "You and I are both people of the underworld. Why do you have so many considerations?" Seito curled his lips and said. Then, he stood up and began to remove the bandages that were wrapped around Chunli's body. "What are you doing?" Chunli asked nervously. "I'm changing your bandages. What else can I do?" Seito glanced at Chunli and said in a bad mood. Chunli's eyes turned away and she couldn't speak. Under Seito's dismantling, the bandages on Chunli's body were quickly removed. Chunli's body, who was only wearing a pair of white panties, was completely exposed to the air. However, at this time, Chunli didn't have any beauty to speak of. Her entire body was either full of hideous wounds or charred skin, which made people instinctively feel uncomfortable from the bottom of their hearts. "Wait, I'll get you some medicine." Seito's gaze wandered around Chunli's body, and then he ignored her. Without the bandages covering her body, he could directly see the changes in her face. At this time, Chunli was blushing. He called out to her, turned around, and walked out of the bedroom. "This hateful guy. Wait until I recover. I must teach him a good lesson," Chunli said fiercely in her heart. After more than 10 minutes, Seito, who had a small bowl in his hand, kept stirring with chopsticks and brought out a handful of black mud. Only then did he return to the bedroom and stood beside Chunli. "When I first apply it, it may be a little hot and painful. Bear with it a little later." Seito turned his head to look at Chunli and reminded her. "In." Chunli nodded in response. Seeing this, Seito didn't talk nonsense. He took out the chopsticks in his hand and put them aside. Then he inserted his hand into the small bowl, bent his forefingers slightly, and like a spoon, scooped out a small handful of medicinal mud. He placed it on Chunli's body, spread his palm flat, and rubbed it on Chunli's body. Although, because of the hard skin on her body, it made her feel a lot slower, but seeing a man's palm moving on her body with her own eyes still made Chunli's heart filled with shyness. She closed her eyes and turned her head to the side with a red face. Seeing all of this, Seito smiled silently. He continued to scoop out a bunch of medicinal mud and pressed it on Chunli's body. Like patching a wall, he rubbed it. Chest, lower abdomen, arms, legs, back. Not long after, the black medicinal mud was all over Chunli's body, making her look like a clay figurine. Chapter 16-17. "All right," Seito said softly as he tied the last knot of the bandage. Chunli, who was still shy, did not make a sound. She continued to keep her eyes closed and her head turned away. "Take a rest. I'll cook," Seito said as he picked up the small bowl and chopsticks. Then he turned and walked out of the room. But just as he was about to step out of the door, he suddenly stopped and turned to Chunli and asked, "Is there anything you want to eat?" "No," Chunli replied in a flustered voice. "Oh, then I'll just make something." After that, he did not stay and left the room. Phew! Hearing Seito's footsteps going away, Chunli opened her eyes again and exhaled a long breath. "No, I can't be so passive. Think about it, and see who among the people I know is free." Then, Chunli frowned and pondered. But before she could think for a long time, a burning, tingling feeling spread from all over her body, which stimulated her to frown and made her unable to think at all. What a strong medicinal power! Fortunately, this kind of piercing pain did not last for too long. It was only 10 minutes or so before it was replaced by a cool feeling that flowed through the pain, making Chunli so comfortable that she subconsciously let out a low moan. Hearing her moan, Chun-Li immediately looked shy and gritted her teeth to prevent herself from making that shameful movement again. Then, after another 10 minutes, Sei Ito, who was carrying several dishes in his hand, walked into the bedroom again. "The meal is ready. Let's eat," Sei Ito said. Then, Sei Ito helped Chun-Li's body up as he did yesterday, sat down next to her, took the bowl and chopsticks, and fed her food. After Chun-Li finished eating, he enjoyed it himself. Sei Ito was not slow in eating. After about 10 minutes, he announced that it was over. Then, Sei Ito got up and cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks. Then, he used his mind to separate a shadow and ordered it to leave for my dojo. He went to visit my Shiranui, who was in low spirits. He wanted to use this period of time, when she was upset, to increase his presence, so that he could replace Andy's position and completely occupy her heart. However, because King was still there, Ito-sei didn't want to show off too much. About an hour later, Zhang Zian came back. Then he said goodbye to King and my Shiranui and left. In a place where no one was around, another cloud of smoke exploded. It returned to Sei Ito's body. After an unknown amount of time, Ito-sei entered Chun-Li's bedroom again to see if Chun-Li needed anything. He frowned and looked at her body, especially Chun-Li, who was rubbing her legs slightly, said in surprise. "No, nothing." Chun-Li shook her head and said, "Really?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. At this moment, he already somewhat understood Chun-Li's condition. It was very obvious that Chun-Li wanted to go to the toilet. "Yes." Chun-Li gritted her teeth and said, "Really?" Sei Ito chuckled, then walked to Chun-Li's side and sat down with a serious face. He reached out to grab her arm, put his fingers on her wrist, and felt her pulse. Chun-Li's eyes were flustered, and she looked around. "You are..." After a moment, Sei Ito turned his head to look at Chun-Li again and said in surprise, "Well, I want to go to the toilet, okay?" Chun-Li shouted in shame and indignation. "It's human nature. It's not a shameful thing. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Sei Ito curled his lips and said arrogantly. Then he stood up, leaned over, put his arms under Chun-Li's body, lifted her up, and held her in his arms. "Put me down. I don't need your help. I can do it myself," Chun-Li said with her eyes full of panic. "Don't move. Be careful not to hurt your wound," Sei Ito said seriously with a tense expression. Under Sei Ito's majestic aura, Chun-Li's eyes immediately went blank, and she stopped struggling. Taking this opportunity, Sei Ito quickly carried Chun-Li to the toilet and put her on the toilet. He also very considerately helped her take off the only clothes she was wearing and used his hands to hold her legs so that when she bent her knees, the hard skin on her thighs would not be opened. "Get out quickly." Chun-Li looked at Sei Ito in front of her with a blushing face and shouted. "Okay, but you have to be careful. Remember not to make any big movements," Sei Ito said. After saying that, he gently put Chun-Li's legs back on the ground, then turned around and left the toilet and closed the door. Bang! Then there was the sound of water splashing, and a spurting sound faintly came from the toilet. "Remember, don't make any big movements. You will hurt your wound," Sei Ito shouted mischievously. "You," Chun-Li shouted angrily. "Hooligan!" Sei Ito chuckled, shook his head, and returned to the living room. He sat down on the sofa and continued to watch the TV program on the TV. "Hey, do you need my help?" When he felt that it was about time, Sei Ito stood up again and returned to the toilet door and shouted loudly, "Get lost!" Chun-Li's angry voice immediately came from the bathroom. Right after this shout, the sound of rushing water could be heard from the inside. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the toilet door was opened with a soft sound, and then the mummy, Chun-Li, whose eyes were full of murderous intent, reappeared in front of Sei Ito. "Qigong Palm." At this time, Chun-Li shouted in a low voice. She put her arms in front of her body, and her aura burst out. In front of her palms, a Qigong ball with a diameter of about 1 meter, with several layers of rings similar to a circular orbit, was created and blasted towards Sei Ito. Pa, 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 pa. Under the influence of this fierce action, the bandages on Chun-Li's legs and arms immediately burst and flew away, revealing the black mud that began to slowly ooze blood. Ito dodged and retreated, leaving Chunli's attack range. After 3 seconds, Chunli's ultimate skill was cast, and she slowly dissipated in the air. Oomph! Chunli, who withdrew her palms, instinctively let out a painful groan. Who told you to be brave? Ito, who appeared beside Chunli almost instantly, leaned over and held her in his arms. While walking to the bedroom, he scolded, "Let me go, I don't want to be treated. I don't want to be humiliated by you anymore." Chunli struggled violently. "Be honest." Ito's expression sank, and he shouted in a low voice. In an instant, a heavy pressure emanated from Ito's body, and it pressed on Chunli's heart, making her eyes flicker. However, she was after all the strongest woman who did not fear power. So soon, she began to struggle again. Ito saw this and stopped. He half-squatted. With a flip of his hand, he placed Chunli face down on his bent left thigh, raised his right arm, and then slammed it down hard. Pa! A crisp sound was transmitted from Chunli's body. After hitting her once, Ito's palm did not stop. It was as if he was teaching a disobedient child a lesson. He continued to hit Chunli's buttocks. Pa 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 pa. A series of crisp sounds immediately echoed in the room. Ugh! After a few slaps, Chunli became completely obedient, but a burst of suppressed sobs came out from her throat. Obviously, she could no longer suppress the grievances in her heart, and her emotions completely exploded. Ito stopped slapping her and helped Chunli up. He held her in his arms, and the back of his hand gently slid up and down her back. "I'm sorry, I went too far just now," Ito said softly. Wah! It would have been better if he did not apologize, but who knew that this apology made Chunli, who felt even more wronged, burst into tears. She was not particular about the snot, and tears that flowed down her face were all smeared on Ito's clean clothes. And this crying did not stop until more than half an hour later. "Why are you doing this to me?" Chunli asked in a choked voice. "Because I like you, and I want you to be my woman," Ito replied softly. Ah! Chunli, who probably did not expect the answer to be this, was immediately stunned and subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. Since the first time I saw you, I have been interested in you, and I want to keep you by my side." Ito let go of Chunli's body, gently wiped away the tears in Chunli's eyes with the back of his index finger, and said softly, "Of course, the first time here referred to the time when he played Street Fighter in a large game hall in his previous life. As for keeping her by his side, it was only after he saw her in this world. I will not like a hooligan like you." After a moment, Chunli, who came back to her senses, said fiercely, "It doesn't matter. I will be like an ancient bully and directly catch you by my side." Ito smiled indifferently and replied. Then, the topic changed, and a hateful smile appeared on his face that gave people the feeling that they needed a beating. He said in a strange voice, "And without my treatment, there is no one in this world who can help you. At that time, only I will want you like this. You are really a bastard through and through." Thinking that she would have to maintain this appearance that was neither human nor ghost in the future, even the strong-willed Chunli could not help but tremble subconsciously and cursed hatefully. "So, you can't run away," Ito said with a smile. Then, he once again hugged the defenseless Chunli in his arms. "Even if that is the case, I still won't like you," Chunli continued to say with a fierce voice. "I don't care," Ito said with a light smile. Chunli, who was completely helpless by Ito's attitude, snorted, turned her head, opened her mouth, and bit Ito's neck. That fierce look was as if she wanted to directly bite him to death. Ito silently endured and did not resist as he let Chunli vent. After a while, Chunli, who had vented enough, opened her mouth and sighed helplessly. "Carry me back and apply medicine for me." Although she did not say it directly, it was obvious that Chunli had forgiven Ito's previous actions and to a certain extent accepted his existence. "Roger that," Ito said happily and immediately carried Chunli up and brought her back to the bedroom. Chapter 16:18. P.S. Thank you to Sacred Knight for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato, Once Handsome, and Orange Dust for your tips. Since that day, 3 days passed peacefully. In the afternoon, Seito once again sent a shadow clone to look after Chunli at home, while he went to my Shiranui dojo, as usual, to see my Shiranui and King, who was accompanying her. However, before he could enter the door, a figure ran out in a hurry. Seito spun and cleverly dodged in front of the black figure, avoiding the fate of the two of them colliding. King, what's the matter? Seito, who stood still again, turned his head and asked the figure running out. I just received news that my hotel was smashed and Lisa and Elizabeth were taken away by the other party. King frowned and said with a worried expression, Do you know who did it? Seito asked in a deep voice. I heard that it was Guys' men. King sighed. Guys? Ito-sei's face showed a surprised expression. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? After all, Guys was killed by my Shiranui, or they saw it with their own eyes. Then he was burnt to a crisp by my Shiranui's foxfire. He was absolutely dead. How could he send someone to make trouble for King? That's what they told me. King was also puzzled and distressed. Do you need my help? Seito asked softly. No, I can solve this problem. You'd better stay here and look after my Shiranui. I'm worried that she may have a problem here. King shook his head slightly and refused. All right then, but if you need me, you must remember to call me. After thinking about it, Seito felt that this was indeed possible, so he nodded and looked at King seriously. Okay. King looked up and quietly looked at Seito for a moment, then agreed softly. Be careful on the road, Seito said. Yes. Then, King did not stay any longer. He turned around and hurried out of the training hall. Before long, he had disappeared from Seito's sight. Seito looked away as he watched King leave. He turned around and entered the training hall. Although King was no longer around, some feelings could be more explicit, but there were still some problems between men and women, so it was not appropriate for him to stay in the Taoist field for too long. So he stayed with my Shiranui for more than 2 hours. He had no choice but to get up and leave. My Shiranui saw him off and left the Taoist field. Of course, this was also for my Shirane to see. So after walking out of my Shirane's sight, Ito-sei once again launched the Shadow Clone Jutsu to separate a Shadow Clone. Then he used the transformation spell to turn into a bird and flew to the branches of the green trees around my Shiranui dojo to guard it. At the same time, in this way, Seito discovered the sadness under my Shiranui's pretense of calmness. Andy, my Shiranui murmured in a low voice as she curled her knees, hugged her legs with her arms, and put her chin on her knees. She sat alone on the porch of a big house and stared blankly at the open space in front of her. Not long after, 2 drops of clear tears flowed silently from the corners of my Shiranui's eyes. Coupled with the sky that was gradually filled with red clouds, a bleak and sad atmosphere immediately pervaded the entire training hall. Then time passed, the sky changed, and it was night before they knew it. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly jumped down from the wall on one side and landed lightly on the ground. With the bright moonlight in the sky, Seito, who was squatting on the branch, saw the appearance of the person. He was familiar with the man. It was Billy Kane, the adopted son of Jim Howard, known as the Rod King. At this time, he was still dressed in a cowboy suit, holding a red stick, which was almost as tall as him. He bent down and tiptoed, quietly approaching my Shiranui's position. So that's how it is. Seeing this, Ito-sei had a rough idea of what was going on when King left during the day. According to his speculation, Billy, who had received a notice from Kagura's family and came to collect Jim Howard's ashes, wanted to avenge his adopted father, Jim. However, he was worried that he was not a match for King and my Shiranui alone. Therefore, he directly used his identity as Jim's adopted son and the second-in-command of Jim's gang to contact his men in Nanjing. He asked them to smash King's Phantom Bar and capture the twin waiters, Lissa and Elizabeth, who worked there. He wanted to make King, who was sentimental, leave my Shiranui and create an opportunity for him to assassinate my Shiranui. And the fact was indeed, as Sei Ito guessed. The only thing beyond Billy's expectation was that Sei Ito, the big boss, would appear in my Shiranui's dojo. Fortunately, Sei Ito left soon after, so Billy's original plan was not affected and carried out as usual. After some careful movements, Billy finally moved. He was still in a daze and did not realize that my Shiranui had become the target of assassination. Looking at my Shiranui, who was sitting there in a daze, Billy's eyes flashed fiercely. Then he suddenly burst out his breath, jumped up, and waved his stick. The stick turned into a bunch of sticks and smashed toward my Shiranui. Just as the stick was about to fall on her, my Shiranui, who was a fighter, finally reacted and instinctively rolled to the side. Boom! The next moment, the bunch of sticks hit heavily where my Shiranui had been sitting. With a violent roar, the outer corridor was smashed to pieces, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Then Billy withdrew his stick and stared behind the dust with a murderous look. A few seconds later, the dust gently dispersed, revealing my Shiranui behind it. At this time, the surface of my Shiranui's clothes was damaged. Her white skin was exposed through the tears in her clothes. Obviously, although she had dodged Billy's fatal attack, she was still a little slow and was brushed by the wind caused by the bunch of sticks. "It's you?" My Shiranui frowned and looked at Billy with some confusion in her eyes. "Why did you attack me?" She did not know the relationship between Guys and Billy, so she did not understand why Billy, who she had only met a few times, attacked her. "Revenge," Billy said coldly. "What grudge do I have against you?" My Shiranui asked even more inexplicably. "You kill my father." Billy gritted his teeth with a ferocious face. "Guys Howard, who was killed by you at this conference, was my adoptive father." "Guys is your adoptive father?" My Shiranui's expression changed, and she asked in a deep voice, her face full of killing intent and resentment. "That's right," Billy admitted without hesitation. "So you also had a hand in Andy's death?" Her aura gradually rose. My Shiranui asked coldly, her thin clothes fluttering in the wind. "Since you dared to attack my adoptive father, you should be prepared to be killed by my adoptive father. So the brothers deserve to die?" Billy sneered with disdain. "Very good," my Shiranui said fiercely. "Then you should go to hell too." With that, my Shiranui's aura burst out, forming a fiercely burning reddish-yellow high-temperature flame around her body. Then, following my Shiranui's forward movement, she rushed to Billy on the opposite side. "Fatal skill, Ninja B." Billy snorted coldly. He leaped high into the air. He escaped my Shiranui's Ninja B by a hair's breadth. Then Billy turned around and smashed down with his stick in the posture of splitting Manhua. "Absolute strength, 70%. In a low voice. Two paper fans appeared in my Shiranui's hands at some point. She unfolded them, and with her outstretched arms and body, they spun up into the air. During this process, invisible blades of air slashed at Billy, who was falling from the sky. Bang! Billy's body fell heavily to the ground. Then, my Shiranui also fell to the ground. Bang! However, at this moment, with a soft sound, my Shiranui's casual clothes exploded, turned into a pile of black ash, and drifted to the ground. Obviously, even with the protection of absolute strength, ordinary clothes were ordinary clothes, and they could not withstand the foxfire at all. So, as expected, they all turned into black ash, completely exposing my Shiranui's body to the air. Fortunately, at this time, Billy's eyes were blind because of the fall, so he did not see this erotic scene. "Really?" Sei Ito, standing on a branch, pretended to mutter. He flashed and appeared in front of my Shiranui, enveloping him and my Shiranui together with the smoke caused by the removal of the transformation skill. "It's you? Why are you here?" My Shiranui, who completely ignored her exposed body, looked at Sei Ito in front of her with flickering eyes and asked. Obviously, she, who was filled with hatred, doubted Sei Ito's purpose. "To protect you, of course," Sei Ito said, curling his lips. With that, he stretched out his right hand, and the combat uniform that my Shiranui often wore fell into his hand from the void. Seito put it on my Shiranui with his teleportation ability. It was also at this time that the white smoke completely dissipated. Seito turned around, looked at Billy, who was climbing up from the ground, and asked my Shiranui softly, "Woo, are you sure you want to kill him?" "What do you mean?" my Shiranui asked with a gloomy face. "Nothing. I'm just asking. If you really want to kill him, I'll help you take him down now," Seito said softly, shaking his head slightly. With that, Seito waved his hand, and a heavy invisible pressure instantly fell on Billy, whose face was ugly. With a muffled bang, he was pressed to the ground again. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not stand up from the ground. Looking at Billy on the ground, my Shiranui's face changed constantly. Seito did not speak, quietly waiting for my Shiranui's choice. After a moment, my Shiranui suddenly turned away and said to Seito in a cold tone, "Throw him out. I don't want to see him again." "Got it," Seito said briskly with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "My Shiranui, don't think that it's over just because you let me go. As long as I'm alive, I'll come to take your life sooner or later." Billy, who was pressed to the ground, said fiercely with a ferocious face. It was not clear whether his ferocious expression was caused by his desire to get rid of the suppression, or it was really the surface of his hatred. My Shinui ignored him, turned around, and disappeared into a house. "Now let's go," Seito said with a chuckle, lifting Billy from the ground with psychokinesis. "Ito-chung." Billy stared at Seito's face and said word by word. "What can I do for you?" Seito asked, raising his eyebrows. Billy ground his molars and did not speak, but judging from the fierce light in his eyes, his heart was absolutely full of resentment for Seito's interference. "Since there isn't, then goodbye." With that, Seito used hyperspace perception to teleport him directly to another city hundreds of kilometers away. Then Seito turned around and walked to the room where my Shiranui was. "What did you mean by what you said before?" Kneeling on the tatami, my Shiranui asked with a cold face as she watched Seito walk into the room from the door. "Do you remember why King left?" Seito, who did not care about my Shiranui's expression, walked to the opposite side of her and sat down cross-legged. He raised his head and looked straight into my Shiranui's eyes. Recalling the reason for King's departure, my Shiranui could not help but frown. "According to my speculation, this should be a trap." Then Seito told her his speculation in full detail. "In order to avoid you from being in danger, I've been staying nearby to check the situation of the Taoist Hall. I was afraid that my speculation would come true." Seito finally said, "Now it seems that my worries were not superfluous." "Thank you." My Shinui was silent for a moment and then thanked him in a low voice. "It's nothing. I volunteered to do this for you." Seito chuckled. My Shiranui raised her head and looked at Seito with a complicated look in her eyes. Then she opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But before she could speak, Seito raised his hand and interrupted her. "I can probably guess what you're going to say, but it doesn't matter. I can wait until you can accept me without hindrance." "Thank you." My Shinui was silent for a moment and then thanked him again in a low voice. "Well, have a good rest. I believe that with Billy's cleverness, he won't bother you again for a while." Seito shook his head slightly and chuckled. "As for the damaged part outside, I'll come back tomorrow to help you repair it." "That's a deal." Seeing that my Shiranui was about to refuse, Seito quickly interrupted her. Seeing this, my Shiranui could not say anything more and nodded in agreement. Then Seito chatted with my Shiranui for a while, got up, and left, quickly disappearing into the thick night. Chapter 1619. A month's time was neither too long nor too short. Unknowingly, it had flown by. "I'm a doctor. I need to confirm your recovery condition." In the villa that Seito bought in the suburbs of Tokyo, Seito pretended to be serious as he looked at Chun-Li, who was wearing trousers and a short-sleeved shirt. Her exposed arms and face were still wrapped in bandages. "No need. I'm not blind. I can distinguish my own physical condition." Chun-Li retorted with disdain. I'm a doctor. I have the final say. Saito insisted. What do you mean you're a doctor and you have the final say? Aren't you just taking advantage of me? It was fine in the past, but it's absolutely not now. Chun-Li insisted in a determined tone. You're slandering me, Saito retorted loudly. Then he changed his tone and continued. Since I've seen it before, it doesn't make a difference this time. I said no means no. Chun-Li refused unceremoniously. Forget it. Anyway, you'll be mine sooner or later. I have plenty of time to appreciate it by then. Saito curled his lips. After that, he pretended to be angry as he turned around and walked away. However, a somewhat evil smirk appeared on Saito's face. In your dreams, Chun-Li snorted coldly. She turned and walked into the bedroom on the side and slammed the door. Bang! In fact, the reason for the quarrel between the two was very simple. It was the problem of the final diagnosis. After this month of treatment, Chun-Li's body had completely recovered to its original level without any accidents. Her skin was smooth, white, and delicate. Her figure was charming. So Saito planned to use the identity of a doctor to appreciate Chun-Li's smooth body. However, it was obvious that Chun-Li, who had regained her freedom, didn't want to let Saito take advantage of her. So, she firmly refused his request for the final diagnosis and went back to the house to undress herself. In the bedroom, Chun-Li, who was standing in front of a dressing mirror, slowly took off her clothes. Soon, Chun-Li, who was covered in bandages and looked like a mummy, appeared in front of the mirror. At this moment, Chun-Li began to remove the bindings on her body bit by bit. It would only take 3 to 4 minutes. A bright and clean Chun-Li replaced the mummy in the reflection of the mirror. Chun-Li threw away the bandage in her hand. With a face full of joy, he reached out and touched the skin on his arm, feeling the smooth and soft touch. Looks like he has completely recovered. However, at this moment, Ito-sei's familiar voice rang in Chun-Li's ears, who was immersed in joy. Needless to say, he must have used teleportation to sneak in. He heard sound. Chun-Li didn't even think about it, as she turned her body abruptly. He swept his leg towards Saito's head. Saito raised his arm. He easily blocked Chun-Li's leg sweep. Not bad indeed. Saito then reached out and gently pinched Chun-Li's inner thigh. He nodded affirmatively, pretending to be serious. You bastard. Chun-Li, whose face was full of anger, gritted her teeth and said. Then, she jumped and kicked Saito's chest with her other leg. Saito dodged and dodged Chun-Li's attack. Covering her chest with her hand, Chun-Li jumped back and landed on the ground again. Then she stepped on her feet and flipped forward. She opened her legs in a head-down manner. Her legs rotated at high speed like the propellers of a helicopter and kicked Ito-sei, who was on the side. Saito dodged and disappeared from where he was and appeared where Chun-Li was originally standing. Pada. Chun-Li, who had used her ultimate skill, landed on the ground again. She frowned and looked at Saito opposite her. Is that your superpower? Chun-Li asked. Yes. Saito admitted honestly. Just now, you used that ability to come in, right? Chun-Li asked again. Saito nodded again and admitted. You're really a pervert, Chun-Li said sarcastically. Then, she walked to the clothes on the side and bent down to pick up the trousers and short-sleeve shirt on the ground. She turned around and put on the 2 clothes. I have a gift for you. Saito looked at Chun-Li, who had her back facing him, and said. Chun-Li, who had tied the belt of her trousers, turned around and looked at Saito with some doubt. But that gift is quite big. I need to use that ability just now to bring you to a place. Saito walked toward Chun-Li and said. Chun-Li heard this and showed a suspicious expression on her face. I promise that you'll definitely like that gift. At this time, Saito had already walked to Chun-Li's side. Chun-Li looked at him quietly for a moment and did not say anything. Seeing this, Saito, who knew that Chun-Li did not object to him touching her, did not hesitate and immediately reached out to hug Chun-Li's waist. Let's go. The next moment, Saito and Chun-Li both disappeared together. Looking at the unfamiliar environment in front of her, Chun-Li couldn't help but ask. This was a closed space in the shape of a cuboid, with an overall area of about 160 square meters. The inside was surrounded by beige square tiles that were slightly larger than an adult's palm. Except for a large chandelier on the ceiling, there were no decorations. It looked like an experimental cell used to imprison monsters. Seito smiled and did not explain. Then, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. At this time, a muffled buzz sound was heard, and a door-shaped crack immediately appeared on the wall opposite Chun-Li. Then, the figure of a middle-aged man in a red police uniform with a fierce face walked out from the inside. Vega! Seeing the figure, Chun-Li immediately shouted angrily. That's right, this person is the boss of Street Fighter, Chun-Li's father's murderer, Big Policeman Vega. During the month of treating Chun-Li, Seito relied on shadow clone technique and instant transmission to maintain the relationship with Chun-Li, Mai Shiranui, and Charmy. The rest of the time was to explore the whereabouts of Vega through his men scattered all over the world. Finally, 5 days ago, Seito learned the exact whereabouts of Vega, and he set off that night to take down the secret base where he was. That was where the secret room where Seito and Chun-Li were now. Now he is yours, Seito whispered in Chun-Li's ear. Then, he let go of Chun-Li's waist and disappeared from the secret room in a flash. He appeared in the monitoring room connected to this secret room and sat down on the boss chair in front of the console. He crossed his legs and watched the next match through the screen. Vega. Chun-Li's face was full of uncontrollable anger. Who are you? Vega asked with an indifferent expression. Do you remember Dorai, the Interpol officer who was killed by you more than 10 years ago? Chun-Li asked in a deep voice. Who is that? Vega asked with a calm look in his eyes. Since he established the Shadow Technique organization, he has killed a lot of people over the years. Although not all of them were strong in the Interpol and the U.S. military, which one of them was not strong in the light movement. He was not in the mood to remember every guy he killed. Bastard. Seeing that Vega didn't even remember who her father was, Chun-Li could no longer suppress the anger in her heart and scolded. Seeing how excited you are, that person must be your relative, right? Vega's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a slightly ferocious smile. That's right, Dorai is my father. Chun-Li suppressed her excitement and replied, If that's the case, then I'll be kind and send you to heaven to meet him. Ha ha ha! Vega's smile became more ferocious, and then he laughed loudly. Damn it, I'll kill you! Chun-Li shouted angrily, jumped in front of Vega, and kicked Vega's head. Vega's figure flashed, leaving a human-shaped energy phantom on the spot, and appeared behind Chun-Li. Then, he flipped over and jumped up, and used both feet to kick Chun-Li's back. Double kick assault. Bang bang. Chun-Li's body was kicked out with great force. Vega's body floated and flew toward Chun-Li. Chun-Li got up from the ground, turned her head halfway, and kicked out. Vega's way of dealing with it was even simpler. He still appeared in front of Chun-Li with an energy dodge, and then sent her flying with an uppercut. Then, Vega threw a purple energy ball into the open space in front of him. The energy ball flew forward quickly and very cleverly hit Chun-Li's body, who happened to fall. Bang! The energy ball exploded. Bang! The resulting shockwave hit Chun-Li to the ground. Vega is indeed a boss second only to Grand Ghost. His spiritual power is really good. It seems that for the current Chun-Li, it's still a bit difficult. Seito, who saw everything in the secret room through the surveillance screen, sighed softly. Vega had a ferocious smile on his face and walked step by step toward Chun-Li, who had fallen to the ground. You want to take revenge with this level of strength? You're really overestimating yourself. Vega's tone was full of disdain. Chun-Li struggled to support her body from the ground, turned her head, and looked at Vega with a fierce gaze. Yeah. When Vega was close to a certain distance, Chun-Li used one hand to support her body and then kicked Vega's legs. Vega sneered and jumped up from the ground. His hands hugged his shoulders and his legs were close together, and his body landed straight on Chun-Li's body. Bang! Chun-Li's waist was stepped on, and she fell to the ground again. Using the rebound force from Chun-Li's body, Vega jumped into the air again and flipped a few times. Using inertia and falling force, he used his elbows to hit Chun-Li's body. Chun-Li endured the pain in her waist and turned around, crossing her arms in front of her body. Bang! Chun-Li quickly slid back along the ground. Chapter 16:20. Vega flipped over and landed on the ground. That's enough. You can stop now. Just as Vega was about to approach Chun-Li again, Seito's voice reverberated through the hidden speaker in the secret room. Hearing Seito's voice, Vega's eyes immediately became blank, as if he was a puppet that had lost its soul. He stopped in place. Then Seito's figure appeared beside Chun-Li and reached out to help her up. "How are you feeling?" Seito asked in a concerned tone. "What's the matter with him?" Chun-Li turned her head and stared straight into Seito's eyes. "My gift to you." Seito looked back at Chun-Li without blinking and smiled. "How did you know about me?" Chun-Li asked. In fact, even if she didn't ask, Chun-Li could guess that it was nothing more than an investigation. However, she didn't expect Seito to be so powerful. Not only did he investigate her relationship with Vega, but he also directly sent Vega to her. This made Chun-Li reevaluate Seito's existence. "I used some methods to investigate your information. I'm sorry." Seito apologized in a sincere tone. Chun-Li looked deeply at Seito in front of her, then turned her head to look at Vega, who was standing there in a daze, and asked again, "What's the matter with him?" "After learning about your situation, I mobilized my forces to track Vega's tracks, then sent people to attack his secret base, which is where we are now, and captured him." Seito turned his head to look at Vega and explained. "Then what's the matter with this?" Chun-Li pointed at Vega and asked again. "A captive is a captive. A gift is a gift. In order to prevent him from hurting you, I used hypnotism to plant a command in his consciousness. I can control whether he turns back into the original Vega or a puppet through voice." Seito understood what Chun-Li was asking. Chun-Li retracted her gaze and looked at Seito in front of her again. She asked slowly and seriously, "Then who are you?" "I am me, Chun Shiching, a person with power. However, I am someone who likes you very much." Seito's expression was serious. He replied with a serious expression. Chun-Li didn't say anything, and Seito quietly looked at each other. After a moment, Chun-Li turned her head and said, "Thank you. I like this gift of yours." She looked to Vega, who was standing there in a daze. "It's good that you like it." Seito smiled. "What are you going to do with him?" Ito-sei asked. "Since you can control his consciousness, then you can make him confess all his past criminal records." Chun-Li thought for a moment and decided. This was in line with her identity as an Interpol, and it was the same as her original philosophy. "Aren't you going to take revenge on him personally?" Seito asked. "Although I want to, but I don't think my father will agree with my approach. And don't forget, I'm also an Interpol. Using this kind of violent method to complete revenge is also contrary to my professional values." Chun-Li shook her head slightly and said softly. When she said this, Chun-Li seemed to see the smile of her father, who was also an Interpol, in front of her eyes. However, Seito noticed that what Chun-Li said was her professional values, not her personal philosophy. Obviously, she herself also had the traditional martial arts mentality of paying blood for blood. Presumably, this had something to do with the influence of her later teacher, Yuan. Yuan was a rare assassin who was proficient in dark assassination boxing. He was a martial arts master who had fought hundreds of battles. He alone created the mournful assassination style and the forbidden style fighting style. How righteous could his ideology be? Not teaching Chun-Li to be a bad person like his son In-heong was already being kind to his friend, Chun-Li's father. "Well, he is your gift. You have the final say." Seito shrugged indifferently and said casually. Chun-Li smiled and didn't speak. Then Seito walked in front of Vega, and through the control command, he made Vega confess his crimes over the years one by one. During this process, as an Interpol, Chun-Li, who had been tracking him for many years, also interjected from time to answer the doubts she had encountered in the years of handling cases. In this way, a few hours passed in the blink of an eye. With this evidence, it's enough for him to die 10 times. Seito handed a thick stack of paper documents to Chunli. Don't make it sound so barbaric. Chunli, who took the documents, rolled her eyes at Seito and said, although what you said is the truth, it doesn't necessarily mean that you will use the death penalty to end his life. The most likely result is that he will be sentenced to life imprisonment and locked up in a prison for felons for the rest of his life. How to put it? Although this world had grandmasters of combat, superpowers, and other messy things, the legal progress of each country wasn't much different from the main world. They were all gradually abolishing the death penalty and changing felons to life imprisonment. I'm afraid you won't be able to lock him up. Seito sighed. Others didn't know about Vega's situation, but as the one who captured him personally, Seito knew very well. Vega was an expert who had powerful mental strength and the means to use it. Things like modifying memories and controlling other people's consciousness were completely child's play to him. In the original work, Cammy was a real victim in this aspect. Even more exaggerated was that it was not impossible to take over someone's body from a distance, just like the primordial spirit of the cultivators. What do you mean? Chunli was puzzled. Hearing Chunli's question, Seito didn't hide anything and explained Vega's situation in detail. Hearing this, Chunli couldn't help but hesitate. Then do you have a way to solve this? After a moment, Chunli, who thought of something, turned to look at Seito and asked, I do have a way, but why should I contribute it? Seito raised his eyebrows and looked at Chunli with a smile that wasn't a smile. You really don't have a sense of civility. Chunli said hatefully. Then she changed the topic and asked, Tell me, what do I have to do to make you willing to tell me the method? It's very simple. You have to kiss me. Seito pointed at his lips and smiled. And you have to pay attention. I'm not talking about the kind of kiss that will separate after a touch, but the kind of French kiss between couples. You, Chunli said angrily. It's up to you to say it or not. You want me to kiss you? No way. Chunli snorted coldly, turned her head to the side, and said angrily, Then forget it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me whether Vega runs away or not. Seito said indifferently. The two ignored each other and were in a stalemate. Okay, let's go back. After a few minutes, Seito, who felt bored, said, What about him? Chunli asked, What do you think? After all, he is now your thing. Seito asked back, Then please take him with you. Chunli said with a sullen face. Up to you. Seito said indifferently. Then he hugged Chunli's waist with one hand and grabbed Vega's collar with the other. He launched instant transmission and disappeared from this secret base that he had already emptied, returning to the villa in the suburbs of Tokyo. I'm going to make a phone call. Chunli broke away from Seito's arms and walked quickly to the phone on the side. In this regard, Seito naturally had no reason to stop her. He left Vega, who was still like an idol, and turned back to his bedroom. Then, after about half an hour, 3 heavily armed escort vehicles appeared outside the villa. Needless to say, it must be Chunli who called them. Sure enough, in the next moment, the messy footsteps passed through the barrier of the door and faintly passed into Seito's ears. Then, under the gaze of his mental power, several men in police uniforms tied Vega into a dumpling with restraints that were specially used to restrain mental patients. They then lifted him together, transported him out of the villa, and moved him into the prisoner van. Dong, dong, dong. Then after waiting for another 10 seconds, a rhythmic knock on the door sounded. Seito got up, walked to the front of the guard, and reached out to open the door. The person outside the door was Chunli. I'm leaving. After a moment of silence, Chunli said softly with a touch of hesitation on her face. Will you come back? Seito asked with a flat expression. Chunli was silent. In fact, regarding this question, she didn't understand it herself. Leave your phone number, so it's convenient for me to contact you when I miss you. Seito grinned and said softly. Okay. Chunli agreed softly, then gave Seito a set of phone numbers. This is mine. If you miss me, call me. I'll rush over to see you as soon as possible. Ito, who also gave her his phone number, chuckled. Okay. Surprisingly, Chunli didn't refute. Then, I'm leaving. After a few seconds of silence, Chunli spoke again. Okay, be careful, Ito said softly. Chunli looked at Ito, but didn't say anything. She turned around and was about to go downstairs. However, at this moment, Ito, who had been motionless, suddenly reached out and grabbed Chunli's arm. With a gentle tug, he pulled Chunli's body into his arms. Then, he lowered his head and kissed her lips without hesitation. His tongue stuck out of her mouth and invaded her territory. Chunli, who was suddenly attacked, first froze. Then she quickly relaxed and let Ito kiss her passionately. You really are a bastard. After a moment, Chunli, who separated from Ito, cursed in a low voice with reddened cheeks. Then, with a slight struggle, she broke free from Ito's arms and turned around to go downstairs without hesitation. Bang! After a while, the sound of the door closing faintly came. Ito walked to the window of the bedroom and watched Chunli, who also looked back at the window, get into the police car and leave. Chapter 16:21. P.S. Thank you to Z by Supernatural Strength, Wongit, and Ling Zirwei for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato and NXCX for their tips. 5% of the ultimate strength, Ninja B. With a soft shout, Mai Shiranui, who was wearing a red-faced, white-edged ninja suit that exposed her legs, arms, and breasts, burst into flames. Then, with her movement, she bumped into Ito opposite her. Whoosh! The blazing heat and the whistling sound of breaking through the air came immediately. With a smile on his face, Ito stretched out one hand and used his mind to support an arc-shaped mental barrier. Boom! The next moment, the two collided fiercely. The flames exploded and spread, but without exception, they all failed to break through the seemingly thin but solid mental barrier, which was as strong as a rock in the sea. Finally, they helplessly dissipated in the air. Although I knew it would be like this, it's really unsatisfying. Mai Shiranui, who had finished casting her ultimate skill, retreated from the mental barrier and complained unhappily. You should be content. Don't forget that there is still a large group of people who don't know what the ultimate strength is. I believe that with this strength, your female fighting team will definitely shine in this year's competition. Ito put down his arm and chuckled. Thump, thump, thump. However, at this moment, a rhythmic knocking sound came from the door of the Taoist hall. Excuse me, is Miss Mai Shiranui here? Then, a male voice came in. Mai Shiranui looked at Ito with a puzzled expression. Then she raised her voice and said, Please wait a moment. I'll go out and have a look. After greeting Ito, Mai Shiranui walked quickly to the door of the Taoist hall. Soon, the figure of a young man wearing a green express delivery uniform came into her sight. Gulp! Seeing Mai Shiranui in sexy clothes, the courier swallowed subconsciously. Hello, I'm Mai Shiranui. Mai Shiranui, who walked to the door, bowed slightly and said politely, Hello, Miss Mai Shiranui. There's an express for you. When the courier came to his senses, he quickly put away his perverted look, pulled out an envelope from his pocket in a flurry, and handed it to Mai Shiranui. Mai Shiranui reached out to take the letter, lowered her head, and casually flipped through it. The envelope of the letter was simple. There was nothing else on the envelope except for the lettering on the envelope. It looked like a letter that had been sent to the customer through an improper channel or a letter that had been handed over by someone close to the customer. Please sign here. The courier handed the signed book to Mai Shiranui. All right. Mai Shiranui took the autograph book, picked up an oil pen tied to a string, and wrote her name in the recipient's column. Sorry to trouble you, Mai Shiranui said politely as she handed the signed book back to the courier. I'll take my leave now. The delivery man took back the autograph book and bowed. He then walked away quickly in a panic. After a while, he disappeared from Mai Shiranui's sight. Mai Shiranui took the letter and returned to the Taoist hall with a puzzled look on her face. "What's the matter?" Sei Ito asked casually as he looked at Mai Shiranui, who had returned. "It's the postman. Someone sent me a letter, but the envelope is a little strange. Everything is written on it," Mai Shiranui replied casually. "Then you'll know what's going on when you open it," Sei Ito said with a smile. "That's true," Mai Shiranui echoed, and then opened the envelope in front of Sei Ito. Then a gorgeous red invitation letter appeared in front of her and Sei Ito. Mai Shiranui looked up at Sei Ito and opened the invitation letter. "We hereby invite you to participate in the King of Fighters competition to be held in a month. The organizing committee of the King of Fighters competition. XX 1997. 3 lines of content were written from left to right. Speak of the devil, and he will appear." Ito Sei, who had also read the content, chuckled. It was now March of 1997, exactly 1 year after the last meeting. In the past year, Sei Ito's life had been very fulfilling. He had even been so fulfilled that he had to use the shadow clone to help. As for the reason, it was very simple. It was to accompany Charmy, Mai Shiranui, King, and maintain the ambiguous relationship with Mary, Chun-Li, and Athena. But to be honest, if it were just Mary, Chun-Li, and Athena, it would not take too much effort. After all, the first two were already Interpol officers and often had big cases to investigate. They rarely had time to date, and most of the time they contacted each other by phone. The latter, on the other hand, had her master and the infatuated Shi Quan-chong. Except for the excuse of promoting a special album or recording a song, it did not take much time for them to meet in private. But the trouble was that he had to accompany Mai Shiranui. In order to integrate himself into Mai Shiranui's life faster, after accompanying Mai Shiranui through the emotional trauma caused by Andy's death, Sei Ito rushed to Mai Shiranui's dojo every day on the pretext of being a sparring partner to practice with Mai Shiranui, who had devoted almost all her energy to cultivation. It was precisely because of this that Mai Shiranui could comprehend absolute power to 100% in just 1 year with the help of the outbreak of the last conference, and further comprehend the ultimate power. In this way, the time spent with Charmy and King was inevitably affected, so he had to use the shadow clone technique to make up for it. But as the saying goes, how much effort you put in, how much you reaped. Therefore, after a year of companionship and strategy, the relationship between Sei Ito and the girls had made great progress. Basically, they had all reached the level of ordinary friends, but not yet lovers. They only needed a suitable opportunity to smoothly step into the ranks of lovers. Their relationship with Mary and Chun-Li had even reached the point where they could do some things that only couples could do, such as kissing, holding hands, and hugging. King and Athena's words were a little off, but it was okay to touch their hands occasionally. The only thing that troubled Sei Ito was that he didn't know why. King's younger brother didn't have a good impression of him. Although he didn't stop him from dating King, he didn't try to match Itazaki Yoshi as hard as he did in the original work. "When are you going to leave?" Sei Ito looked up at Mai Shiranui and asked. "In 2 days," Mai Shiranui thought for a moment and said. "Well, let me know the day you leave, and I'll see you off at the airport." Sei Ito nodded and said. "Okay," Mai Shiranui replied softly. "Then let's continue. After all, this may be the last practice between the two of us before the end of the conference," Sei Ito said with a chuckle. "Okay." Mai Shiranui threw the invitation on the floor of a nearby room and then shouted. She launched an attack on Sei Ito. The sound of fierce battle immediately echoed throughout the dojo of Mai Shiranui. 2 days later, in the waiting hall of Tokyo International Airport. "I'm leaving," Mai Shiranui said to Sei Ito. She was wearing a pair of blue jeans that wrapped around her slender legs and a pale yellow breathable sweater that covered her upper body. Her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail in the ancient style. "Okay, be careful on the way," Sei Ito said with a smile. "By the way, are you really not going to participate in this conference?" Mai Shiranui, who was about to turn around and enter the boarding gate, suddenly thought of something and asked. No. For me, this kind of conference is boring. Seito shook his head. Indeed, if you play, we have no hope of winning the championship. Mai Shiranui, who had been with Seito for a year, nodded and admitted. She had a general idea of his strength. So I won't join in the fun, Seito said indifferently. Okay, that's enough. Remember to cheer for us when the time comes. Mai Shiranui smiled, turned around, and waved goodbye to Seito while pulling the small salutation box to the boarding gate. Seito, who was standing in the hall, also waved his arm gently and watched Mai Shiranui disappear in the boarding gate. It's time to do another thing. Seeing Mai Shiranui's figure disappear, Seito withdrew his gaze. He turned around and left the waiting hall, thinking to himself. More than 40 minutes later, Seito came to the door of a private high school, but at this time, his appearance had changed. At this time, he was about 1.8 meters tall, wearing black trousers and a white shirt, and a black robe with a red and yellow sun pattern on the back. He had short hair and a white cloth belt on his forehead. This image was the classic appearance of Kyo Kusanagi, one of the 3 divine artifacts. Seito, who had transformed into Kyo Kusanagi, straightened his clothes and walked into the campus with a proud face. Whoosh! A few minutes later, Seito came to the door of a classroom and opened the sliding door at the end of the classroom. Hearing the sound, the students in the class turned their heads and looked at the door. Seito ignored the students in the classroom and the sullen teacher on the podium. He went straight to a short-haired girl, grabbed her arm, and pulled her out of the classroom without saying a word. Clatter. Because of the forced pull, the chairs and tables were inevitably touched, and the friction with the ground made a messy sound. Hey, Kyo Kusanagi, what are you doing? The girl who was pulled said unhappily. I have something to do, Seito said coolly. Knowing that she couldn't win, the girl had to give up struggling helplessly. Then she turned her head and winked at the other 2 girls in the class at the same time, meaning to remember to help her pack her bag and write down the class notes. Then she and Kyo Kusanagi disappeared behind the closed door. Bang! Kyo, where are we going? After a while, the girl who saw that she was being pulled farther and farther away asked with a puzzled look. The beach, Seito said with few words. He couldn't help it. Who told him not to know Kyo Kusanagi's usual appearance and habits? Moreover, the girl he was pulling was Kyo Kusanagi's family, Daimon Goro, and Hanamaru's girlfriend who knew him the best. It was better not to say too much and arouse the suspicion of the other party. That's right. The girl behind him was the one who inherited the unlucky character Kakianada. In the original work, she was chosen as the host by Orochi and was captured by the Shichika Society. Seito's purpose of finding her was very simple. It was to control her before the Shichika Society. In case of an accident, Kyo Kusanagi couldn't save her from the Shichika Society and let Orochi resurrect in its full state. Although he might not be able to defeat Orochi in its full state, it was better to have less trouble. After all, it was hard to determine the status of a star spirit. Who knows if a complete Orochi would directly become Gaia, the mother of the earth, and then become a monster above the golden immortal level. The beach, why are we going there? Kakianada said inexplicably. Seito didn't answer and quickened his pace. Kyo, you're very strange today. After a while, Kaki and Nada frowned and said. She felt that Kyo Kusanagi's behavior was very strange today. Strange? Seito chuckled. At this time, the 2 had walked out of the campus and stopped on a street with few pedestrians and cars. Yes, very strange. Kakianada nodded and said. She didn't feel the danger yet. Then let's do this, Seito said softly as he turned to face Kakianada. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes lit up. 2 beams of silver light shot out from his eyes and went straight into Chi Tianchua's eyes. She was immediately under his control. Then, Seito reached out and pointed at Kakianada. In an instant, 8 tiny light spots the size of fireflies suddenly appeared on top of Kakianada's head and under her feet. Then, like a laser, they shot out a green ray and connected themselves with the other light spots, forming a rectangular cube that wrapped around Kaki Inada's body. Then the cube began to shrink, and so did Kaki Inada inside. In 5 or 6 seconds, it shrank to the size of a palm and flew into Sei Ito's palm. Looking at the sealed crystal in his hand, Sei Ito smiled and put away the crystal. He deactivated the transformation technique and changed back to his original appearance. Then, he used instant transmission and disappeared. The next second, he appeared in the villa he bought. But at this time, there was another green-haired woman in the living room of the villa, CC. "How do you feel today?" Ito Sei asked with a smile as he looked at C, who was wearing a black gothic dress and sitting on the sofa. She was eating pizza on a coffee table in front of her while watching a boring program on TV. "I don't need to guide you. I don't feel good." C replied casually. "You don't need it now, but you will need it soon." Seito walked to C and sat down. "Then we will see." CC took out a small piece of pizza from the pizza box and put it in her mouth. Chapter 16:22. "Oh yeah, where's Iris?" Seito turned his head and asked when he realized there was one person missing in the room. "She went shopping." C replied casually. "TSK, she really doesn't get tired of it." Ito Sei took a piece of pizza and put it into his mouth. He said vaguely, "You'd be the same if you were imprisoned in a place for a few years." CC glanced at Seito and said calmly. However, her behavior made it hard to tell if she was dissatisfied with Seito's behavior of stealing her pizza, or if she was simply looking down on his lack of intelligence for asking such a stupid question. Walala, it was also at this moment that a burst of noise came from the door. Then the voice paused. Then a young woman about 1.6 meters tall walked in. She was dressed in a pink dress with a red short-sleeved jacket. Her long brown hair was combed into a thick braid at the back of her head. "Hey, she's back," CC said as she looked at the woman who walked in. Needless to say, this person was the Iris that Seito mentioned just now. Bang! The door was closed. "Oh, you're back." Iris, who had just taken off her shoes and walked into the living room, was delighted when she saw Seito sitting on the sofa. "Did you go shopping again?" Seito asked with a smile. "Uh-huh. I miss being able to walk on the ground with my real body and interact with strangers," Iris said with a gentle smile on her face. Then, her expression changed slightly, and she continued with a slightly more serious tone. "But it's just as you said. This planet is brewing darkness, and it's coming from the planet itself. It wants to clean up. I really don't know what the humans here did to make the planet that nurtured them release such thoughts. It can't be helped. This is the inevitable contradiction between the development of humans and the ideals of the star spirits. Not every planet has a kind person like you in charge of the planet's consciousness." Seito sighed helplessly. "That's right. This woman in red was the embodiment of a planet's consciousness, a star spirit. Her full name was Iris Gainsborough. She was the personality of the planet's will in the Final Fantasy world that Seito had once devoured. As for why she appeared in human form, the reason was very simple. Using a technology from the Grim Reaper world, artificial skeleton, this problem was completely solved. After all, in terms of form and nature, a star spirit was just a high-level evolved form of soul and could be treated as a different kind of Grim Reaper. The only problem was that the star spirit's artificial skeleton needed to be specially modified, which wasn't a problem at all for Landau, who had begun to master the spiritual technology of various worlds. "Don't say that. I believe that once this world becomes part of your world, it will also change," Iris said softly. "I hope so. Otherwise, I will have to give it another personality," Seito said with a non-committal smile. Then, a few days passed unknowingly. This afternoon, in the southern town of the United States, a tall woman in a leather jacket and long pants and a pair of sunglasses pushed open the door of the Phantom Bar, which had just opened, and stepped into the bar. "Welcome." She wore a black and white made uniform that exposed her thighs. The waitress, Lisa, who had a pair of white stockings wrapped around her legs, said, "Where's your boss?" The woman raised her hand, and took off the sunglasses on her face, revealing her face. She asked, "She's in the back checking the wine cellar." Lisa felt that the woman in front of her was very familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. "Can I trouble you to call her for me? To say that an old friend has come to visit." The woman smiled. "Okay, please wait a moment." Lisa nodded and habitually greeted, then turned and walked to the back room of the bar. The woman who stood in the same place curiously sized up the bar in front of her. "Please have a seat. What would you like to drink?" Lisa's twin sister, Elizabeth, who was also wearing a very seductive maid uniform and long stockings, walked over and said. The woman nodded and sat down. "Thank you, but no need." "Then wait a moment. King should be out soon." Elizabeth nodded and said, then turned around and continued to busy herself. The moment she finished speaking, King, who was dressed in a dark red female outfit and had short blonde hair, walked out of a small door. He looked very androgynous. King, who came into the bar, looked around, then his eyes fell on the woman. "You are Chizuru Kagura?" King said with hesitation. She couldn't help it. Chizuru Kagura's identity was too big. The heir of the divine artifact was not someone she, who was only a Muay Thai champion a few years ago, could compare to. Therefore, she had some scruples about Chizuru Kagura, who obviously came from a noble family. After all, anything related to the heir of the divine artifact was not a good thing. For example, the King of Fighters tournament organized by the Kagura family last year attracted Gao Nitz, who almost caused her, Mai Shiranui, and the others to lose their lives. "That's me." The woman, who was Chizuru Kagura, stood up and smiled. "May I know why Kagura-san is looking for me?" But even though she had scruples, she couldn't just kick her out like that. That would be too rude, so she asked politely, but she gave off a faint feeling of alienation. "Then I'll be frank. I want to team up with you and Kagura-san to participate in this year's King of Fighters tournament." Chizuru Kagura went straight to the point. This King's face showed hesitation. In fact, according to her original intention, King didn't want to have anything to do with Chizuru Kagura, because that would mean that she would also have to be involved with the Hero of 8 and the Orochi clan, which was completely opposite to King's goal of making money to raise her brother. Unfortunately, their original teammate, Tung Tong Kori, who was brought in last year to make up the numbers, had some problems and might not be able to participate in this year's King of Fighters tournament. As a result, their team was short of one person, and they needed someone to fill in the gaps. "May I ask why you want to participate in this year's tournament? And why did you choose me and Mai to be your teammates?" King hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask. "If I'm still involved with the Orochi clan, even if I don't participate in this year's tournament, I can't agree to let her join my team," King thought to himself. "You know my identity and mission, so the reason I want to participate in this tournament is very simple. I want to see if there's a chance to seal the Orochi clan. Based on my family's intelligence and the situation of the seal, there's evidence that the Orochi clan will appear again." Chizuru Kagura didn't hide anything and honestly stated a reason. As for her identity, in the past year, although Chizuru Kagura's family had tried to downplay some things through official means, they still couldn't withstand the strong publicity from the media network controlled by Seito. Therefore, it was safe to say that now everyone in the world had heard of her, Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami. They knew who they were and what mission they had. At most, they just hadn't seen their faces. As for the reason why I chose you guys, it's because I'm also a woman, and I want to use my identity as a woman to do something that will make men look at me differently. For example, becoming the champion of the King of Fighters tournament. Chizuru Kagura continued. Her words touched King's heart. Back then, she was dissatisfied with Muay Thai's discrimination against women, and she happened to need money to treat her brother's illness. Therefore, she disguised herself as a man and participated in the Muay Thai tournament and finally won the championship. To be honest, if it weren't for the Orochi clan, I would welcome you to join us. But unfortunately, your goal is the Orochi clan, and this is your mission. I don't want to get involved in this kind of thing, so please allow me to refuse." Although King was tempted by Chizuru Kagura's words, he still shook his head. Chizuru Kagura frowned when she heard that. But just as she was about to say something, a cheerful voice sounded in the bar. "Sister King, I'm back." Chizuru Kagura and King turned their heads at the same time. In an instant, Mai Shiranui, who was carrying a lot of things in her hands, came into their sight. "Hey, Chizuru Kagura, why are you here?" Mai Shiranui asked curiously when she saw Chizuru Kagura. "I'm here to ask to join your team and participate in the King of Fighters tournament with you." Before King could speak, Chizuru Kagura took the initiative to explain her intentions. "Really? That's great. Our team happens to be short of one person, and we were worried about where to find a replacement." Mai Shiranui didn't think much about it and immediately said with a surprised expression. Hearing Mai Shiranui's words, King's face showed a helpless expression. "What's the matter, Sister King?" Mai Shiranui asked curiously when she saw King's expression. "Forget it, that's it." King shook his head, then looked up at Chizuru Kagura with a serious expression and continued. "We can participate in this year's King of Fighters tournament with you, but want to make it clear that Mai and I won't get involved in the conflict between your artifact and the Orochi clan. Please forgive us." "Okay." Chizuru Kagura smiled. "Welcome to the team." King extended his hand. "Thank you." Chizuru Kagura reached out and shook King's hand. Just like that, under the inertia of the world's correcting power, the new female team of fighters was officially formed. Then, that night, in Nantown, Mary's figure appeared in the town and went straight to Billy, who had become the leader of the men. Accompanying her was a burly man with his left hand in his trouser pocket, Yamazaki Ruji. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.